All right, Joanne. So we are going to see, and this is way outside of the norm. I was looking at a couple different options, and David, if not familiar, we always try to start off the spaces with a song that's somewhat related to the talk track that we're going to be covering. Joanne has six in a row, and we're seeing if she can make it up to 10. Now, this is a bit outside, but let's see, Joanne, if by any off chance you happen to know this one. If not, I've got a hint for you that I think might help you get a little bit closer to the mark. But let's see if Joanne can name
Yeah,
that tune.
it's so outside. I have no idea. I've never heard this. No, but Ian, thank you so much for hosting. And David, thank you so much for being here. And guys, please repost the space. And if you guys quoted it, I will also repost it. And Ian, this is I'm going to lose my six songs. What is this?
No, well, this one was way outside of the norm. This is a lesser known song, a little bit of a wacky one too, and I did not realize the music video was going to have all these other sound effects as part of the spy journey in the video. But what I would say, so here's going to be the hint. So Joanne, let's see if you can name that tune, given the fact that singer, one of the most famous in the world, still to this day, he and his band, which came prior to his solo projects, they had the ever so famous album Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is the wacky name of the album. So with that
It's
as a hint,
It's McCart. Oh my God, the Beatles.
it is the Beatles and Paul McCartney. That is exactly right,
Yes,
Joanne. Well
I
done.
get nervous. It's Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney in a wacky, wacky song called Spies Like Us that I thought would be a good one to kick off the space. So, one of the most legendary performers of all time from the Beatles, Sir Paul McCartney, with the very strange song Spies Like Us, which is a perfect lead in to this conversation. And I'm going to be very curious, very excited. And I think I'm probably going to learn an immense amount because we are basically going to get an inside, let's say behind the curtain look at the spy agencies that are the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Central Intelligence Agency. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up learning a little bit about some of the international intelligence affairs in the process. And we are basically going to learn from a inside, let's say baseball, right? Again, the behind the curtain whistleblower who, while we, the masses, are all sitting fixated on the television, right? We are watching the world go by. If perhaps Shakespeare, the world is a stage, we are all in the audience. Well, what we're about to get is somebody who was behind the curtain, who was watching the performance, right? Who knows perhaps some of the players that are financing, funding, perhaps manipulating the theater that we are all watching, which might be the political realm, it might be the media, the tech, or it might be our intelligence apparatus, which is, of course, supposed to be protecting the citizenry and is instead perhaps declaring a war on your privacy, the ability for you to just act, to live, to love, to do all the things that you'd want to do without the interference of the federal government. And isn't it curious because it was just, let's say, the last 25 years or so where there's been all sorts of legislation pushed to chisel away at your ability not only to have privacy against your government, but also for the government to supposedly have the privacy to not be able to intrude upon your mind by propagandizing you. And of course, that was done away with under the Obama administration. That's been continued by some of the predecessors or the followers, let's say, and those who have succeeded Obama, right? So that was basically pushed back on. So we will be going into the Smith-Mundt Act, what it means not only to get propagandized by your government, but to be spied on with the spies like us that Paul McCartney once sang about. And so, without further ado, David, I'm very excited, humbled that you were able to join us. Very excited to lean in and to learn a little bit about everything that you've seen, that you've witnessed, the stories that you've brought to the masses, the truth that you've been willing to share, perhaps the slings and arrows that you took along the way for merely doing so. And really quickly before we do, I just wanted to check in again with Joanne, see if there's anything else that we might have missed, and of course to thank her as always for being the co-hostess with the mostest. But Joanne, any thoughts before we turn things over to David?
No, I'm really happy to be here, and I read a little bit. I was reading about about your life, David. It's so interesting, and I cannot wait to learn more. And you're amazing because you keep always doing what you think is the best, and I do really admire that. And again, guys, please repost it, and let's get more people in here. This space is going to be absolutely amazing. So yeah, if you guys go to it, I will also repost it and follow Ian and David, and let's go. I cannot wait to hear what David has to say.
No,
Welcome, David.
absolutely, and a big welcome, Mr. David. Again, humbled that you were able to join us. Would love it if you wouldn't mind, for anybody less familiar with yourself, your person, your work here on social media, and kind of the history. If you wouldn't mind giving a little bit of a backstory and a background on yourself, kind of how you got into obviously this field, and then we can kind of take it from there, and maybe how you got out of it and the uncomfortable truths that you learned when you were there within.
Sure. Thanks, Ian, and thanks, Joanne, for hosting me. I really appreciate it. And hello to the other listeners. Thank you very much. Interesting, Joanne. I see you're Lebanese. I spent a little time in Beirut where I learned a lot with the Christians there. So anyway, to the group, thank you very much. And if you want, Ian, like you said, I could begin with just a basic background story of myself.
I would absolutely love that, and perhaps in there, feel free. I know that you're obviously a public persona, but feel free to share or not share based on what you feel comfortable
Sure.
doing. So I'm confident that we'll end up wandering down a place where probably we're gonna unfortunately have to tell everybody about how little privacy that they have when they participate
Yeah.
on this application. But would welcome the opportunity to just learn a little bit about you first and foremost.
Sure. So again, my name is David Baumblatt. I was born and raised in New York. I come from a family of a lot of military and police, even firefighters. So growing up, I was always interested in serving in the military. I would probably say my biggest accomplishment was going to West Point. What made me a little bit different than other West Pointers, and if you saw my channel or understand my background, I focus a lot on leadership. So I'm the 12th person in the history of America to earn what's called a dual commission. And so I applied to West Point from high school. I was denied. I went to a school in Alabama called Marion Military Institute, where I did what's called Army ROTC. I was commissioned as a second lieutenant through Army ROTC. Then I got accepted to West Point. I resigned my commission. I did 4 years of West Point, and then I graduated. So a lot of leadership background. West Point is ultimately known for leadership. It's dropping, and we could go into the military, how it's dropping in many ways. But anyway, graduated West Point, served as a U.S. Army officer, and then didn't want to make a career in the military for a variety of reasons. I still remember if people remember when the Iraq War came out, this would be the second Iraq War. I remember I wrote a letter to my congressman, and this is again what you'll find in my story is there's a lot of repeating issues with our government that come back to light. But I remember I wrote my congressman who gave me a nomination to West Point and asking him what exactly is the reason why we're about to be deployed and fight in the Iraq war for the second time? And he never responded to me. So I always wondered what was the exact real reasons of the second Iraq war, even Afghanistan. I left the
Well,
military in
and David, really quickly, I
2004.
just wanted to,
Yeah,
to jump in. So that note that you sent to the congressman, I just wanted to call out the absolute prestige tied to those institutions that you just referenced, and not only to thank you for everything that you did, but also to just note that this isn't like a walk in the park and just a place that you show up to, right? Those are some of the finest academies literally in the world for people that were looking to go in and be able to serve their nation. So I just wanted to again call that out and to thank you, of course, for everything you did there.
yeah, and I think it's a good litmus test for a lot of people. I don't think people understand what West Point is. In fact, in China, and I started studying Chinese at West Point in 1995 when I started in there, and sometimes I think other countries, to include China, understand more about West Point than even Americans. But obviously, I graduated Harvard, but without a doubt, West Point is the most prestigious, both in the academic realm. It's considered a tier one academic institution, but the leadership. And so, what I try to tell people is, if the West Point itself and the West Point graduates and leadership is declining, everything declines, because that West Point is a feeder cell into FBI, CIA, politicians. I mean, the business world. Even when I was at Harvard, they consider the Harvard Business School the West Point of capitalism. So when West Point declines, and it is, and I predicted this too, even I don't want to go much on a tangent, but we have Pete Hegseth, which again, I'm not disagreeing in many ways. He's a person who was accepted into West Point, turned it down, went to Princeton, and he and President Trump have even said it's in decline. So when West Point is in decline, which is the foundation for duty, honor, country, everything is in decline, and it truly is. So my congressman, in order to get into West Point, there's two application processes, unlike a normal university like Harvard. You apply to West Point, and West Point says yes or no, but then you have to get what's called a congressional nomination. My congressman at the time was Sherwood Bullard from New York. He's obviously passed away. This was the congressman I wrote my story with Iraq, but I had to do an interview. So it's possible where you get the political nomination from the senator or congressman, but West Point says no, or West Point says yes, and the congressman says no. So there's two application processes. Both have got to be successful, and you go into West Point. And also something else, it's obviously tuition free. So even if we'll just say you're poor, if you don't come from a rich family, it doesn't matter. It's fully funded. And it costs the taxpayers a lot of money. It's about 500,000 US dollars to graduate one cadet from West Point. So taxpayers expect duty, honor, country. But you've got graduates that are, for many reasons, it's going down. And I've said this many times. I truly believe that the military officer corps, and this goes even from the Naval Academy guys, from the Navy, Air Force, they've turned into more like what I consider corporate management, as you find in a as you'll find in a corporation versus officers. So I say again, when there's a decline of West Point, and there is, it's even admitted by Donald Trump, and I said this before, everything's affected. So I did leave the military. I wasn't meant to make a career in it, and then I was going to go into the civilian. I was going to go into civilian private sector for work, which is very normal for a lot of West Pointers. You have what's called a 5-year military commitment. I completed it, honorably served. Um, nothing so special in the military. It did some things I think were very unique, but otherwise just honorably served. And then I was just ended up getting recruited by various agencies because I was in during the 9/11 time period. So 9/11, you're working with a lot more intelligence agencies. If everyone remembers the history, everything changes in 9/11. So one of them I was recruiting, and it was the FBI. And I thought this was a very prestigious opportunity. And obviously, when I went into it, obviously I wasn't thinking that they were either corrupt or incompetent or any of these negative adjectives. Otherwise, why would I join? So I thought, okay, this is a very prestigious um, opportunity. So in 2004, I went in. I worked in what's called the National Security Branch, Foreign Counterintelligence. And in 2007, I left. And I make it known because obviously, when you go on social media, I've been censored so much, and part of it, people try to discredit you. I make it known I was not terminated from the FBI. I was not coerced to quit. I was not threatened to be terminated. I just quit. And it is in the government difficult to get fired. I mean, you have to do something majorly illegal, but I just voluntarily quit, and I personally just didn't want to work for the government anymore. When I left in 2007, I know we're going to get into the details later, but just to make it known. And again, notice I keep saying it's a repeating story. During the second Iraq war, I wrote my congressman, Sherwood Bullard, who obviously giving me a nomination of West Point, you would think he would respond to me. He didn't. Well, guess what? In 2007, when I left, I wrote Senator Chuck Grassley because that was what was recommended to me. He was considered at the time, I mean, maybe still is, as the bulldog to oversee the FBI. Because unlike other agencies in the government, there's no watchdog for the FBI. Meaning, if there's an issue in the CIA and in the State Department, in the White House, it's the FBI's mandate for what's called public corruption, where the FBI Nobody investigates the FBI except the FBI. So the recommendation was to Senator Chuck Grassley. And this is again the repeating story. In 2007, I wrote him of the issues, particularly of the FISA and the spying on US citizen, never responded to me. And if you've been following me, one of the things I keep saying is the politicians continue to ignore us. And it just, at the end of the day, I think most people sooner or later will understand that these political parties, much like a sense of, in a sense of mafia in a way, sometimes we call the FBI a government mafia. Their number one job is to look out for their own party first and for the American citizen second. So people always ask me, like, David, why would they ignore you? And I put a question on them. Why would they respond to us? Meaning their number one job is to get reelected. And unless what you're telling them is somehow going to affect positively their reelection or positively affect their party, the thought that they would just do something generally for the good of the American people, it's just not there, which I've also said about the military officer corps. If you think they're serving for duty, honor, country, or even the FBI and the CIA, you're wrong. It's a paycheck and a pension for a lot of these people. And that saying again of duty, honor, country, that's long gone. So, and it's something that I've said many times. I don't believe we have a country anymore. I think we have a what's called a globalist corporation. And if you understand how corporations work, which follows the money, that's a lot how our government is. It wasn't like that in many ways, but it's changing. And so I think at one time we had a country, which if you're going to have a country, you're going to have what's called a people, which really is the fact in most non-Western countries. But in America, we're basically a corporation. And I know I'm doing a little tangent, but even with Donald Trump, as much as he may go against illegal immigration, when it comes to legal immigration, as long as you're rich and you have money and you can economically, just like a corporation, you can economically benefit or provide a positive status to America, this country's in favor of it. So we don't really have a sense of a people anymore in America. And like I said, our government and our country's turned into corporation. So going back to the story, I voluntarily left in 2007. Senator Chuck Grassley never responded to me. And at that time, I really didn't have a problem with it. I just wanted to move on with my life. I did my thing, meaning I reported it to the government. They didn't respond, and I just want to be left alone. Let me explain a little about the FBI, where I think, because I have seen commentators, even some CIA people that I definitely think are legitimate in many ways, but for some reason they don't understand the FBI, which makes sense. I mean, I wasn't, my intelligence time was in the FBI, and then I did a short stint in what's called the Directorate of National Intelligence. This would be in Washington, D.C. So obviously, just because you worked in one intelligence agency doesn't make you an expert in the other. But there are people that talk about the FBI, and there is some ignorance with there. So let me just explain a little bit because I've made it known before. The FBI is pound for pound the most powerful government agency. Obviously, the US military would be the most powerful. And the reason why you'd say, well, why, David, do you think the FBI is the most powerful pound for pound? And if we separate countries into two categories, we'll separate one country into what's called legitimate first tier countries, where you have what's called the rule of law. And then we can have third tier countries. Think of dictatorships, authoritarian. Think of places like Africa, we'll just say, that are authoritarian. Well, if it's authoritarian country and there's no rule of law, everything is connected to whatever the president is. So law enforcement, intelligence, military, whatever that person says, meaning the head of state, will be done. But in first tier countries, we have a rule of law. And in almost all first tier countries, they separate that rule of law into two significant categories. One would be normal criminal law, and the other would be national security law. And to make national security very simple, think of spies and terrorists. That's the best way to look at that, meaning what type of adversaries, or for lack of a better word, also they would be considered criminals in some categories, but they would be considered more state actors. So it's divided by national security law and criminal law. In almost in all first tier countries except America, those agencies are separated. So I'm going to give you an example of the UK. The UK has two agencies called the Scotland Yard and what's called MI5. MI5 focuses on what's called domestic intelligence, where MI6 focuses on foreign intelligence, and Scotland Yard would be in many ways their federal law enforcement. In the FBI, that's combined. We are the only country in the world that combines federal law enforcement and national security together. What was interesting was when I was in the FBI, so I joined in 2004. If everyone remembers that time, I was the post, or you could say the 9/11 generation that entered the FBI, meaning 9/11 happened. The government takes a little time, they're not too fast. So it takes about a year or two to figure out what to do to change it. And then they start recruiting new people in. And so when I entered, it was welcome to 9/11, and this is the new bureau. And what most people don't know is at that time, Director Mueller, I think he died recently in the news, but Director Mueller was the director of the FBI. There was an enormous amount of pressure on him from then President Bush to split the FBI and to you could say copy the UK system where the FBI was going to split. In fact, because I was in the national security branch, we were wondering what our name was going to be. What were the two names? So one was going to split into law enforcement, which the FBI currently does, and the other was going to split into national security, which it does. So two of them. And what was interesting is we were getting consultations from other what's called the Five Eyes. And the main the Five Eyes is an intelligence sharing um, apparatus with our friendly nations, Canada, the UK, Australia, New Zealand. And what's interesting is particularly the UK, we share a very intimate relationship with, where we grant them a lot of access into our space and they grant us a lot of access into their space. And our history in America, we've learned a lot from them, particularly from intelligence. So the number one recommendation from the UK, so if you're a British citizen, this is news to you. They said, no way, you are crazy if you split. You have so much power. We wish we were like you. And what I'm trying to emphasize is it is extremely powerful. And you might then ask, so obviously we didn't split, but the rule of thumb was at that time as President Bush threatened Director Mueller, because the FBI is the lead counterterrorism agency, that if another 9/11 attack happened after the one that happened, obviously 9/11, during his reign, he would have been fired, number one, and the FBI would have been split. Because when you have intelligence and law enforcement together, it's a two-headed dragon, so it becomes more powerful, but it creates a lot of problems. So that was again about the debate. Why don't we just split and then we focus on our areas? And so that was also a threat from President Bush. Obviously, a new terrorist attack didn't happen. So let me explain this, because I listened to some CIA and they didn't quite get it. So what is this apparatus when law enforcement and intelligence law enforcement, or you could say national security intelligence, is combined? I think the best way is to represent what are the type of actors that you would be facing. So criminal, let's keep it simple. Think of a drug dealer and a bank robber. Those would be typical conventional criminals. And as I mentioned before, think of a terrorist or a spy in national security. The reason why first-tier countries alter alter the law, and this would include constitutional law, which was again my letter to Senator Chuck Grassley, is when you have a drug dealer or a bank robber, generally speaking, criminals, their number one motivation is money. So they're not interested or motivated, or they have objective to take down the state. They just want to make money illegally and go about their business. So definitely a menace to society, and depending on the level of a criminal, the severity, and that's why the FBI will take on the highest level criminals. But they're criminals. Their goal ultimately is to make money. Whereas a spy or a terrorist, in conventional terms, because it's changing now, are usually state actors. So they're supported by some state, and their objective is, well, the sense of terrorism is to use terror in a political means, or from a spy in terms of uh, accumulate and acquire top secret information from a country. So that would put the state at risk. So because of the threshold being such a threat to the state, they make a new set of laws. So if you're doing national security, there's a different set of laws, and if you're doing criminal, there's a different set of laws. And of course, the national security laws are much more translucent. They're much more, we'll just say, flexible. Because of the severity of it, the FBI is able to, and just like the CIA and the NSA, when you're working intelligence, it's a much more fluid stance of acquiring that information of your targets and not being hampered by the legalities like you would in a criminal. Another example is the goal of a criminal case eventually, and the FBI definitely pushes this, is eventually to get a conviction and to have that criminal sent to jail. There will be a paper trail. So there will be a sense of audit because when you go to court, eventually you're going to have to go to court and there are going to be prosecutors and defenders. There's going to be an audit trail. So if the FBI or whatever federal law enforcement agency did anything wrong, there can be a sense of checks and balances, especially if you have a good public defender, or we'll probably say a private defender you're going to need. So there'll be checks and balances, and there'll be more a sense of audit and transparency. In the national security side, many times the goal and the objective is to never go to court. You're never going to see that information. For instance, in my case, I'm being spied upon. There's a case on me. It's obvious that that stuff will never be found. These cases are found in what's called the FISA courts. They call them secretive courts in Washington D.C. That will never go to light. And something else where people don't understand the difference is, and I mentioned this before, when there's a case of a criminal case, there is pressure on law enforcement to get these cases to conclusion, which would the best conclusion would be a positive conviction for the government, because just like all organizations, everyone has their key performance indicators, and so the FBI wants to get a positive conviction, and then the agents get a good pat on the back. But for a national security case, so for instance, I'm under a national security investigation. This case will be open for the rest of my life. And when I die, I will be lucky if it gets closed, or it could get passed on to family or friends if there's a nexus. And you might say, why? What's the difference? Well, again, we have to go back to the objective. The objective for the criminal case is as fast as possible to get a positive criminal conviction and send the person to jail and whatever and get on to the next person. When there is an open case for, we'll say, terrorism or espionage or any type of national security, the objective is to continue to gain information. So I guess because everyone can't see my hands here, think of a criminal case as a linear, like point A to point B. It's like an arrow, and to get it completed is fast. Think of a national security investigation like a spiraling case, circular, that goes round and round and round and round. And so all of a sudden the case will begin with you this year, and then next year they'll find out that you are having associates in this country or in America, and it continues to develop and develop, because their goal in many ways is not to put you in jail, is to continue this information. And and once you're labeled, and that's the best way to describe, once you're labeled as some type of national security threat, you're never coming off. It's never going to happen. I mean, the only way you're going to get off, for lack of a better word, the list of being a national security threat is if you become the president and then you appoint the FBI director and then you physically tell them to close the case. I mean, you have to have an enormous amount of clout that's going to be at the FBI director's ear level to influence him to close the case. Otherwise, that case will be open for the rest of your life. Just to give you an example, is I like anyone that hones their skill, you study that trade of tradecraft. And many people ask, and I see it too on podcasts, what's the best intelligence agency ever? People compare. Many people who've studied intelligence, one of the most ruthless intelligence agencies ever to walk the earth, and I could say positive and negative about them, is the East German Stasi. Now, what the East Germans did against foreign nationals, I would agree with. If anyone's listened to me, my biggest problem with the FBI is their take on US citizens. So there, to me, I look at it a very different approach. just like you, I mean, I've been spied upon by foreign agencies, foreign countries. It is what it is because that foreign country doesn't have loyalty to you, but you would hope that your own government has loyalty to you. So, what the East Germans did against foreign citizens, it's a textbook to learn good tradecraft. But what they did was they turned that intelligence agency onto their own citizens, where almost 1 in 5 East Germans were literally informants for the Stasi. And it destroys the country. And I predicted this too during January 6th when you had the FBI recruiting family members to turn on family members. That's how it was in East Germany. You couldn't even trust your own mother and father and sons and daughters. It will tear the country apart. So my issue, again, going back to 2007 when I wrote the letter to Senator Chuck Grassley, I don't have a problem how the FBI spies on foreign nationals. I get it. I know there's people that want to absolutely abolish the CIA and the FBI. I'm not going to stop you. They're not my friends. I could care less. But I do believe in the nature of warfare that there's always been soldiers, there's always been policemen, and there's always been intelligence. Espionage is the second oldest profession in the world. So the key is when your own government is spying on you. That's the problem because you're paying your tax money to your government and you're going to expect a sense of loyalty. But I hope this is not a surprise to anyone. There are spies and terrorists. We're talking foreign spies and terrorists operating in America and other countries. And what are you going to do about it? And so I don't necessarily have a problem how it comes to foreign nationals. Hence, back to the description of the East Germans. They did unbelievable work. They were one of the most ruthless intelligence agencies. But when they turned that against their own citizens, it was a matter of time. I mean, it was absolute paranoia. And as you'll see in my story too, it's also one of the reasons that will break up America because once you realize that you can't trust anyone and then there's paranoia, it will break the country apart. And just a caveat on that, some people will use the statement, and I see it too from foreign intelligence officers who are still on the dime. And here's another thing to anyone: if you're talking with a retired intelligence officer or even a retired military, any word retired means their paycheck is still coming from the government. They have to toe the line. It's the same thing when you hear about these words about you swore an oath to the office. Well, technically it's true, technically it's not. Once you leave the government non-retired, that oath is done. You've done your duty, you've swore your oath, and you've left. But if you're under retirement under the government, that oath applies. You are still working. They still control you, and they could revoke your pension. So it goes back to that saying, a paycheck and pension. So if you're talking to any retired military or intelligence that say I'm retired, they are still working for the government. And if they do anything that deviates from the politically correct path, they can not only lose their pension, they could also be subject to the rules of law. So I mean, obviously different. I left left the military after 5 years non-retired, and I left the FBI in 3 years. It's a different scheme, even though people still will always say, "Well, you're a former, you still are." I get that, but I'm just trying to put some teeth. If you technically are truly retired, you still many shapes or forms legally still tied to the government. So what I wanted to say with that point is you'll hear from these people, well, if you're not doing anything illegal, you shouldn't have anything to worry about if the government looks upon you, which is another word for spying on you. And I would counter that to say, when you're being spied upon by the government, even though you've not done anything illegal, there are major damages that will happen to you, even in a form of reputation. In my case, and again, by all means, people, you can look at my story, there's many instances, but in my case, the FBI, there was a time that I wanted to leave China for many reasons. China just changed when I first went there in 2010. But for safety reasons, I wanted to relocate to Singapore. Singapore is considered in Asia probably the most westernized country in Asia. Obviously, we're not including Australia and New Zealand on that, but we're looking at conventional Asia. It's probably the most westernized country in Asia. So I wanted to settle there. The FBI, and this is documented, the FBI again, under their investigation, communicated with the Singaporean government about me. So this goes about reputation. And I'm permanently denied for the rest of my life to go there on a work visa. I had a work visa. It was all secure, meaning it was being worked under what's called PricewaterhouseCooper. Everything was lined up, and my credentials were extremely high to get it. And not only was my work visa denied by Singapore, I'm permanently denied ever to apply again. And I've got contacts in Singapore, and I asked them, I said, what happened? And they were shocked. But they said what it came back is I'm on a terrorist watch list. And it's not about Singapore because I've never had any legal issues in Singapore. I've never been arrested by the police in Singapore. I've never even been stopped by the police. The police contacts I have in Singapore are just friends with me. And they said, listen, it's not coming from Singapore, it's coming from another country. You need to check your own country. You're on a terrorist watch list. So the FBI could easily, the best way to describe this too is I think people are seeing in the news about the FISA, which is another true letdown of the Trump administration. I think hopefully people know about the FISA and basically what happened in 9/11 is there was something called the Patriot Act. Just think of the Patriot Act as the FISA Act on steroids. But both the Democrats and the Republicans continue to re-up the FISA. And again, when you're looking at the FISA in my situation as it pertains, there is no feedback or loop to counter that. Once they start spying on you as a US citizen, you're never going to know about it. So there's never going to be, for instance, this issue with Singapore. Some people will say, why don't you get a lawyer and sue the government? I don't think people understand that once it's in a national security realm, they don't have to tell you. And I'm going to give you another example of this. I know I'm going around, Ian. What if you want, I'll tell this last story, and then I could do a pause, and then if you want to direct, or you could keep letting me go. It's up to you. It's up to Joanne or Ian what you want. But
Uh,
in this, go ahead, Joanne.
no, I'm loving this, David. This your story. Your story is absolutely wild. I cannot believe everything that happened to you.
Yeah, so this is another documented approach where if this is in national security, you'll never know. So again, I do get a lot of feedback from on X, which again, this is my fourth account on X. I've been permanently suspended 3 times, and this is my fourth account. I could go on to it. There's obviously a push on the government, but I do get feedback. They're like, why don't you get a lawyer and take this to court? It's not. And here's an example. The last time I traveled to America was in August of 2019. That's the last official time I traveled to August. I flew in and I flew out of Chicago International Airport. Now I mean, I could go into what happened to me was just it was horrendous in many ways, but detained, searched, interrogated. I was under what's called covert surveillance, deceived, and on and on. So what I did was, and now the first part is documented. You can do what's called a Freedom of Information Act request, and you could do a compliance audit of what's called the Transportation Security Agency, the Customs and Border Patrol, Homeland Security. So you as a citizen, if you are especially as a U.S. citizen, if you travel in and out, and I think you could do this for any interaction with Homeland Security, but definitely when you're doing any types of border control. So whether it's the land border between Mexico and America, or for me, that was an international airport. So I was detained and searched going into and going out of before I was allowed to board the plane when I left. So I did a request and an audit, and you could say a complaint to the Department of Homeland Security and complain. And the key question that I always wanted to know was why? Why am I being detained? My electronical equipment was gone through, your computers, your phone, you have to hand it over. You could either give them your passport, otherwise they're going to confiscate it. And just what happened to me, it was obvious that there was a national security investigation. So they confirmed it. They said, yes, you were designated in what's called secondary, or it was called secondary screening, both in and out, and it's all documented. Obviously, a lot of it's redacted. So when they give you the document, there's a lot of blacked out redacted. But then I said, okay, but we haven't, and this is back and forth, meaning emails between the office in Washington D.C., Department of Homeland Security, because that's the department that controls the border control. This would be the Customs and Border agents. And I said, you still have not answered the most important question, and that question is why? Why was I detained? Why was I uh, searched and interrogated and stuff? Well, they said, and I knew this because they were directed to do this by the FBI. There is a clause, and if the and they showed me. They said we cannot tell you the reason why, but we'll provide you with information in terms of legality, what the laws are, stuff like that. And it was a standard document, and in that document, which I'm very aware of already, if this case involves national security, the US government is under no condition to reveal the reasons why, which is another basic explanation. Say it was a national security investigation. I mean, that's so okay. So it was a national security investigation. Now, that doesn't mean maybe it's from the FBI, but it's usually the FBI that runs that. So I say again, if you are under investigation and it's a national security investigation, you're not going to know. It doesn't matter if you get a lawyer, they're never going to tell you. And that case will never be closed until the day you die. But as the investigations continue to go, if they find out, it's not like my dream, but if my kids ever wanted to work in the U.S. government they're never going to do it. I mean, they'll be denied immediately. Again, it's not a big deal. It's not my dream. I don't want my kids to work for the government, but that case will never close. And while they're investigating you, and we're talking decades, when I arrived in the FBI, again, I didn't work in the criminal branch, so I didn't have that much contact with them. But there is pressure on them to finish the cases in the national security. You'll have cases like so what because as a new agent, they will hand you old cases and be like, "Yeah, this case has been going on for 25 years. Yeah, keep it going." And you'll just keep it going. And if that case has any connection maybe with your family or your friends or whatever, well then when you die, that case will continue to go on to the next. So this case will never close with me. Unless like I said, unless I have some type of influence with the director of the FBI or the president of the United States, it will never close. And I will be lucky when I die that it will close and it won't leak on or what's called transcend into other family members, or definitely will go into other people. So this is where the FISA is, and I think we all agree it is amazing because we talked about this in the FBI, but you as an average citizen, especially if you're located in certain areas, and we could talk about it, you may run into contact unbeknownst to you to a terrorist or a spy. Of course, they would never reveal their identity, but who knows? I mean, something as so benign as you might have a gym membership. Maybe you're living in LA, you go to a reputable gym, and one of the other patrons is a designated terrorist or spy. And I don't know, you just have a conversation with them about fitness. God forbid you exchange numbers or something, and totally of legal conversations. And you wouldn't even say this person's your friend. You just knew him and talked about him. Good luck to you. That just because that person's being monitored, and so now you have association with them, whether you're located outside America or inside, and especially the FISA, now it will leak on you. And now the FBI could be the NSA, and they'll be like, why is this what they assume, at least initially, law-abiding citizen? Why is he having contact with this spy or terrorist or some type of a state actor that could be assumed as a threat? And of course, it's totally benign. You wouldn't even consider yourself a friend. You might get wrapped up in that, and then all of a sudden, your information is then going to be uh, all of a sudden channeled up to the FBI. And guess what? Don't be fooled. A case is made. I'm going to give you another example. People look at me and they're like, you're in China, that's enough to do a case on you. And I'm like, yeah, you should have joined the FBI. That's exactly what it was. Because when I was in the FBI, there was a US citizen who decided to travel to North Korea. That alone was enough to do a case on him. And we have to ask ourselves, what's the reason? Meaning, I have one of my West Point friends. I'm not going to give out his name, but he did very well. Yeah, he's one of these evil capitalists, and I don't have a problem with capitalism, but it's definitely gone out of hand in America. But this guy is a multi millionaire. He went to an Ivy League MBA, he went into private equity, and he's loaded. He's in this retired phase, and he just does wacky things now. He travels around the world. He goes to the Amazon. He wants to climb Mount Everest, and he asked me, he's like, dude, he goes, you want to go to North Korea? And he didn't go to North, and he did, but he didn't go to North Korea for any nefarious reasons. He's just a wacky dude, and he's like, I just want to travel to North Korea, and he did. He traveled to North Korea. I didn't want to go just because I just don't think it's safe, and I just don't really have an interest in North Korea. But he did, He bought a plane ticket, and everything that he did was legal there. No nefarious, and he came back. Well, guess what? In many circles in the FBI, that could be alone enough information to say, an American citizen traveling to North Korea, that doesn't make sense. We're going to open up a case. And then you come back in common sense and say, what exactly did he do that was illegal? Buying a plane ticket, going there are people who go to North Korea as tourists. I know it's not up my alley, but I think we have to come back and say what was illegal about it. But if you think the FBI is designated terrorisms or spies or state actors based on legal preference, you have no clue how much leeway they have. It's almost to the point how we use the word racist. Everyone's a racist. The word for racist is if you're a white man, that's enough to be a racist or a white supremacist. Or even the terms now that we talk about a patriot or a traitor, which is going around a lot in the government, which is very dangerous. And I write this in the book about Civil War, but the terms of he's a patriot, well, I don't know. I mean, sometimes I see these people that are patriots, the politicians, not very, or traitors. But this sort of vocabulary, these labels, just like you see in the civilian world that are easily thrown around. Oh, that's how it is in the intelligence community with the FBI. But it's very dangerous because once you're labeled as that, there's no way that there's going to be no way you're going to get off it. And so, like I said, I think the danger when you have the United States government spying on you, and it just to do a quick caveat, because I think it's funny all the time when normal American citizens are being worried about being spied upon by foreign intelligence agencies. If I was a Chinese person, I'd be more worried about the Chinese government spying on me, and if I was an American, I'd be more worried about the American government spying on me. For you to be spied upon by a foreign intelligence agency, you got to be a person of very high influence. For the same reason, the American intelligence agencies are not going to spy on foreign nationals unless they have a very high level of influence. Generally speaking, the FBI and our government is going to spy on what's called the insider threat. And that's particularly those living in America, whether you're a US citizen or foreign national. So I would be worried more about the U.S. government. And sometimes people look at me and they say, "Yeah, but what about how could I protect myself? This and that." And I use the same advice that I give the Chinese. If I was a Chinese person, I would not be using Huawei. I'd probably be using Apple devices. And if I was an American, I'd probably be using foreign devices. But I think it comes from common sense. I would be more worried about as an American, and I've made it very clear. I still believe actors like Iran and China and Russia. I'm not saying they're our friends or compatriots. We still need to be very worried about them and take them as adversaries. But if you ask me what is the number one threat that's going to take away your Christian faith, European family, and the freedoms that you have as an American, it'll be domestic. It's what I label the globalist American government and the globalist corporations. They will destroy you in a heartbeat. And so I just find it almost funny that Americans are so worried about these foreign threats. But the biggest threat that's going to take away your freedom as an American, it's going to come from the US government by far. And again, though, secondary by all means, look at the other threats out there, but by all means, it's the US government. And I think one of the reasons is there's two topics I think I should talk about because it's interesting. When I was in the FBI, I don't think they're mainstream, but I think they're mainstream now, which is pretty interesting. And I think it's part of history. As time goes on, information flows out, just like this podcast, information flows out and people get educated and it goes from for lack of a better word, it goes from confidential or clandestine, it goes mainstream. One would be about Israel, and the other would be about something as controversial as something like a civil war. So when I was in the intelligence community, it was known, but it was never talked about outside. Israel was never known as an ally to us. And I could talk about the Israel subject. I get it. People look at me and they have their assumptions, and that's fine, freedom of speech. But in the intelligence unit when I was in, we would never put Israel as an ally, but we were not allowed to say anything like an enemy. It's like one of these, I guess, one of these like funny comedy shows where the guy is, I guess you call ambiguously homosexual. Like you've probably seen these Saturday Night Live shows, the ambiguous gay guy. That's the best way to describe Israel when I was in the
Ambiguously gay duo, I think it
Yeah,
was.
yeah. So that's how it was described with us, jokingly, but that's how it was described. But if you remember, in with the politicians or with Americans, Israel is our ally. That's not how it was in the intelligence community. But now I think it's changing mainstream where even the regular American citizens following the news, even I did this in one of my programs. I think his name is Congressman Brian Mast from Florida, who he knows about me. I wrote him. When he wears an IDF uniform and he's our congressman, it's like I even think now regular American citizens are starting to see that the amount of influence and control that Israel has on America, it's starting to get mainstream. But when I was in the FBI, it was mostly regulated into the intelligence community where we kind of knew it, but we were never allowed to come out and say it. It was just ambiguous. I guess you could say it's kind of like how we look at Taiwan. There's a lot of these government policies that are ambiguous. Will we defend Taiwan? Not. Just keep it ambiguous. But now I think it is becoming less ambiguous that if you asked me something where the FBI, they are the lead agency for what's called the insider threat or agents of a foreign power. If you ask me which country has the most amount of influence on America, it's Israel. And we would also be concerned if it was Canada, if it was the UK, if it was Germany, meaning one of our other good allies. It's not right. It's abnormal that why is a foreign country having so much influence. So that would be one example that I believe from 2004 when I joined to now, I think it's gone mainstream where even the average American citizen is scratching their head and be like, why are these politicians? Obviously, I have a totally different take if you're a private citizen and whatever. You might be an Italian American. You're like, I love Italy. My family's come from Italy and I love Italy. I get that. But we're talking politicians. We're talking the US government where your tax money has been given to your government and they have a duty to put America first, American citizens first. And it just doesn't make sense. And these politicians, whether they have dual nationality or even this guy Brian Mast, even if he served in the Canadian military and he wore his Canadian uniform in office, like officially, it's just very odd. It's just not. It just shouldn't be condoned. So again, back to that point, I think that's
And David, now they
yeah.
want to merge the military with Israel. Isn't that insane?
Yeah, I think what I think that's for, if I remember the amount of money, I think because the 10 years come up. So it was the year 2016 where uh the amendment to provide Israel military support, and I believe it's in the tune of $3 billion per year, 3 billion US taxpayer dollars per year. But that doesn't include supplementary. So, for instance, the Gaza conflict in 1 year, I think it went up to 14 billion. So, what I think now, Israel's getting smart and the American public is starting to see, because I get it, your hardworking American tax money, why is it being sent abroad? Whether it's to Israel, whether it's to a friendly country like Canada, it's still why. It's your tax money. So, because that is becoming more and more transparent of tax money being sent abroad, helping out Israel, their military, if they merge the military with America and Israel, which is just it's lunacy. I've never. It just goes to the original point in terms of how we're in some ways occupied. Then they're not going to have to report the money. Why? Because that money then is going to go to the U.S. Department of War, and because Israel's connected there, meaning I believe it's kind of a mechanism to hide the money. Because now, as long as the money is within the U.S. Department of War, and Israel is now part of the Department of War, well, then they're fine. Then they don't need to report it. But
And
either
also,
way,
they will
yeah,
have all the access to the supply chains, and it's going to be really difficult to disconnect from them in the future. So
Well,
they are
and
like
and the
doing,
intel, right, Joanne? To David's
yeah.
point, I mean, all the intel operations will just get handed over if that's correct.
yeah. what's interesting is someone I'll do a little history on J. Edgar Hoover because some people could say, well, what about the intel with the Five Eyes in the UK? Because conventionally, it's been the UK, but I say that conventionally because Israel, they fall under the radar. Because common sense would be if we have the Five Eyes, why wouldn't Israel to be part of it? Because again, they were so ambiguous where we don't want to officially state it. Because if we state Israel is officially part of our Five Eyes, it will also affect the political stance of America. So it's always ambiguous. Just like if Israel then, their military, their intelligence, their technology is intertwined with America, then there'll be other many facets that will never go to light. You will never know because it doesn't need to come to light. They're connected. But what's interesting, the FBI, and I know a lot of people have some issues with J. Edgar Hoover, and I will admit I'm not going to say there wasn't corruption and this and that with J. Edgar Hoover, but I don't think people understand what an interesting person this is. If you study the American military, we'll say Delta Force, which would be our elite services, which again is run by West Pointers, and our intelligence like CIA, that all comes from the British. We learn from them, except the FBI. J. Edgar Hoover was not a fan of the Brits. I mean, this guy was a nationalist. In fact, if you go back to the history of the FBI, the very first CIA agents, everything were FBI. This would have been in World War II. So if anyone wants history, we had something called the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, World War II. It got disbanded and it formed two different units. Civilian unit was CIA, and military unit was the Special Forces Green Berets, U.S. Army, where they handled the military. But the very first CIA officers overseas were actually FBI, because at the time, Hoover controlled foreign intelligence, domestic intelligence, law enforcement. The guy was more powerful than presidents. I get that. But I could tell you something, he wasn't a fan. People think that he was not a fan of the British. He had an arrogance over him, and he put American intelligence. He was not a fan of sharing it. And the point, what I'm trying to say is, we've missed that sense of nationalism where it was American first. Now I don't even know what American first is right now. I mean, we people don't even know who an American is now. I mean, isn't anyone could be an American? But if you really look at J. Edgar Hoover, and people will call him a racist, only white men were allowed to go into the FBI. I get it. I mean, but if we continue down this path of liberalization, then a key question is, what are we? And it goes back to the sense of Israel. We've turned in sense of some type of corporation, like an occupied country where we don't really have a people anymore. We don't really have a culture. And even our own politicians, as much as a lot of people were riled up about Donald Trump for being a nationalist, there's a lot of what he's doing that I would not consider nationalism. But it just reminds me of J. Edgar Hoover, where even the British, where we do owe a lot to the British in terms of what we learned from them, both military special forces, even going back to the Army Rangers. I don't know if anyone's the history of the Roger Rangers. This would be the French and Indian War during the in America, where the British Major Rogers from England, and he formed the first U.S. Army Rangers. And so we owe a lot of our history to the UK. I get that, but if you study J. Edgar Hoover, he was just not a fan of it. He was very racist. He was very xenophobic. He was very nationalism first. And I always joke, this is also obviously about the Biden era, but anyone with common sense would look at the southern border with Mexico and realize, from a national security threat, probably a good idea to close that border. If J. Edgar Hoover was alive, that he would immediately declare that a national security threat, that border would have been closed. It just would have been closed. And I think what a lot of people now are seeing then, from common sense, you don't even have to be in the intelligence. You could just say, just like the conversation we just had with Israel, merging Israeli, their military, their intelligence with America. I mean, it's just common sense. You're like, that's got to be a major national security threat. What's happened to America? The same thing with the southern border, which Donald Trump, probably from illegal immigration, probably doing a good job, but closing, every country needs to have borders. And so just a little take on J. Edgar Hoover, but a lot of this stuff never would have been permitted. But I find it a joke with the FBI is in charge of what's called agent of a foreign power, and they focus a lot on China, they focus a lot on Russia, and I get that should still be. But if you ask me, who is the number one suspect, for lack of a better word, for being an agent of a foreign power in America, I'd probably say Israel. And like I said, if you're a Jewish American, you love Israel, yeah, go for it. But there's a difference where we're talking American taxpayer money, number one. Why is it being sent to a foreign country? And two, our politicians, if you're a private citizen and you like Israel, yeah, go for it. But as a politician, you were elected to serve and put the American people first. And it's gotten to the point that it's just so obvious now that our government in many ways occupied. And this goes to the second point. Remember, I said about when I was in the intelligence community, now it's become mainstream. So the first point I think is Israel. I do think it's becoming more mainstream where people are seeing it, that there is an undue influence that Israel has in America. The second point is I could tell you about civil war. And when I left, so I left America in 2010, and it's not that I had any hatred. I've said many times, I'm very proud that I was born and raised in America, and I think America has given me a lot. But I would have been I'm sort of one of those first waves of Americans to be leaving in 2010. And if you ask me why did I leave, the same thing. I think we are headed for major troubles. And I labeled this out: phase 1 collapse, phase 2 revolution, and phase 3 civil war. Now, when I left in 2010, that was crazy. People were like, you're out of your mind. We're never going, well, technically we've already had a civil war in America, so it's not that crazy. History does repeat. But in 2010, that was pretty wild rhetoric. Now that I'm on social media and I'm sort of paying attention to America, because when I left, I didn't have any ill feelings with America. I just it's like if you were in the company Enron and Enron hired you, they gave you a good job and you were very thankful, but then you said, I think this company's going to collapse. No, it's never going to collapse. Well, eventually you say, well, I think it will. Thank you very much. I'm going to leave. That's what's going to happen to America. I mean, even in our time, we had the Soviet Union collapsing down to Russia. So the point is, this is also starting to get mainstream. I see it all the time where we're talking literally CNN and Fox levels about the stability of America, economic, the internal conflict. And I think most people would agree, depending how old you are. I'm 50 years old, I'm Generation X. I grew up in America with the Democrats and the Republicans, and most of it was kind of boring. No one would really care if you're a Democrat or Republican, and it just was sort of business as usual. Politics is getting hot now. We know that. We're feeling that. Like the tensions are rising, the economics are rising, meaning the economic disparity. And I say three things. Three factors are going to push America into some form of collapse, revolution, and civil war, which again, back then, and I'll do stories on how we did it in the FBI, but I think this is becoming more mainstream. But one is the debt. This is the individual debt and the government debt. The debt is going through the roof. The second is corruption. We are starting to see more, like even me, as an American citizen, I've said this many times. When I was detained, searched, and interrogated, survey everything, I used my constitutional rights to remain silent. Yeah, never. That was something we learned in the FBI. They jokingly like, if you ever get arrested by the police, never talk. Never talk. You have no clue how much info. Like if everyone pleaded the fifth and never talked, it would be amazing on how less convictions would be achieved. But when you're a private citizen and you want to remain silent, that's your constitutional right. That is not an admission of guilt. I say again, this is where they push back on me, the Customs and Border Patrol, very, very unprofessional, and law enforcement does this. Your right to remain silent is not an admission of guilt. It is your right to remain silent. But in my case, when I have government corruption report, and it's obvious, anyone's been following me on social media will see how much censorship I've had. The government knows who I am. The politicians know who I am. And if they don't, then they're not very, if the FBI director and CIA and all these don't know who I am, then they're not very competent. They know who I am. When the government remains silent for issues of allegations, which I am of government, that's called a cover up. And I tell America, you don't get it. If you're a private citizen and you want to remain silent, that is your constitutional right, and that is not an admission of guilt. When the United States government remains silent when a U.S. citizen has allegations of government corruption, meaning they don't even investigate it, they don't acknowledge it. It's been years and years. That is called a cover up. They have a duty. So the one thing is the first thing I talked about debt. The debt is increasing. That's the number one. We're talking again about collapse, revolution, civil war. The debt is increasing. We're never going to pay that debt off, by the way. Second is the level of corruption. I believe now that the normal American citizen is starting to see the corruption. This could also be from the globalist American corporations that are infused. I mean, I work for both Boeing and Amazon in China. These are just corrupt corporations. So, both from the government and these American globalist corporations that are tied to the government. So, corruption, meaning if they don't have to play by the rules, why do I? Remember Donald Trump, the Epstein files? What an absolute cover up that is. So, I believe the corruption is going to continue to go up. So, that's number one. And then the second one is income inequality. And I make it known. In fact, someone wrote me again about this thing about China and communism. My background has always been the military. And so I am pro capitalism. This is not capitalism anymore in America. If anyone believes that a system that is designed to put more and more wealth in the top 1%, that is a system that is going to collapse. In fact, I don't have a problem. I don't like to use the word rich and poor, but I don't have a problem in societies where there's high income earners and low income. But low income earners, hopefully you have enough money to live a decent life. But that's how life is. There's going to be men that are smart, that are hardworking, that are risk taking, and they should be rewarded. This is no longer capitalism anymore. This is continuing to fund money in the top 1%. And when I grew up from a father who's also former military, he was an entrepreneur, and he lived a different life than me. He volunteered for the Vietnam War. But when I grew up, if you didn't have money, it just means you're lazy. You're not smart enough. I don't believe that anymore. This system is so rigged right now that I don't believe now that the typical excuse, well, if you're an American man and you're not making money, you're just lazy. No, the corruption now, and I've seen it because here's something else that's just, it's mind boggling with my story. And this shows how the system is corrupt and how this system called capitalism continues to fund money in the top 1%. This is not. Let's use the example of Boeing. Boeing, which phenomenal company. The history of Boeing is a German man called Boeing, born and raised in Germany, educated in Switzerland, moved to America, and he formulated the Boeing company, which was phenomenal. The history of Boeing is also interesting. It used to be a monopoly. It used to be United Airlines and Pratt and Whitney engines and Boeing combined. I think the law was in 1950, where it was considered a monopoly and it got broken up. But it is an unbelievable company, but it's become corrupt because just like I said, our founding forefathers, I believe their sense of morality continues to drop and drop and drop. So today's Boeing, just like today's FBI and whatever, is not like before. But let's use common sense. Boeing is officially part of the military industrial complex. I work for Boeing in Beijing as head of them in terms of their resilience, their security, their investigation, cyber in Beijing. So the first question you would ask is, why is the military industrial complex Boeing, which is a leader in Beijing, working for the Chinese government? Because talk about a conflict of interest. They're in Washington, D.C., and they want your taxpayer money to fund their program because of evil China. But at the same time, they're in Beijing. I've seen it. I've worked on the second largest project in the history of Boeing overseas. They love China because, again, these corporations have they have no morals. It's all about money. So why are they in China? But then it gets even worse. I was up for a promotion in Boeing, so I wasn't a bad employee. Up for a promotion in Boeing, and then I became an ethical whistleblower in Boeing in China. I was unethically terminated from Boeing. So the story gets even worse. First of all, I was replaced by a local Chinese person. Well, that's interesting. The Chinese person has connections with the government. We could get into that. But let's just use that basic argument. And what that basic argument I said before is, our system now in America is so corrupt that it's no longer capitalism, that the rich are getting rich because of corporation versus hard work, this and that. I sued Boeing both in the Chinese courts. I'm probably one of the only Americans to ever do this. I sued Boeing in the Chinese courts and the American courts. And they're registered in Chicago. That was what I flew in 2019 Chicago. They're registered in Chicago, even though they're headquartered in Seattle. So if you use common sense, because Boeing is part of the military industrial complex, they always say America first, American citizens first, and of course, American military veterans first. So common sense would say if you sue that company as an American, you are definitely going to get justice in America. Because, right? Because our courts, our justice system, this is the propaganda in America. America has a just legal system versus China. It was the opposite. I sued them in China and I won. I sued them in America, and the federal judge, this is the corruption of collusion, because if people think the FBI and the CIA are powerful, you have no clue how powerful these companies like Amazon and Boeing are. They're infused in our government. In fact, if you go to these companies, you'll find all retired former CIA, FBI. These people, these corporations are more powerful than countries on themselves. I spent $50,000 of my own money, which is a huge amount of money for a person like me, on lawyer fees to sue Boeing in America because I knew I was going to win. It's black and white. Eventually the federal judge, this is a federal judge. She's a typical white woman who doesn't like white men. I mean, if you read her bio, it's ridiculous. She colluded with the Boeing Corporation, and the Boeing Corporation convinced her to not allow my case to go to court because I was going to win. So it's not even as if I lost my case in America. I wasn't even allowed to present my case in America. But in China, they allowed to present my case, and I won within 24 hours. Stories like this is why the American government doesn't want my story to come out, because what's the propaganda? The American legal system is just, it's good, and all these other countries. So it goes back to my point. I grew up as a young child thinking if you don't have money, you're lazy, you're dumb, you're not willing to take risks. I don't believe that anymore in America. I believe our capitalist society now has changed so much, to include Donald Trump. I really think now, if you know my background, I was a hard Trump supporter. It's not like I support the Democrats. And in some ways, I still support Trump here and there. But I do believe, and it's just the nature of the beast, I think Donald Trump, from his economic insider trading, could quite possibly be one of the most corrupt presidents in the history. But then if you say, well, David, if he's corrupt, who's better? I don't know. I don't know. It's not like I'm pointing to any of the Democrats. It's not like I'm a fan of JD Vance and Marco Rubio, but I do believe whatever good we could talk about Donald Trump, and we could say some good stuff about him, but I believe the insider trading with his oligarch friends, with his family, with his business, he could quite possibly hit the record books on the most corrupt president. And so it goes back to Boeing. Any American citizen with common sense would say, as an American military veteran, if you had to place your bets on where I would get legal justice in the courts, China or America, I think 95% of Americans would say, of course, in America. He's an American citizen. This is America. We have a legal system. China has no legal system. No, you're wrong. And again, I know more about China than most people in the government, but these stories, it's going to be what's called, that's going to push the American public to the point where they're probably going to get to the point of not wanting to pay taxes anymore and probably realizing that voting doesn't matter anymore. But again, it's going to be the debt, individual debt, government debt is going to continue to skyrocket. Two, the level of corruption is going to get more and more transparent and known, that people are going to say, well, if they don't play by the rules, why don't I play by the rules? And we're tired of hearing this stupid saying by MAGA. Not like I said, not like I'm a fan of Democrats. Well, you just must be anti-capitalism. This is not capitalism anymore. This is not this is cronyism. This is corporatism. This system continues to funnel money in the top 1%. And it doesn't matter what you label this type of system. If the money continues to get funneled in the top 1%, this system's done. And I think, and that's also something that I said when I talk about, collapse and civil war. When I left in 2010, I think a lot of Americans like me, they were leaving for some of them adventure, some of them were just sick of America, but they would never say civil war. But they're like, screw this country, I'm tired of it. I just want to see other countries. But now you're seeing people not only leave that are normal American citizens that are saying this country's going in the toilet, but you're also seeing high net worth earners. Don't fool yourself. These same American, very rich business owners and influential people, they have their second passports lined up already. They have their houses abroad lined up already. When this country tanks, all that patriotism that they say, I love America, they're gone. They're out of here. And that is becoming mainstream. That wasn't like that in 2010 when I left America. Now you are seeing Americans saying, I need a plan B, meaning they are starting to realize that this country in America, it may collapse. And the only time in my life that I first started thinking that was my first year in the FBI, 2005. Everything before then, West Point, growing up in New York, I never would even imagine that America is the best country on earth. It's awesome. We're going to keep getting better and better and better. That's sort of the mentality that I had, and I think it was shared by high school classmates, even when I was at West Point. But when I was in the FBI, I realized this system, I think, is not going to get better and better. And if you study history, all superpowers eventually they come to an end. It's part of the history books, and that was the first time in 2005 that I realized that this may happen. And leaving America was just my choice. I mean, you could stay, but I do think it's becoming mainstream now that this system is getting more and more shaky, and you have to start planning. I had a West Point friend of mine. He even reached out to me. He's like, David, I knew you left in 2010. I thought you're nuts. My wife now is getting on my case. We need to have a plan B. He's like, we're not leaving America, but she is worried. We have to get a plan B. Talk to me. How do I do this? What country can I go to? How about visas, this and that? That was never done before. So, like I said, those would be the two things that come to my mind about that was more regulated intelligence before. One would be Israel, that ambiguous relationship that before was, like I said, was confined with the intelligence community. I think the average American citizen that really pays attention to the news is really starting to ask their question about what is this relationship with Israel. The second one is in the intelligence community, we always focus on state actors that, just like North Korea, and we would always say the same thing. Their number one objective is the survival of the regime. And we would always say they don't care about rules and laws. The survival of the regime is paramount. They'll do anything. Think of a North Korea. Guess what? It's going to happen in America. If you think the Constitution is going to protect you, I walked into an FBI supervisor's office when I was in the FBI. On his wall, he had the Constitution, but it was altered with other with like a saying below, and he said, this is not a suicide pact. And of course I went in his office. I said, what does this mean? He goes, hey, and this is back in 2004, and he's like, listen, we got the Constitution, and the Constitution, the best way to describe it from the intelligence community, for the same reason that I work for the corrupt Amazon company and Boeing, which are these corporations, all these corporations had a compliance policy, an ethics policy, but there should be small letters below that says, we'll do the best we can to follow this. But if it comes into contention with our profits, well, then all bets are off. Meaning money is going to be first, and then all these compliance and ethics programs of these corporations is second. That's the
I have a
same.
question for you, David.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yes,
hang
Oh
on,
my
Yitz.
God,
Yitz.
kids,
You were doing
no.
so well, Yitz. So David,
I have
Yitz.
only a minute. Just be a quick question,
Okay,
David.
okay. Only a
So,
quick little. All right, we'll do a quick little comical interlude.
Wait your turn, Yitz. This is
Okay.
bullshit.
yeah, so,
All he does is want
okay,
to
so,
fail space.
okay, so David, can you hear me, David?
Yeah, I can hear. Is it Yitz?
Yeah,
Yes,
he
yes,
he
okay,
so he said you,
okay,
he's very
okay,
polite and
yes,
he's
so,
kind of like a caricature. Okay, go for it. It's really quick.
so I'm not a caricature. I believe in
I said
my
kinda.
principles and values.
You
So,
sound like
David,
a central Jew, Yitz. So yes, you're a
okay,
caricature of the Jew.
Okay,
Hang on,
well,
Best.
hold on,
We'll,
Best.
we'll let Yitz go quickly, and then we'll get back to David.
yeah, thank you. So, David, you're obviously a capo and a traitor. How does that make you feel?
I guess I probably asked you to define what that traitor would be, but I value your free speech, that's for sure. I have no problem with these terms, but I would just say use logic and just please back that up to explain how would I be a traitor.
You're a traitor to this country, and you're a capo for your own heritage. It's very sad to see. I hope you make two votes someday.
Okay. So do you mean I'm a traitor for America then?
Israel. Go to Israel.
You're a traitor. You're
No,
a traitor
please
for
say
America
no, I didn't
and
say a traitor to
Israel.
Israel. That's
Yeah.
So
what you say.
exposing corruption is being a traitor to your country, kids? Like, don't you think the government is the actual traitors? Like,
He's only
I need you
exposed
to explain
himself.
your logic, kids.
He's only explained himself. He's a
He was
capo, and
exposing corruption, kids. How does that make him a traitor?
Because he's
I
not sucking a Jew dick. That's why. Shut the fuck up, Yitz.
Hang on,
Hold
hang on.
on,
Let's try to
Best.
keep it professional.
Yeah,
Yes, we're going to give you 30 seconds. You can use that for questions to David or with a statement, but then we'll go back to David and get this back on the train tracks.
Yes, yes. He works for China, and the whole idea that Israel just receives gifts from America like a charity is utter total nonsense. If anything, America has a lot of influence over Israel. It's the other way around. It's not Israeli influence over America. So this is very sad to see and hear. And no wonder you're no longer working for the FBI, David. And that's all I
He
have to say.
resigned himself. It's like he was like, there is corruption
Well,
here. I don't want to work here.
to receive anti-Semitic bothersomes on a daily basis.
yeah.
I hope people are just bothering you in your daily life about you being a Jew, and then tell you to go back to Israel.
All
He
right.
has
So
never even been
really,
to Israel.
You've
really
never
quickly,
even
David. So
been.
I want to just apologize for Yitz
Yeah.
jumping in. Yitz, I even sent you a note saying please don't do that, and you were just unable or incapable of doing so. Nonetheless, Yitz, if you do it again, I'll have to move you down to listener, which I don't want to do. I like that you're up here. You're normally very polite. You did go a solid 20 or 30 minutes without interrupting, so I was kind of impressed. But then you lost the streak. Yitz, too bad. But David, I just wanted to say. This has been absolutely brilliant thus far, and I apologize that Yitz kind of derailed. I hope you're able to get right back onto that track because
I do have to
no
go,
no
Ian, so
no
that's
Yitz
why.
Okay,
Yitz.
then leave
I'm
it.
gonna
It's
give you
okay.
one more warning, and then you're getting you're getting, well, I'm not even gonna use truth teller's joke about the certain
Well, no,
things.
I
No,
have to go, Ian, but thank you for the mic.
okay, well then,
Go.
Yitz, you're welcome to leave. There's the door. Thank you so much for stopping by. You're welcome to come back if you choose later. David,
There's
again, I
the
apologize. Yitz is usually very polite, and he actually, I'll give him credit, David, because when we talk about Israel and Jewish control of kind of the United States, he's one of the few individuals that will at least say, yes, the things that you're saying are accurate. He will then try to give color on why that might not be a bad thing, but he at least is somewhat pleasant and polite, despite just being a crazy Jewish person. But nonetheless, David, let's go back to you.
Yeah, sure. If I could just respond, I know he left, but it's good for the audience to know. But it is interesting in America that the Jewish thing could go back and forth. Meaning, I get it on the right, you work for the Jews, and then on the left, you're not loyal to the Jews, and we have to honor free speech, either one. But I think the key with Israel is this: number one, I think if you ask most Americans, for instance, do you support Israel? Do you support Palestine? I think they both say neither one. Meaning, it's time to just focus on America first. So I don't have an issue with Israel in itself. I mean, God bless them, do what they got to do. I think the key though is why is our tax money being spent there? How they want. There's problems around the world. I mean, I could talk about Xinjiang. Is there a genocide going on? Then we have Ukraine. There are problems and atrocities around the world. Even when we look about our founding fathers, did our founding fathers have some issues? Was there a sense of genocide to the Native Americans? We could go on and on. But I think the key is I think Americans many times with these overseas issues is listen, I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's not true. Do you do with your stuff? But why are we sending our tax money over there? So my feeling with the whole Israel thing is that I've never said I was an expert on the Middle East. I focus on China. And it's similar with the Ukraine and Russia thing. I think more and more Americans are just, why are we involved? Why are we spending our money? Is Russia right? Is Ukraine right? I think most Americans like, I just don't care. I just don't want to spend my tax money. I just want to be out of it. Same thing with Taiwan or China. Same thing with Israel and Iran. Perhaps Israel and Iran, maybe it is a justified war from Israel. Well, then, go for it. Good luck to you. But why are we getting involved? So I do think that American first ideology is, I think sometimes Americans are just getting tired of being overwhelmed in these overseas affairs. And many times they might not know who's right or who's wrong, but we just want to stay out of it. So in terms of Yitz, I don't really have a problem. In fact, like I said, many times people want to label Russia's the enemy or China's the enemy. I keep saying I really think our biggest problem is our own government that does not put American citizens first, that does not spend our American taxpayer money on American first initiatives. That I think is the biggest problem. It's similar to if you're living in a house and the bank is about to foreclose on your home. Your wife is about to divorce you. Your daughter's doing OnlyFans, and your son thinks he wants to become a transsexual. And then the world says, "Hey, we really need to care about the other countries. It's like, are you kidding me? My life is falling apart right now. This is how I feel out of Americans. And so it's not that it's a positive or a negative on these foreign countries. I think generally speaking, Americans are just getting more and more tapped out of why are we in this endless wars and why are we sending our tax money abroad. But in terms of Israel, I've never said I was an expert on it, so it is what it is. So, like I said, if people have foreign policy questions, I definitely focus a lot on China, and I could generally speak about other countries, but it comes back to just that sense of American first. And I do think Americans in general, at least why a MAGA is splitting, they've become more and more disenchanted with Trump of this sort of nationalism propaganda and promises that he made during the campaign trail. And now you're wondering, is it American citizens first or American corporations first, which is different? And, why are we in Iran? Why are we in this? So I think that's another issue with that. But I get, and here's something else, and people think they don't believe me on this, and that is China is not a advocate of free speech. America is an advocate of free speech. But believe me now or believe me later, there are topics in China that you can talk about. These are the taboo topics in America. This would be about Israel. This would be about Jews. This would be about feminism, gender. This would be about race. You have no clue the amount of free speech in China that they could talk about. And I've said many times, and this is not a negative statement on the Chinese, but it's one of the most racist countries I've ever seen in the world. And again, that's not an insult to them. But I'm just trying to tell you that a lot of these topics that are taboo that we cannot talk about in America, even though we should, free speech, you could talk about it in China. Now, if you talk about negative things about the Chinese government, yeah, you're going to get in trouble. But you would be absolutely, I mean, there'll be a Chinese person that'll meet you and they'll be like, just any of the topics of World War II, Adolf Hitler. It is a totally different world in China when it comes to free speech. But anyway, that's the one thing as a person who's been censored. Just to give you an example on the amount of censorship I've had. If anyone goes to my homepage, there's like this video. I think it's like 20 minutes. That was the first. It's my pinned video. That was the video I made when I first went out on social media in September of 2023. And I made that video, and the only social media that I was going to go on, because not like I've been following social media, was YouTube, because I did watch YouTube just personally. So I made that video for YouTube. I had a YouTube channel, meaning I just made it and I launched the video. And that video just wasn't racking up. And I was like, this is ridiculous. I mean, it was like 10, 20 people. I said, something's weird. Now, this is documented too, because again, this is also my fourth X account. On the first X account, I provided all the documentation. So on YouTube, there just weren't many views. So I paid an official YouTube advertising agency. If I believe the price, it was about $250. I said, listen, here's my video. I use 250, and this is advertised directly on YouTube. This company is recommended by Google, by YouTube to advertise. It's not some outside. I paid them the money and I said, here's the video, advertise it. Within a week later, they came back to me. They refunded my money and they said, sorry, David, this video has been flagged by Google and is considered sensitive. We cannot work with you. And then and so here I am, a military veteran on YouTube, which is an American. So then, and this is what people don't understand about TikTok. So I just used YouTube, and I go to my friend. I said, "Are you kidding me?" He goes, "Have you ever thought about TikTok?" And at TikTok, I think it's the same, but you can upload long videos. So you could literally upload a 20-minute video. He goes, "Have you thought about TikTok?" I said, no, load it on TikTok. I load on TikTok. That thing was over 100,000 views within a week, and my TikTok was going through the roof. But wait a minute, I'm on my fourth TikTok account. So TikTok was doing very well because people think it's Chinese, but there's a caveat to it. TikTok is controlled by ByteDance. Now, the ByteDance in China is different than TikTok, which is overseas, but there's a caveat. So originally on TikTok, I was doing very well. And then all of a sudden, I was posting other political leadership stuff. I remember one was on Germany, where it was about Angela Merkel, if you remember the refugees coming in there. And it was like a meme. It was like one of these memes, like this country's going to go to hell in a handbasket, something like that. And I immediately got a strike. Like this, you have a warning, a strike. Then I did another video on the UK, same thing. It was immigration, boom, strike. Well, within a short time, that account was suspended. What people don't realize is it doesn't matter if you're a foreign company like ByteDance, if you're going to operate in the Western world like Europe and America, you have to also go through the communication, what I call gatekeepers. And if you start doing stuff that's politically incorrect, think of stuff like immigration, of race, of feminism, or anything. Like, in fact, I had a video now. I'm on my fourth TikTok account, but if it gets banned, I could care. This is something that happened to me literally last week. I posted a video and it's on the X where it basically shows Donald Trump is basically saying he's Jewish. He's like, I'm not a Christian. It's the video that's circulating. It doesn't show Donald Trump's hand on the Bible when he's swearing as president. He said, I'm your first Jewish president. I'm not a Christian, something like that. On TikTok, that video was flagged. Well, I appealed it, and the appeal was, why are you flagging it? This is all from mainstream sources, whether from CNN. And luckily, they unflagged it, and it was allowed to display. But I'm telling you, these taboo subjects in the West, again, it could be World War II, it could be Israel, it could be race, it could be feminism. That is not censored in America or in China. So if we're going to be Americans and we're going to have something called the freedom of speech, and it's obviously Europe's different, it's worse in Europe. But if we're going to be Americans, then we have to allow freedom of speech. And I get it. I get it all the time. Like you're a Jew, you're a kike. I get it. Trust me. I grew up in New York. You have to have thick skin. If you're gonna be an American or military, you have to have thick skin. But I do want to know, set the record straight. I'm not an expert on Israel. I'm not an expert on this, but I generally think is it's America first, and whatever Israel wants to do or these other countries, I think it's to the point that we just need to start focusing more on America, American citizens. And it's similar how I look at Ukraine. I don't know, people say Russia invaded Ukraine. I'm not going to argue it, but we invade countries all the time too as Americans. So I still think, and that's something I learned in China. It's called brother wars. That I think, generally speaking, Ukraine and Russia, leave them alone, let them figure out what to do it. And I just want to broaden the policy too, especially as a former U.S. Army officer where I served in NATO. I do think what Trump is doing in NATO is 100% correct. And let me explain it. So this goes with Yitz's I'm working for China. If you've seen the amount of racist dialogue I've said about Chinese people, if you go to my videos, I'm not working for the Chinese people. And I'm not, I did not, just another thing, I don't want to do a tangent. My goal of going to China was I really wanted to study this country, and because what I predicted, it is going to become one of the significant global powers in the world. But I didn't go there for Asian women or so. It just wasn't my thing. I'm very happy with European white American women. That's fine. So back to the subject in terms of, lost my train of thought. Uh, in terms of, I think I was talking about Taiwan or, oh man, I'm sorry. One of the few times I lost a train of thought on that. But anyway, let me think where I was. But when we're looking at foreign policy, I think that's where I was going in terms of that is we're really looking at America first. And a lot of these foreign policies, it just is not in the interest of America. And we have to ask ourselves as Americans, where are we going? Where is the eventual path that it's going to take us down as America continues to go lower and lower in terms of our status? But anyway, I lost my train of thought, Ian and Joanne. So please feel free to say anything. But Joanne, I could put a quick topic, and that is what people don't understand. So again, I'm not an expert on Israel. I did live in Beirut, and I would tell the people that there are obviously Christians. I lived in the Christian sector right near the U.S. embassy there, and there are actually Jews there too, and they treat me very well. Obviously, with the Palestinian or with the Lebanese, whether it's Muslim Lebanese or Christian, there is a divide. There is definitely a divide going there. But when I lived with the Christians, very European. They treated me very well, and I had a great time when I was in Beirut. And it's definitely not something that people could imagine there. And something also I learned from the Christian Lebanese that there are Christian Palestinians. There are even Palestinian Jews. And so what I also say on that is I think Americans right now are being to the point that they don't trust what's coming out of the government. So for them to comment, hey, do you support Palestine? Do you support Israel? Do you support Iran? Do you support China? Do you support Ukraine? Do you support Taiwan? It's like, dude, I don't trust anything, what's going on in propaganda, the media. It's just time to keep our taxpayer money in America and focus on America. And to all these other countries, best of luck to them. Do what they got to do. But I just think it would be amazing for an American now to say, well, I believe my country and I believe Iran is a threat and we have to go to war because they have nuclear weapons. Then I guess we're going to have to go to war with North Korea and China and Russia. Like, where does it end? And I think Americans are just more to the point of they don't even believe their own government. So they just want to stay out of this stuff. And to Israel, and I've said it, I'm not against Israel. It's just best of luck and let them figure it out how they want to do it. But to send American military and American taxpayer money to them, I think that's where Americans are like, why? Like, why are we involved when our own country is falling apart in front of our eyes? And I do think that's something that I think a lot of Americans are disappointed in Donald Trump MAGA, that in some way, shape, or form, whether he's compromised, whether he's bribed, that there is some type of influence that Israel has over him. And as the president of the United States, I say again, it doesn't matter whether it's Israel or a country like Canada. It's a national security threat. You cannot have it. And how's anyone who does not look at those Epstein files beyond the pedophilia? I look at it more from a national security standpoint where we're compromised, the Epstein file. How that man said, don't worry about the Epstein files or who cares or let's get past it. How any MAGA person was not absolutely shocked with that. I mean, any normal FBI agent, if that was put on your desk, that's like the golden turkey right there, meaning the amount of information that has got to be in there from national security. And then to say, don't worry about it, let's just move on. That's my point where I think Americans, and this goes on to that sense of corruption and collapse, where I think more and more Americans are losing their faith and trust in the American government, which is dangerous. So it goes on to these foreign conflicts. It's not like I'm saying I'm for it, I'm against it. It's more like we just want to stay out of it. And nationalism isn't 100% isolationist, but we are way too involved in foreign affairs that it's at the end of the day, most of these Americans that are so much into these foreign affairs, they've never served in the military. And meaning it's not going to be them who's going to die. Donald Trump is a repeat draft dodger, and I knew that. But I assumed that Donald Trump was going to be against war. So if you're a draft dodger, but you're against wars, at least there's some logical, they could line up. But to be a repeat draft dodger and to be pro wars, at the end of the day, to the Americans, we don't have the blood and the treasure to do this stuff. So that's what I think is the big answer to this Iran and Israel and Ukraine and Russia and Taiwan. And it's just not going to be. And to these Americans that think we're going to get involved in Taiwan and do that, most of these Americans, they're not going to die. Most of these politicians, their sons and daughters aren't going to die. And the money that's going to be spent on these wars, the typical American citizen, you're not going to profit off it. Now, if you're connected to the military industrial complex like Boeing and they're going to make a ton of money off these wars. The amount of insider trading that the Trump family has made through these wars is ridiculous. But the normal American, you're not going to make any money. The US dollar is going to go down with the printing. And it's gonna create it. But I do get that. So the point with Yitz, I get that all the time, and I get it, and it's a point to be known. But I really think the average American, if you said, do you support Palestine? Do you support Israel? I think most Americans would say neither. Just stay out of it, and best of luck to them, and let them do it. And I think it's time to put America first because our country's falling apart. But Ian and Joanne, I talked a lot. If there's any questions, by all means, let me know, and I'd be happy to talk.
Yeah, so one thing I would throw out, and this goes back, it was curious because when you were walking through kind of East Germany, obviously my brain goes to let's say the perspective involvement of course the Soviet Union and the Russians within that side and what that intel agency was doing, and so just looking into it, I know that that Marcus Wolf, who actually he ran the Stasi from 1952 until 86. That he happened to be uh, of a certain ethnicity, let's just call it, but also had, of
Yeah.
course, long-standing ties with the Soviet Union. An individual who had basically came from a family that fled Germany, and is essentially, I was just looking into it. So he was running the HVA, which was the Foreign Intelligence Arm. And when asking for some kind of, let's say, a metaphor, Grok said for 34 years sat at the heart of the spider web as the head of that agency, essentially overseeing every web that came off of it. Right. And so just kind of curious, and I mention it because one of the things that I fear is that this surveillance state that you're describing, I mean, I could not agree more that it's taking a hold. And the thing that I fear kind of most about it is it feels to me that the CIA and the FBI, even if they were doing all of their best, let's say, to be as patriotic as could be, if I then look at the tools and the technologies that they're using, whether it's Google, it's Facebook, it's Meta, that entire operation, obviously you mentioned TikTok, which we saw that it was acquired by Larry Ellison, right?
Yep.
Like all of these various groups and tech agencies being at the very highest levels, of course, run by individuals that are not only Zionists in almost every single case, Larry Ellison being an obvious one, but also of Jewish ethnicity with clear ties and allegiance of some form over to Israel. So I'm curious if you wouldn't mind just giving your thoughts on these intel agencies, whether it is the CIA, the FBI, the Five Eyes, the ways that, in your opinion anyway, that they integrate or do not integrate with the commercial sector, especially given what we've seen with Palantir, for example. I mean, are Palantir, OpenAI, Google, are they as powerful, if not even more so, than the U.S. intel agencies? And if so, are they an extension of them, or do you feel that they're totally bifurcated and firewalled?
Yeah, so I'll answer that question. Before I do it, I'll do a caveat on that. And I think from leadership, there's two elements that continue to progress in society that seem to be unstoppable. One is technology, and two is globalization. When I was a young child, again, I've never said I was an expert on Christianity, nor am I expert on Judaism, but I remember as a child, one of my friends in high school was a big Christian, and he talked to me about the mark of the beast. I'm sure many people now probably know what I'm talking about. But at the time, I thought that's crazy. We're going to be chipped. Remember, when I grew up, we didn't even have cell phones back then. But it just sounded so odd to me. But if you see how globalization and technology is allowing globalization to be controlled, meaning to be our elites to control the global network even more and more so. So globalization technology continue to increase, and I do think about these Bible prophecies where before I thought they sounded kind of weird. Now I'm thinking, I don't know, this stuff could come. But anyway, back to your question in terms of the intelligence agencies and technology, 100%. We have a term in the military called combat multipliers, but I think technology has changed the entire facet. Well, you got to remember what happens in the intelligence communities also happen in real life, and look how technology has changed our life. We're on X, it's become more globalized, like all this technology. So that has been absolutely incorporated in technology in the intelligence community. So what happens is in the national security branches, these would be the NSA, the CIA, the FBI, or what's we call the Big Five, also the Defense Intelligence Agency. There is an absolute nexus with Silicon Valley. So, for instance, many people probably are familiar with Palantir. So, the reason why that is so important is for the exact what the power that technology will do. And these companies will be worked under, whether as its entirety or maybe in subdivisions working on certain projects for the intelligence community, because information is power and those who have that information have that leverage. So our government is now China's doing the same thing. This is global. All the governments are understanding that and they're needing to use it. But I would say sooner or later this element of privacy is going to come more and more of a whimsical dream. Of course, the government wants to contain their privacy as much as they want, but for the everyday citizen, I guess these would be these Hollywood movies. I can't think of the one. I guess maybe it would be called Minority Report. Maybe there was a movie on Tom Cruise, something like that. But what type of world are we going there? And I think with technology, it could be almost unstoppable. Even a person like Elon Musk, where we're on his platform, Elon Musk, just so you know, my first X account, when I first got on, it was blowing up. It was past 10,000 followers and boom, 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 suspended. The reason, because I was talking about violence, that was, so then I appealed and I said, what exactly did I say? Of course, they're not going to tell you. So again, it's the same technology. They know about you don't know about them. Because I said, if you're going to suspend me on issues that I'm talking about violence, please specify what I said. They said, no, we're not going to specify, but your appeal is denied and your account is permanently blocked. So they know about us. We don't know about them. But what platform are we on right here? Elon Musk. What's my take on a guy like Elon Musk? I'm saying it to be very beneficial. It's still a 50-50 on this guy. It's just a 50-50. But this is the amount of power. In fact, the only good part that I could tell you is, and this also seems to be biblical, is you have, I guess, the normal people like us, but then you have those that are in charge, the elites. But don't fool yourself. The elites are not all together. That may be how the system is going to be reformed, is the battle that's going to be taking place from those who have power. So, for instance, in America, there is a bit of a split between the Wall Street power brokers who've contained power in America through the legacy, and I guess they call them tech bros now. That's the term for these billionaire. This would be Elon Musk, where these billionaire techies, where they also have a different ideology. Peter Thiel, and it's sort of like the Hollywood movies where we're just seeing the big heavyweights battle it out, but we also know whoever wins is going to be our new master. So what I don't want you to think that America, it has this one globalist elite. There are different factions that are fighting, and I do think two of them would be this technology and this Wall Street. And I think this could be where that synergy of maybe crypto is going to go and stuff like that, because if you control the money, you control the people. But Ian, back to your question, this technology is going to get to the point that it's also even hindering how intelligence operations works overseas. Where before even the FBI, we had multiple fake aliases where I would have different driver's license and different passports and different identification. But considering facial recognition now, that's going to be putting a hindrance. Where now they're viewing that the future of intelligence, they could be sort of like just how we use what's called burner phones, because you're never going to, once the government, regardless of the government, is spying on your electronical devices, the only thing you really can do is you have to get rid of it and get a new one. Now, how does that relate to the example I've said? Now they're looking in intelligence, a new form of intelligence where you recruit. There's a reason why a CIA agent is generally younger than an FBI agent. Generally speaking, a new FBI agent is about 30 years old. A CIA agent's 25. Now they want to make them younger, because the younger you are, the less of a digital. Well, now it would be considered a digital footprint. Back then there was no digital, but either way, a sense of your information on you. Where now maybe the new model is looking at where you recruit younger CIA officers. They go out to overseas, just like a burner phone. They'll do their 1 or 2 tours of duty and then they retire. They have to leave because they're going to be burnt. And you get the new person in there because with facial recognition, digital technology, these people are not going to be able to stay under alias for 20 years. This is never going to happen. And there's only so many slots where you could work in, say, headquarters, where you don't have to be under alias anymore. So it's basically like, okay, we're going to take this 20-year-old, 22-year-old kid, we're going to train him up quick, and we're going to say, all right, you got basically 2 tours of duty, and then it's over for you, buddy. And then we're going to rotate him into some type of civilian, or maybe he's going to work for the government in some type of civilian capacity in Washington, D.C., push papers. But the whole clandestine, because of technology, I mean, you're going to these countries. In fact, I'm going to give you an example of China. When I first moved to China in 2010, the normal way to do transactions, financial transactions, is cash. I mean, it was unbelievable. I mean, people would just have suitcases of cash, buy cars. I mean, everything was done in cash. Now, it is like a cashless society. Well, the problem is that cashless society, they're going to be able to track you. So don't think this is only happening in America. This is happening around the world. This adoption of technology. And this technology is going to be, like I said, a combat multiplier on the US government to keep tabs and notes primarily on US citizens and secondarily on foreign nationals. It's the same thing with China. Trust me, the Chinese government, first and foremost, they're spying on their own citizens first, and then foreign nationals second, and only influential. But if you're a Chinese citizen, you are definitely under that digital footprint of the Chinese government. There's nothing getting out of that. Is that where, like, even this guy, Peter Thiel, I don't know if you followed the news, he's relocating to Argentina. I think he already bought a multi-million-dollar house in Argentina. And he's in very good influence connections with the president of Argentina, where I think he also wants to put this new technology in place. But the reason why I wanted to caveat that first, when I first started talking about technology and globalization, I almost think that this is just unstoppable. And it goes back to that story, like I said, the mark of the beast. Like maybe this could be a time, and you're going to see it. It's the same thing in the military. If you see in the military, those soldiers who attend church when they're back in garrison versus attend church when they're at war, it's radically different. Because when you're a soldier and you're in garrison, whatever, you're going to the gym, you're just, I guess, having fun doing training and you don't want to go to church. You get deployed to a combat zone, you start thinking about, I might die, church attendance goes up. So, what does this pertain to this conversation? Well, remember, I keep talking about the mark of the beast, technology, maybe collapse. Maybe one of the ways to combat this, I do think, as harder times come from Americans and Americans like, what do I do? One thing is maybe reaching back to religion. I mean, like I said, I think back to my friend in high school. He talked about the mark of the beast. And I remember telling him, I'm like, you're crazy. Because remember, we didn't have computers back then. We didn't have cell phones. And it sounded so crazy. Now I'm starting to think maybe taking a good look at that Bible and rereading it. But I have noticed in sense of religion, those that are spiritually grounded, they are the strongest to withstand the forces of nature, the forces of evil. Why? Because if you find a person that is heavily religious, heavily spiritual, heavily philosophical, they have come to terms with death. And I know I took the conversation to a different tangent, but it just seems to be, if you're starting to see where this world is going and the calamities, that there could be an increase, just how I mentioned about soldiers when they're deployed downrange. There is a significant 50% increase in church attendance. I have a feeling that's going to start happening because I don't think Donald Trump of this saving America, and it's not necessarily him. I think this system is going to get worse. So maybe sometimes in the big picture, maybe it's that sense of finding, and I've traveled the world. I have to admit it, and again, like I talked about Israel, I talk about Islam the same way. I would actually rather spend time talking with a devout Muslim, a devout Buddhist, than the typical consumerist, empty American that's like, man, I just want to watch the next Hollywood movie, the football game, drink a beer, and I can't wait to buy more shit. The typical consumerist America, very empty people. And so when you find people that are spiritually grounded, whether that's from religion or philosophy, there is a sense of deeper life. And I think maybe that's also one of the ways that America is being controlled. It's much more of an individualistic society. And you killed religion, you killed the father, and everyone's an individual, and everyone. And I remember when I left America in 2010, I was having lunch with my West Point friend in New York City. And he's like, why are you leaving? What's the problem? And I said, it just seems to be America. If I had to describe it, it's just make money and have fun, just fun, like hedonism. And I said, that's not a good formula for the future. I said, we're not bound by anything. It's just make money and have fun. And that's a very dangerous way to go into the future. And so, like I said, back to your question, Ian, the intelligence community, along with the government, the military, like the warfare, we call it what was the word I'm thinking? It's revolution in warfare, meaning warfare is going to be changed with this technology. Intelligence is going to be changed in this technology. Our life is being changed in this technology. For the good or for the bad, I guess we're going to have to see. But I do think about my friend that talked to me about just that story with the mark of the beast. And I'm starting to think that maybe these biblical prophecies, maybe it's a good time to review them because it seems to be we're going to go in that direction. That sooner or later, I mean, think about it. When was the last time you don't have your cell phone, your mobile phone on you? It seems to be like it's literally attached to our hip. Everywhere we go, we have to have our phone. Sooner or later, who knows? Are we going to get chipped? And I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of Americans think it's just great. This is great. Let's just chip us, and life will be so much more convenient. And that's also something in terms of leadership that it's sad, but this is again when you talk about spiritual people. I think most people live their life based upon survival and not about what's called evolution. And because it's survival, I mean, you can almost put any system into place in America, and it seems like as long as Americans can get their beer and their hot dog and be fine, that they'll kind of be sold over for it, and it's a very scary thing, which also goes into COVID and universal basic income. I mean, I didn't even consider getting the COVID vaccine, not even consider it. But when the government gives you free stuff like COVID, you need to watch out for it. So the same thing with universal basic income. When the government, and I think it's going to happen, when the government starts thinking of giving you free stuff, think about it. I think they're going to sort of wean us off in America of this individualistic, well, I know I said it, but sort of this cowboy revolutionary, sort of this strong spirit where everyone is going to be on the government dole, whatever, making their 2,000, $3,000 universal basic income. And I think a lot of Americans initially will think this is great. I don't have to work and I'll just do that. But it's a form of control. And I just think in some ways, unless some systems change, I think that's going to happen because as the money continues to concentrate in the top 1%, I just think this is so powerful. And so that's though what I push back on, Ian. And I've said this in other podcasts. People continue to think that the CIA and the FBI are running the world. They're not. They're what's called the henchmen. Any society needs what's called muscle. They are the muscle. The people that are really running this world is, I would say, considering we're a corporation, just follow the money. And where's the money? Well, the money could be with foreign entities, foreign governments, or it could be from the corporations. I mean, even this platform we're on, you see MAGA people clapping so hard that Elon Musk has become a trillionaire. And they're like, yeah, man, this is what capitalism's all about. I love Elon Musk. He's a trillionaire. I don't see it that way. I don't have a problem with rich people, high income earners. But when absolute power corrupts absolutely, that even this platform that we're on here, when you have a person now that's a trillionaire, I would think that Elon Musk actually has more power, at least individually, you could say, than when you're looking at the CIA and the FBI. I would be looking at these tech firms, these corporations, Wall Street, and of course, the politicians are just the puppets. And of course, the FBI and the CIA are the muscle behind it. But yeah, I would not say when I see MAGA cheering that Elon Musk is a trillionaire, I don't look at that as a positive thing. I look at that as very dangerous because it, it's the system eventually is, like I said, one of the reasons is income inequality. So again, back to your question, technology is absolutely being embraced by the intelligence community because it's being embraced by everyone, to include us here on X using this platform. What do I think about it? In some ways, I think it's unstoppable. Technology and globalization, which makes you wonder where's the future going? And I think there's going to be more future conflicts. It's part of human nature. And I do think this element called privacy, I think we're going to look back in, say, 50 years from now, looking back, and this element called private policy is going to be maybe a bygone, and it's over because people, unless you literally get off the grid, like totally detach yourself, almost like the Matrix, like live on a farm in Canada, I think we are all going to be digitally imprinted where governments can just easily look you up and know everything about you. And so this concept of privacy, it's probably going to be pushed through politics to say it's not a big deal, it's overrated, who cares? As long as you're not doing anything illegal, you're fine. And just like the COVID jab, people were persuaded, just like universal basic income, people are going to be persuaded to do it. And I think people are going to give up their privacy and say, yeah, right, who cares? It's not a big deal as long as you don't do anything illegal. So it's kind of like I said, the forces that be, I think it could be almost unstoppable. And that's what like I said, this is where you can look in some ways. Remember, I used the terminology, the Wall Street titans versus the tech bros, where having them battle it out can be good because we're not going to stop them. This is where you're looking at other entities, as crazy as it is, like North Korea. I don't want to live in North Korea. I don't support it. But there's a phrase called the enemy of my enemy. If this American government gets out of hand, who's going to stop them? Us. So maybe you have balancing powers. And that was what I was going to talk about before the conversation about foreign policy. I was going to mention, I'll do this real quick. This is about NATO, and it goes into what I said, enemy of my enemy. But it is actually a positive thing for, say, Germany and Japan to build up their military, because a strong Japanese military is a counterbalance for China. A strong German military is a counterbalance to Russia. So I do believe, I'm doing a little tangent, but what Donald Trump is doing to NATO, that is in line what I'm saying, where Americans are sick of paying for the defense of Europe. So it's a win if we pull out of NATO just financially, but we could still be obviously alliances. But it is time for the Europeans to build a strong military, because it would be a counterbalance. So when I talk about these powers like Russia or China or North Korea, yeah, I get it. You're not going to be a fan of them, but sometimes you need to have opposing counterweights to America, because if America gets too big and powerful, who's necessarily going to stop them? So anyway, that is something that Donald Trump took heed. But I think the way he's talking to Europe and NATO and Greenland, I think that's crazy. I don't know what he's doing. But specifically, it is time for Americans to stop paying for NATO's defense and to embrace a stronger militarily Germany or Britain or France. That is going to be good for the world as a counterbalance, just like a stronger militarily Japan is a good counterbalance. And if anyone disagrees with me, I'm telling you, we can't do it anymore. America, like I keep saying, the blood and the treasure is going down, and we are not going to be able to be the policemen of the world. So having stronger countries like Germany and Japan could be a good counterbalance weight to that. But again, so finally, and Ian, I'll give it to you. But the part about technology, 100%. What happens is the budgets are different. So, for instance, in the FBI, the criminal branch and the national security branch has a totally different budget. As you can imagine, the national security budget is extremely higher. And what we will do is we have now, when I was in the FBI, Silicon Valley was still, I guess you could say, forming. It wasn't nearly what it is now. But there we would allocate resources, and also and like now the FBI. I mean, there's FBI liaison Google, and just here, even in X, everything there's liaison. But in terms of that brand new technology, that will be funded by the US government for intelligence agencies, where they will be on classified projects. These would be civilians working in some type of technology company, where they will have background checks and classified clearances by the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, working specifically on a project for America, only to be used for an intelligence standpoint. And that's just the nature of the beast. And that your taxpayer money will be paying those tech companies. They want to make money, they want to make a profit, they'll serve the government, and that technology will not be available to consumers, to civilians. That technology will only be available to the American intelligence community, and they'll use that for whatever purpose they think for national security. But I could tell you, will your Constitution, just like the FISA, which is unconstitutional, that's not going to protect you at all. And I think this beast is going to continue to roll and roll and roll, just like anything, until something stops it. But I think everyone realizes this American empire is unstoppable. It's not going to stop until something stops it. And but I think it'll be some type of internal, especially for economic. So anyway, Ian and Joanne, I've talked enough. But if there's any questions or comments,
No,
I'd
there,
be
David.
happy.
There's. I know there's lots of them, and one that I had from you that somebody had sent me was specifically around. Well, two things. One of which you just mentioned. So curious if on the FISA side, is there any even, let's say, bulwark against absolute intrusion into privacy? Right? Is the U.S. government at all encumbered by any paperwork, or can they just spy on anybody and everybody, and that essentially, has left the port? And the second question, any thoughts on Edward Snowden and kind of how he fits into this bigger picture?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, let's go to Edward Snowden first. I'll go. I think Edward Snowden is absolute hero. What I find so interesting, I hear it all the time on now that I'm more involved in social media, so I watch more of this stuff. But people will comment. This would be either government or civilians are like, well, because what he reported was absolutely phenomenal for the American people. But people say he was a traitor because the way he did it, like he should have went internal, and he shouldn't have left to Hong Kong, and then he eventually went to Russia, even though he didn't want to go to Russia. His passport got revoked or declined. Anyway, what I would the counter argument to that is this: and I'm a living witness for this. To the American people, our whistleblower system in America is completely broken. It is completely broken, meaning if you are a whistleblower, nothing will get done and you are going to get retribution 100%. To the point of this, look at me. For me being a military veteran, for me coming out on social media, and before I went on social media, I didn't want to come out. I spent 2 years individually sending emails to the politicians, of course, the FBI, saying, I want to work this out one on one because I just don't want to go on social media. So I've been ignored for almost 3 years on social media, 2 years before privately, and not one person in the government, even though they say they support military veterans, has even acknowledged my existence. It's called a cover up. So the one argument that I would have to people that say Edward Snowden, sure, he reported good stuff, but he failed to properly follow the whistleblower. It is completely broken, people. Again, how a person like me could get legal victory in a Chinese court, and even in America, I couldn't even present my case. The judge denied me. If you are not realizing right now that our system is becoming broke and corrupt, so again, to answer a question, Snowden 100% correct. And if anyone believes he did not follow the right protocols, the system's broke. The system's broke. So that's number one. But going back to your question, can you repeat again? I think the first part of your
Yeah,
question.
on just the concept of FISA, I mean, is there
Okay. Yeah.
any does the government even pretend to try and abide by any restrictions on privacy, or is basically, are we in Minority Report, to your Tom Cruise reference, where everyone's everything is just being fed to Palantir, and if they view you as a threat, you have, you don't even have a sheen or let's say a glass window they have to look through, right? They just have everything right there in their pocket.
Sure. I would say 100%. If the FBI or the intelligence agencies deems you as a national security threat, even though they are lacking probable cause of evidence, your life is over. And in fact, what's so funny when people look at this, even Donald Trump. I mean, there's posts. If you don't know this by now, but there's posts where even when Donald Trump was not present, when he's running for president, the government's corrupt, the courts are corrupt, the FBI's corrupt, the FBI spying on me. But now that he's the president and it's his FBI, his CIA, then the tone has got to change because he can't say the FBI because it's his FBI. But I want everyone to know, if you think you have constitutional protections as a US citizen when it pertains to national security, because that's what I tried to open up the conversation, explain that where the FBI, there's a criminal branch and a national security branch. The reason why a lot of the and this also goes why a lot of the intelligence community is corrupt, because it's common sense. When you have organizations that are more transparent, transparency is a great way to fight corruption. When you're in an organization like the intelligence community, when it's more clandestine, it's just natural human nature where there's more corruption. So in the criminal realm, it's going to go to court, and there's going to be an audit of the paper trail, especially if you have a good defender, a good attorney defending you. That's all going to be discovery. So the FBI is going to be more careful to dot the I's and cross the T's, meaning make sure they abide by the law, the Constitution. But when we're talking national security, that's never going to go to light. You're never going to audit. There's going to be no lawsuits. So if you think, well, those guys in the FBI and the CIA, they'll just do. And here's something else to remember about the FBI. The FBI is the lead agency of what's called public corruption. This is the power of it. The FBI, whether invited or not invited, can go anywhere. We'll go into the Pentagon, we'll arrest generals, we'll go into the CIA, we'll arrest them, we'll go into the White House. Nobody enters the FBI space unless you're FBI or you're invited by the FBI. So if there is an issue with all these other agencies, at least, I'm not saying these are the good guys, but the FBI can investigate, meaning it's an outside agency. Who investigates the FBI? The FBI. It's just the nature of the beast. And when you're investigating yourself, well, there's going to be some bias. And these mistakes are never going to come to light because these agencies always want to protect their reputation, this and that. But I say again, if it is a national security case and they believe, this is, I say again, lacking evidence, if they just believe that you are some way, shape, or form a national security threat, it's on and you will never get off. And in fact, so you might say, how do I know about my case? It's very common sense. If you're an American citizen and you're living in America, you will never know. Because I'm living in China, the FBI has to do what's called take extraordinary measures to investigate me, to spy on me, because I'm living in China. And because they've done that, they left what's called trail. They leave their tracks where it's easy to understand what they're doing. But if you're an American citizen living in America and think, well, I'm gonna watch my computer, I'm gonna watch behind my back, or whatever countermeasures you think you're gonna do, there is a 99% chance plus you are never going to know, because that's either how good they are, but how much power they have to manipulate the system. They've got your phones, they've got your house, they've got all the, if you are physically living in America, it's over and you'll never know. Which, that's the crazy part. There'll be American citizens that will go to their grave and they'll never even know. No, notice I've related this to the East German Stasi, very similar. There will be, just like East German citizens, because it happened when East Germany fell apart, when the Soviet Union collapsed. Guess what did the American intelligence community want? We wanted the files of the Stasi because we wanted to learn about the Soviet Union and East Germany. And guess what we were able to learn? There were so many East German citizens who've later found out, because under the German government, those files also had to get released to the German citizens, that there were German citizens absolutely just mind boggled and abhorrent that they never knew that they were under investigation surveillance, and they would have, unless the files came out, the collapse of the Soviet Union, they would went to their grave never knowing it. And a lot of those investigations will get transferred to their family. That's the same thing will happen to America. I mean, you got to remember, this is just one example. But if you think the FBI is doing well, you got this guy Dan Bongino. I mean, this guy blocks me on X, but he goes in there as the deputy director. Now he has a duty. He's not a civilian. He has a duty. He's the deputy director of the FBI. He has a duty to serve. And you're telling me he's going to go in there where he's like, I cleaned up the FBI, and now he comes out and defending it. I, I just say it's the nature of the beast, because these agencies are so powerful that the only solution that I saw for me was to leave America. And I should caveat this, because some people are like, well, Dave, you talk. What's your recommendation? I think America is going to get so bad that eventually there'll be only three solutions you're going to do. One, you're going to have to leave America. More and more people are going to do it. Two, if you're able to do and you want to do it, you live some type of off the grid status. You're living in Montana, or maybe go to Canada, and you're living on a farm and you just want to wade out the storm. Or three, I said this many times, America first is a day late and a dollar short. It's over. Washington, D.C. is over. You're going to have to embrace state politics. State politics is a, think about this. If anyone thinks this is strange, picture this. Picture Donald Trump doing a campaign trail to one of the most MAGA states in the country. We'll say Texas. He goes there, he does this rally, and it is true. 99% of Texans love Trump, voted for Trump, did everything. And then all of a sudden, Trump, during the campaign, during the speech, he's like, listen, I want to hear a really loud, thunderous roar, America first. But then they come back and they say, Trump, we love you. We love America, but we're sorry. It's Texas first, America second. And it's our governor first and you second. How would that feel? And I want you to notice that. How would that feel, not just from MAGA, but even CNN, who's against it? Either one wouldn't want it. Meaning, think about this. How many times have you ever seen on any mainstream media platform, mainstream, where everyone is complaining, we're not getting along, the country's going to hell, this and that, and no one has said, maybe one solution is peaceful separation. No one will talk about that. But eventually it's going to come. You're going to see there's going to be only three solutions. It's going to be, and it's happening. People are going to leave America, number one. People are just going to get off the grid and just get in survival mode and just watch the storm pass them when they're not. Or three, if you think Washington, D.C., meaning the next president, he'll fix it, you're wrong. You're going to go to state politics, and that governor is going to reach new levels. And one of his platforms is, let's stop paying taxes at the federal level. Let's talk about secession. You're going to start hearing this. And the reason I talk about it is the civil war that's already happened in America is very near and dear to West Point. I don't want to do a tangent, but those West Pointers like Robert Lee, they weren't traitors. They swore an oath to their state. When the Civil War came out, for instance, the superintendent of West Point, General Lee, he went back and defended his state. But if you notice that state politics, state nationalism is very taboo. They don't want to do that. Even in Texas, say, hey, excuse me, President, but before we have the American flag, we want to make sure that our Texas flag is flying high. But you're going to start seeing more and more Americans realize that it's over. It's over at the federal level. It's not going to work. But if it gets to that level of state secession, guns and ammo are coming. It's going to get violent. But I just want to put that out there because when I talk about the collapse and this and that, what do? It's going to be hard decisions. But one, leave America. Two, some type of off the grid lifestyle survival. Or three, if you want to get involved in politics, it's over at Washington, D.C. You have to find a state governor. And if we'll say red states, but if those red states get flooded so much, it's possible. But if you think Washington, D.C. is going to allow a red state to secede from America or a blue state, whatever it is, good luck on that. It's gonna get violent. But either way, like I said, Ian, I think if you look at the history of mankind, this is what happens. I mean, people might think, like I said, when I left in America, it sounds crazy, but think about the history even in America. What if we were in 1935 before World War II, and someone's like, you know something? I think there's some dangerous times coming. People are like, no, we're fine. But this happens in history. Hard times are going to be coming.
Uh, I think it's inevitable that is certainly the case, and I say it because, and perhaps we have a slight variance on maybe the who or the exact end game and all those other kind of things. But I couldn't agree with you more that the hard times are coming, and the thing that's going to be very curious is the pressure point that is required for people to basically say I've had enough. And we try in these conversations to do everything we can to basically bring the information so that people can see the very uncomfortable truths like the ones that you've been sharing so eloquently, and the insights which have just been masterful, and hopefully, right, in doing so, to be able to build a spiritual intellectual opposition to tyranny by calling it out, by saying we see what you're doing, we're not going to cooperate anymore with this system. Doesn't mean we're calling for any kind of kinetic violence or any of those other kind of things. And for what it's worth, I do think that anybody that pursues any of those in the short or even the midterm, right, that they are ultimately just playing into the trap that is the technocrats and the totalitarians, which they will use that as justification to further their grip in terms of lockdowns on speech and on the right to bear arms, obviously. And so that is it's a complete booby trap that they're putting in front of fools, hoping. I really believe that. They hope that we will step into that trap because again, it just justifies the overreach, right? And so I couldn't agree with you more. We're doing everything that we can to try and bring attention to these realities. I think you're exactly correct. The comments that you made earlier about Boeing, how these corporations, they basically have as much, if not more power than nation states. In fact, some of the nations on Earth, the biggest nations on Earth, let's say. And I think one of the scariest aspects to it is that while Boeing and Lockheed and all the defense contractors, they've got a massive amount of, let's say, literal and figurative firepower. The comparison of that to Palantir, right, and to Google and to all these other tech companies that basically know everything about everyone, in many ways, I think the pen is mightier than the sword, and that those operations, the Apples, the Amazons, right, that they are even more terrifying, right? Because and this is actually a last little question, David, and then we'll open it up to all the people. I know there's lots in here that have direct questions for you. I would be curious because you were talking about that idea of in East Germany, the Stasi, where basically you said one in every five people was essentially a spy, which is a wild statistic, right? How do you trust anybody when it's that omnipresent? But the question that I'd have is back to this idea of the corporations and their power. If we're to think of somebody like Google, right, or Apple, where theoretically, let's just say there's a bad actor inside Apple, inside the vaults and the databases and all of the cloud storage that they oversee, right? All it takes is one person that has access to, let's say, Donald Trump or any other variety of really powerful people, and if they have that compromat, they can now basically twist their arm into doing anything because I'm sure that Donald Trump has all kinds of uncomfortable photographs or emails or messages that he would like for nobody to ever see except himself. Right? I'm curious for your thoughts on the ability in a not so distant future, almost regardless of anything else that happens. Let's envision we are able to bring enough attention to this machine that we get a peaceful rejection of it. You got 10 million people in the street, and tomorrow we're able to make the world a better place by removing some of these evils from power. What would prevent them, let's just say Apple, from saying, oh, okay, well, you got this new guy in office and he's really, he's really keen on being the best that he can, but well, we've got all this blackmail that he's developed on his iPhone over the last 30 years. And so we didn't even need to really have a physical spy adjacent to him because we've been spying on him his entire life. I'm kind of curious for your thoughts on the dystopian nature of technology in the future, where all these big companies, they could blackmail literally the entire world just with the things that are in their clouds.
Yeah, and if I could caveat that with leadership, and that is why capitalism has changed in America. If you remember, small business entrepreneurs were the backbone of America. These small business entrepreneurs are done. They're being devoured by these corporations. And the ideology of these small businesses was they wanted less government and they wanted government to stay out of their affairs. And they weren't in the government's affairs. So the private sector was private and the public sector was public. Now these companies like Amazon and Google and Boeing, you name it. First, these are behemoths. These are behemoths, and they've bought up all these small business entrepreneurs, and now you work for them. And instead of them saying we want small government or we want to be separated from government, they are infused in government. So I want to make that known that. So back to your question of what do we have? We already do. So particularly with the FBI, there are, and then we're not talking former FBI, former CIA, former NSA that are working for all these tech companies. That's a different story, but they are good, what's called assets to have in there. We're talking active duty FBI that are mandated to be official liaison with these companies backdoor. And if these companies like Google say, well, I'm not going to work for the FBI. Are you kidding me? They're in the government. The government has so much control. Meaning, a lot of these companies, these corporations, your tax money is being funded through them. Or if they don't get the beneficial legislation, their company's over. So, unlike small business entrepreneurs that wanted to stay away from the government, these multinational corporations are almost quasi government. So they fully cooperate with the government, 100%. Companies like Google and Apple. And because of that, we don't really need to have a bad outside actor. They're already in there. They can already assess that information. And that's the way it works. And so that's how our society has changed from that small business entrepreneur that was anti government and want to be separated. But these multinational corporations know that if they're going to both survive and they're going to profit in a globalized world, they have to be infused with the United States government. So they're going to do their bidding with the president, with the director of the CIA, the FBI, everything like that. So that's what I'm saying. Today's capitalism, the MAGA logo, this is capital. This is not the capitalism of 100 years ago. This stuff is absolutely oligarchy. So to answer your question again, they're already there. They're already infused. When I was in the FBI, the tech companies were just starting to bubble up, and we already were having FBI agents going out there to make sure what they're doing. Do we need to control it? Do we not need to control it? And if they want, and again, these are considered to be, again, from a national security standpoint, the FBI and through the White House, they could shut down your whole company. So this is where corporations realize it, that they have to abide by the United States government. Otherwise, they won't survive. So they're already fully infused. The same thing with X. I mean, think about it. This is one thing I see these MAGA people, and they're so ignorant. They're like, well, um, Elon Musk is a private businessman, and X is a private company. If they want to ban you on X, it's their private right. If anyone thinks Elon Musk is a private individual and this X here is not, this is a public platform by now. Elon Musk is absolutely an earshot away from the White House, and the decisions that he's making in his private company are totally influenced and subsidized and supported by our taxpayer money in the White House. X is by far, I mean, I can understand that, meaning this notion of a private company where you have your freedom to do what you want, that's, I think, decades and decades gone. These public companies, publicly traded companies, or even X, are fully infused with our United States government. So they'll do the bidding of it one way or another. So anyway, to answer your question again, Ian, they're already there. Any of these companies that are just so big and powerful and have any type of potential to have national security, like information, they're already there. And if the FBI goes to Google, we want answers, we want access, I would be amazed if Google says no. It's almost impossible. They will say absolutely, FBI, CIA, you have full access, and that's how it's going to be. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe we have capitalism anymore in America.
I couldn't agree with that more. And I know I said I said it was going to be the last one, but I'm just loving some of the commentary that you're providing here, Dave. So one more that I've got for you. In the early days, you just mentioned seeing some of those tech behemoths and kind of their infancy. I'm curious for your thoughts because I've long postulated that whether it's Amazon with Jeff Bezos, whose grandfather was at the founding of DARPA, right? Or whether it's the Google folks, the Facebook folks that obviously had ties, for example, with Facebook and the connections eerily to LifeLog and the early days of Google, where I mean, you can connect lots of dots between either DARPA directly or just the intel agencies and kind of the foundings of those organizations. I'm curious for your thoughts on Amazon, Google, Facebook, et cetera, essentially being extensions of, and perhaps even Elon Musk, right? Extensions of either DARPA or other shadowy government agencies, where basically those companies were long premeditated and fueled for success. To some extent, you could say semi organically, but with the artificial support of the government and taxpayer dollars, for example.
One thing I could do is do a caveat on that to show you the history and the relation. So remember, when I joined the FBI in 2004, it wasn't as nearly as technologically developed our society as it is now. But this is the relationship between technology, national security, and the power of the FBI, along with other, but the FBI will be the lead domestically. So the story is when I was in the FBI, we were issued, I think it was Motorola. Was it Motorola phones? It was the typical phone. It wasn't like now smartphones. It was basically, just call. But if you remember in America when smartphones first came out, they were the big clunky ones. It might have been in the early 1990s, but they weren't fancy. Only rich people had them. But it was this new technology. So the FBI, as long as the FBI deems a new technology to be a potential for a national security threat, they have carte blanche. So, what did the FBI do? Because I was talking to a senior agent, he told me the story because we're talking about our phones back then. It was a typical government issue. And he goes, well, when phones first came out in America, and like I said, I think it was the 1990s, the FBI went to this would be the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and Congress, and they said this is a national security threat. They believe that this mobile phone could be used, terrorists to coordinate bombs, and again, any new technology can rattle, especially the intelligence community, because it was deemed a national security threat. The FBI was allowed to go up on carte blanche wiretapping. So you are an American citizen and you are using this new technology. You were being wiretapped. And then, of course, the FBI positioned this to Congress. They said, we need about 6 months. It was either 6 months to a year of just carte blanche wiretapping to determine, is this a national security threat or not? Because they didn't know, but they said it has potential. Well, of course, they were able to do it. What was funny is the final result was they came back and they said, okay, what was being discussed? Because again, they were worried about some terrorists. Okay, the bomb's ready, you go there, and they're using this technology. Well, the number one discussed conversation on this new technology phones was infidelity. Basically, my wife is not here. Let's meet at the hotel. It was just purely infidelity was
It's
the
so
number one topic.
disappointing.
Yeah, nothing to do with national security. But the reason I bring that up is, well, just like the past is to the present, if there's any type of technology, and definitely, I mean, even X and Google and all this stuff has any form of present national security threat or future technologies, the FBI is up on it. There's no, and that's what I keep saying. I don't think people understand when it comes to national security, we're not talking criminality. that Constitution, freedoms, it is over. They are going to do whatever they have to do for the survival of the regime. But this notion that you have protections, you're thinking more in a criminal case, not in national security. So all these technologies, and I do believe the American government feels like, and of course, many times to do any of these major you need a crisis many times. Like the government, the politicians use a crisis to push an agenda. So many times they're saying, well, if we don't do it, China's doing it, pushing this technology. Is that true? I mean, I don't know. There's definitely grains of truth in that. China's definitely pushing it. But either way, I think it's unstoppable. This is the direction we're going in. And your constitution is not going to stop it because technology is unstoppable. Technology is going to have national security implications. So the American government is going to take charge. And your rights, your freedoms, your privacies are always going to become second when it comes to national security. But that's 100%. I mean, I can't imagine right now, like Silicon Valley, how much infused it is now by the intelligence community to not only procure that for their use, but also to overwatch it for security. So they know exactly what's going on. And those programs, even though private in nature, are funded by the government and are served for the government, and they'll never come to light in the private sector. And eventually, as an American, I would be more worried about it being used on you versus, no, we're going to use it against the Chinese or the Russian. It'll be mostly used on American citizens.
I totally agree with that, and that's the most concerning aspect of this, and thus the title of the space, the government essentially declaring war on all of its citizenry, and it's a parallel that we're seeing all across the world. But that being said, I do know. I mean, I could ask hours worth of questions, but I know there's lots of people. There's more that are trying to get up here and request, and there's some that have been waiting for over 2 hours to try and do so. And so I want to make sure to respect everybody there. And so, Joanne, and I do want to thank Christopher Wood, who was up here with us for a little while. He had to actually drop down, but we are joined by the wonderful Raed, one of my favorite, absolute brother from another mother on this application. So lots of love to him. Very grateful for him to be here, and for all of you that are listening in. Absolutely incredible wisdom here from David, and so would welcome the inquiries, the questions, the comments. And so, David, if you've got time, would love to go around and let Joanne kind of manage some of the hands here.
Sure, that's fine.
This space has been amazing, Ian. Thank you so much for hosting it. And David, you're a hero. So thank you so much. And Red, I love you, brother. And everybody, thank you so much for being here. And guys, please repost this space. And if you guys go to it, I will also repost it and follow Ian and Red and of course David. And thank you so much for being here, guys. All right. We have hold on. Red, would you like to say something? I forgot to go to you, brother.
Well, yes, thanks, David, and thanks, Ian, for this wonderful space. I think, David, you'll realize that in Ian's spaces, we're surrounded by the thinking people, which is beautiful. That's one, and two. I don't want to keep. I have a lot to say, but I don't want to keep the people waiting. So I'll reserve my comments for later. So go ahead, Joanne. Thanks.
Okay, love you, right. And David lived in Lebanon. Riot lives in Lebanon. I was born in Mexico, and my parents were also born in Mexico, but my grandparents are from Palestine and Lebanon. But yeah, he's also a Christian. So yeah.
And just quickly, David, decided to go off the grid in Lebanon, even,
Oh,
it was in 2016. And then 2019, our commercial bank collapsed. The plan and the war changed my plans, but I fully agree with you. I decided off the grid is the best thing to do. So I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
yeah, beautiful city. For the audience, there's not many cities in the world, Beirut, where you could do on the very same day, go to the mountains skiing, and then go down to the sea and go swimming on the very same day. Very few cities in the world you could do that.
I wish people went to the Middle East. It's absolutely gorgeous. And of course, Lebanon and Palestine are the most beautiful of all. And yeah, thank you. All right. Best of Gentiles. Welcome. Go for it, sir. Best.
Sorry, I was actually posting and I had to get back to the page. Anyway, thanks for having me up, Ian, Joanne, Raed. Much appreciated. And shame on you, Ian, for letting that line cutter Yitz to jump to the front. How Jewish of him. But yeah. David, I read your pinned post on your page, and curious what West Point class were you? I asked because your background is the exact same as my two friends. I could literally take your resume and overlay it onto theirs, and you would never know the difference.
99.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, my two friends, 93.
What are their names?
I'm sorry, what?
What are the names of your friends? I don't know if they're in my same class.
No, well, they graduated in 93 and 96, so you probably wouldn't.
Well, 96, he could have been the one hazing me. So 96 would be the firsties. He would have been the senior when I arrived.
I would rather not say. I would DM you for the fact that you could probably triangulate who I am through them. So,
Gotcha.
but yeah, if you want to DM me, I'll give you their names. No problem.
Yeah, no.
But don't worry about getting your page deleted. I'm on my 5th or 6th. I've lost count, so it's all good. Anyone that speaks out or speaks truth to power on this website or this app or any of the other apps, you're gonna get deleted and shadow banned and whatever else, as Ian knows, since he's highly shadow banned.
I'm
Even
now
though
just listed as pornographic, apparently, according to Grok. That's how they go after me, David. They just say that all of it is terribly inappropriate. As I'm sitting there, I'm like, "Hey, I love humanity and I want to make the world better." They're like, "Quick, away with this pornography!" Sorry, Bess.
Yeah,
Back to you.
like I said, the amount of censorship, it's something we have to think about if we're going to have the First Amendment or not. But there's a lot of censorship.
Yeah. I came into the space just a little late, so I didn't hear the first part of your story. So, if I can ask a question with that, when did they begin to investigate into you?
I would say definitely when my guess is when I left the FBI and I sent the letter to Senator Chuck Grassley, he didn't respond to me. My guess is he probably also
I don't know that year.
say 2007. So in 2007 I left the FBI. I sent the letter to Senator Chuck Grassley. He never responded to me. I guarantee he sent that letter to the FBI. Just the thought that because if you use statistics, there's very few intelligence people who quit. It's just rare. So just by me quitting, it irks them in many ways. It's just very odd. And also I didn't have good relationships with the FBI. Again, was never fired. But I think in many ways, some of them didn't like me. I did get along much better than the older agents, the Vietnam guys. But either way, my guess is probably at least 2007. As soon as, because they look at that as a traitor. You go outside the FBI and you report, even though it is a congressman or I guess a senator, they look at that as a traitor. You went outside. And I also sent some probably choice words in that letter. I didn't just I talked about how bad the management is, but I'd say without a doubt that's enough. It's on.
Okay, yeah, no worries. And then other question: have you passed the statute of limitations to refile in the United States, or is that a foregone conclusion at this point?
Yeah, please explain that in terms of that. I mean, in terms of refiling.
Well, the only reason why I asked that is, okay, so you won in China against Boeing.
Oh yeah, to refile. I don't know about that. And again, after spending $50,000 of my own money and just not so, if there was a lawyer saying, "Hey, I'm willing to do pro bono," absolutely, it's on. But I guess I never rethought about it because that 50,000 just crushed me in many ways.
Okay. I didn't know if you had gotten any type of windfall in China that you could then parlay that into a lawsuit and use the conviction in China and as a pretense to. I know the laws are different in China than they are here in the United States,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you could still. I feel like you could still use that to your advantage against them.
It's interesting you mentioned that. One of the reasons I wanted my case to be heard by the congressmen or senators is I want my case to be reheard, meaning whatever you want to call it, my civil liberties, my civil right. I paid the money. I want my case heard in the courts of Chicago, and I was hoping that a congressman or senator would help me on that to reopen it. But whether I was going to do it privately, get another attorney, I'm like, no way, I'm not going that route. But I would. That would have been one of the requests I would have for the congressmen or senators. I want my case heard in the courts of Chicago. Just give me my day in court. That's all I'm asking for. And I was hoping that a congressman or senator would help me out with that.
Well, since he's got nothing to lose, can it be any congressman, or does it have to be from Illinois? Because
No, at this point, I could care less. In fact, I'm looking for Democrats. When I first, I only focused on Republicans, but I could care less if he's a Democrat now.
well, what about Massey at this point, since he's got nothing to lose?
Oh, absolutely. Something with Massey, and I support Massey. I don't know why, but X has their own thing. But Massey has two accounts. He has his congressman account, and then if you remember when he was running for congressman account, like somebody else, I don't know why, but I was blocked on that account. So maybe they made assumptions, but I was pro
There,
Massey. I think the guy's good.
I,
So I even wrote Massey. I'm like,
he's
what?
not following me, but I am positive someone in this space, they're mutuals. If anyone in this space can reach out to David and be a go-between or something like that, to reach out through a DM or a mutual friend or something like that, that would be great.
Yeah, no, I'd appreciate that. But yeah, I fully supported Massey. That's why I wrote him. I was like, I don't know why they blocked me on his fund Massey for Congress, something like the reelection account. That was I blocked. But his normal account, he didn't block me. But I'm definitely pro Massey, everything that I've wrote on there.
Yeah. Again, anyone in this space help out.
Yeah, I appreciate any help. Thank you.
In touch with Massey, please. And I'll land it there.
That was great. Thank you so much for that, Best. All right. Kyle, welcome. Go for it. Kyle going
Yeah, I'm
once?
here. I'm sorry. I'm also
Yeah.
posting like the guy earlier. David. So, uh, I don't want to give out too much information, but I used to work at a Silicon Valley startup for robotics. I tried to blow the whistle. OSHA basically fucked me, twisted my words in an email, and sent me feds to jack off with in the living room, if you will. Then I came across a honeypot or something on X where this woman is describing chopping up bodies. I tagged you in the purple pill. But I got basically because of my bipolar diagnosis and all the OSHA stuff. When I called the FBI, whose language model is very advanced in knowing when to speak, which by the way, there is ops and spaces for similar activity with language models. But how did I get screwed in terms of my assets frozen for bringing this to their attention, especially with the OSHA and all that? Like now I'm blacklisted and can't get a job literally anywhere, so I have to make my own shit, which is okay, but can you explain that to me, how I can
Yeah,
get so screwed for trying to fulfill my civic duties?
yeah. So one thing is, remember we talked about being spied upon, doing nothing illegal. You get blacklit damages. Damages will come. The only way that really your only chance is go to what you don't have to disclose the city, but anyway, every major city has an FBI field office. Go in there, visit if you want to do this. Some people like screw it, don't want to even do that, but go in there and just say, listen, what do I have to do to get you on the good side? It's literally almost kissing ass. And sooner or later, they're going to forward it to Washington, D.C. to figure out who's the case agent on you, because that case is still open. And then you would be surprised on how these people feel. Some of them are really cold. They just don't care, because you got to remember, we're assuming they're working here for duty on our country. At least in the private sector, there's the stick and the carrot of money, meaning companies want to help you because they want to make money. Remember, these people don't make money off you. They get a regular government paycheck. So to help you out, to do this, to that, doesn't matter. So sometimes you've probably seen the good cop, bad cop kissing ass, but it's the only one thing that I could advise, and that's go to the field office. That field office probably doesn't have your case. But
You mean the
present the
local
information.
FBI field office? Because they turned me away, and I called Congressman Troy Nels, and he listened. But I told him at that point, I don't give a fuck. I tried. There's veterans on that robot farm risking their life daily with 300 psi pneumatics nozzles flying through the air type things, and robots crashing like it's jousting. It's hard to describe, but I've literally begged for a lawsuit because I signed an NDA or an exit clause where it says I can't do shit. And I think I have PTSD from it. I'm not a veteran, but I did play football and have
Yeah.
head trauma. So, anyways, that's why I qualified, I suppose.
The the two ways to do it is the second one you mentioned, that is political route, and it's getting to the point you have to have connections, because the congressmen and senators, again, they don't serve us, they serve special interests. If you were $1 million donor, it'd be different. But then the second round is, are there any political connections? And if you can't get directly, but because you're living in America, it could be a bet where, even though you don't have a direct connection to a federal congressman or senator, maybe start out with your local state congressman or senator, where you could get in there and they could elevate it up. But it's got to go the political route. But don't fool yourself. These congressmen and senators, they're intimidated by the FBI. They're intimidated. Again, there's a reason why they don't want to speak with me, because you have to use my case. It's very example. I went to the congressmen or senators. You got to use common sense. They saw FBI. They probably went to the FBI, said, "Hey, is this, what do I think we should do with this guy?" And the FBI ordered them, "Stay away. It's our case. Leave it alone." And they said, "Yes, sir." This is a great example of the deep state. So to give you an example, our politicians were elected to serve us. We didn't elect the FBI and the CIA, but you'll have the deep state, the FBI. So you'll have a congressman who's supposed to serve you. They will go to the FBI and inquire, and the FBI will order them, stand down, this is ours. And you know what they'll do? At least they should have the convenience or the honor to me to say, "Well, David, I contacted the FBI and they said this." They're not going to say that. They're not going to say anything, because everyone's afraid to put any name
But
on my
local,
case.
real quick, because I kind of fell into that where I email local PD and I'm kind of
Okay.
plugged with them, but then FBI is acting very different. They said, "Wait, sit tight. We're sending a lawyer referral." They sent local PD to do a wellness check, acting like I'm suicidal. So I'm like, "What the fuck are y'all doing? You're just doxing me for like,
When was the last time you had contact with the FBI to
bro?"
get you the
I
paperwork?
expated to Canada, and then it's a long
Oh, so you're in
story.
Canada.
And no, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm in fucking Texas now.
Oh,
But I also had an offer to move to Japan by an OG Uber developer to develop an app. But that's beside the point. I tried to expat. I lived nearly homeless in fucking Toronto. Thank God for my brother. It's a long story, but it makes me sad that you can't come back. And I love America. So
yeah, at the end of the day, if you go up against the FBI for national security, it's going to be a sad. There's very few people. One of the few people who has a good ending story is Donald Trump, right? He was in trouble with the FBI, but he became president. I mean, you have to have enormous amounts of influence politically or economically or something. But if you are literally designated national security of the FBI, just it's sometimes there's nothing you can do about it.
I'm
Just
gonna
until you
stop
have.
and I want to move on. But like, if there's something you can do to help me to find out if I'm blacklisted or if the case is open,
Send me on X. Just DM me, and we'll take a side
I'll send you my
conversation.
CV, the robot, and war
Okay,
stories, bro. Anyways.
that sounds good. Yep, we'll do.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kyle. And that was really sweet, David. Thank you. All right. Hubbard, welcome. Go for it.
Hey, thank you guys very much. Great space. Great hearing from you, David. You have a very interesting perspective and story. I just kind of wanted to ask you, this is kind of what a lot of people were thinking about when it comes to Israel's endgame, and just like if they succeed, like the Likud party or
Yeah,
whatever Zionist mission there is, and let's say the US, Europe, and Iran collapse into internal conflict, and Israel succeeds at establishing the Greater Israel Project
Greater
and
Israel. Yep.
becomes the regional hegemon in the Middle East, which I think is unlikely, but just if they do, would China consider an alliance with them?
I don't think so. But what's interesting, a couple things is, China's doing a lot of work in Africa, and interesting, a lot of the products they'll buy is from Israel because they find it to be at a lower price than America. These would be tech, security, everything. They find it to be a lower price than America, and also politically more aligned. But if you've seen the news with the Palestinian, with some issues now, the relationship, especially Iran. So relationships, they move just like anyone who's been married today, divorced tomorrow. So these relationships fluctuate. So I would say, generally speaking, is China, and China is not like America. They're not as much, what's the word I'm looking for? they don't get involved in many overseas affairs. But I would say, generally speaking, if I said what is the current state of relationship between Israel and China, I would say lukewarm at most. And of course, China will be in some way, shape, or form backing Iran. So I think the key is what Israel's got to look at is who exactly are their allies if this thing comes to fruition, meaning Greater Israel, even with Iran. But there's not many allies. But I definitely would not put China as their ally, at least today. Remember, these alliances come and go, but definitely not today. Lukewarm, I'd say, at best. And you'd be surprised. There is a lot of support from China for the Palestinian effort in there. So yeah, lukewarm at best, I would say, with China, with Israel.
That's good. I just had one more a kind of question regarding the NATO leaving NATO. I
Yeah,
do agree with you. Europe has kind of very much gotten the sweet end of this deal and everything, and they do need to establish their own kind of thing. But it does seem like a big push, at least in the Trump administration, for leaving NATO,
for
is
Turkey
to
and stuff.
isolate Turkey.
Yeah, yeah. So, and again, I want to reemphasize, I believe America, our founding fathers hailed from Europe. I believe we should have very good, what happened with Greenland is ridiculous, but we should have really good relations with NATO. But at the end of the day, Americans are tired of paying for the military defense of Europe. I mean, these are first tier countries. It is time for them to pay for the same reason I believe that Japan, it's time for them. Now, in terms of the strategic notion that maybe this is more than just saving taxpayers' money. Maybe this is a way to dissolve NATO and the greater Israel and Turkey. These are all good questions. I mean, like I said, I think what's happening is when you're dealing with Americans that are having trouble putting food on the table and this and that, it's probably difficult for them to think about stuff like, what about Turkey? What about Israel? What about NATO? I mean, there's so many problems happening. But it could be, like you said, maybe it's an underlying plan that it's less about saving American taxpayer money and it's more about isolating Turkey. So then they're on the chopping block for Israel. I'm not gonna deny that for a plan at all. But I think sooner or later, like I said, what you are going to see is, and this happens, we are going to go into a multipolar world, and it's going to get very dangerous for the good or for the bad. America was, and I say was the global superpower. It's not going to be. And we're going to transition to a multipolar world. And when that transition happens, there's going to be a lot more uh, fires that are going to be need to put out around the world, and it's going to be bumpy. But this is how nature plans it. We were never meant to be the superpower forever, just like the Soviet Union. And no, I don't believe China is going to be the global superpower. We're going to go into a multipolar world, and I think Israel is going to try to use that to increase their status. Is there anything wrong with that? No, I mean, China's doing it right. This is part of the beast. Everyone wants to grow. But I do agree, though, that there's more nations tired of America being the boss. It just is. I see that throughout the world. More and more countries around the world, even to include Europe, are tired of America being the boss. But what's going to happen with Turkey and Israel, like I said, I think as an American, if our taxpayer money is being sent to Israel to fund these wars, I think that's where Americans would say, why? Why are we taking our money away from Europe and giving it to Israel? I think that would be a big question Americans would have.
Thank you very much. And if you resume your case with thank you very much. And if you resume your case with that Boeing thing, I wish you the best of luck. And I hope you guys can get to the other hands. Everyone's been very patient, and you guys are great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming up, Howard. And I don't think Israel can survive without parasitizing from America. So, yeah. All right.
No, and I just wanted to give Hubbard a shout out. That was a wonderful set of questions, and for everybody listening, please give not only David, our wonderful guest here, a follow, but also some of those wonderful people asking questions like Mr. Hubbard, and I just want to thank everybody for being both very patient because I know it's been a longer space, but also just very polite and respectful with all the deliveries. Speaking of, I want to make sure that I go to Dedo because I think he's been in here. I think he was the first person up on the panel, and I want to make sure that we get a chance to hear from him and any questions that he might have for David.
Ian, thank you so much. To be honest, there has been more people here that had their hands up. I was just waiting for them to get their questions out to David, and then I'll be the last one to finish it off.
We have the best listeners on X, David.
Yeah, thank you.
Joanne, why don't I go to you because apparently I do not know the order.
Yeah, I've been I've lost the order a couple of times, but I'm sorry, guys. I love you all. All right, Doctor Strange, welcome. Go for it.
Thank you so much, Joanne and Ian. A wonderful space. I really appreciate you guys doing this. And David, thank you for sharing the wealth of information you've shared with us. I joined in a bit late, but I did read your pin post. So I've got three questions for you. And the first one, in relation to your pin post, um, I, uh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you'd be open to discuss this, but what is your current immigration status? Because if you are on that watch list, then are they able to reissue you your passport? So if you can provide some insight on that, I'd appreciate it. Because I know that from what I've heard, that if you're on that watch list and then you apply for a passport, it triggers a whole bunch of stuff. If you can share some info, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep the date to myself, but it's interesting. There's gonna be a time. So the passport is not expired. It hasn't been renewed. And I am waiting on that meeting, and that'll be something I post, because if it doesn't get renewed, then it elevates it even higher. So it's still, as you know, our passports are valid for 10 years. So it hasn't been renewed yet because it doesn't need to be. But that renewal's coming up, and there'll be a visit to the U.S. Embassy, and I'm very curious. So you're almost reading my mind. I talked to my friend about this. I said this is going to be interesting, but that'll put some more teeth if it's renewed or not. And if it's not, then that's something I'm going to post. So yeah, you read my mind on that.
Great. Have you filed a FOIA? I know that I know that
Yep.
FOIAs hardly ever get
Yep.
responded, especially in your case. But I'm just curious if you ever filed a FOIA.
So I did. Remember, now we're talking national security, you're going to get nothing. The only thing I can get is the Customs and Border Patrol. So it is documented, and you could read what happened to me, but going into America in Chicago and leaving, it was detained and searched my electronic. But under FBI investigation, no, nothing's going to happen, or none of this stuff is going to be reported. So the only thing that would have been reported so far is Customs and Border Patrol. That's been reported. But if you're under investigation or surveillance, now, of course, I'm not going to mention their names, but I've had colleagues who are, and this is interesting, but when you're under a national security investigation, you'll find out pretty quick who your friends are or not. I don't want to do the tangent, but when I was in the FBI, I'm not saying we were nervous, but when you first do your recruiting and pitching, you kind of figure out how hard it is. And what did I realize in America? You throw money at Americans, and they seem to be pretty quick to work in the FBI. We got the carrot and the stick. People are afraid, do bad, but if you throw money, but every once in a while, there's a person who will refuse the money, and they're not scared of the FBI. And these are the people who've contacted me. Now, am I going to release their names? No, I'm not going to do that. But it's so evident. I mean, it's so evident I'm under investigation. Now, of course, it's also documented because this is from the Singaporean government, but not the reasons. That just to give everyone an example on facts, I was working for Amazon at the time. I am the only person in the history of Amazon to get my work visa denied. Now, of course, I had a work visa in China to get my work visa denied for Singapore. They've got tons. I mean, there's over 3 different Amazon offices in there. They hired PricewaterhouseCooper, which is normal, to do the visa, the work visa, which is normal. PricewaterhouseCooper gave me the highest rating possible to get accepted, to get my work visa accepted. I mean, it was a shoo-in. I mean, everything. No one's been denied. Not only was I denied my work visa to Singapore, I am permanently barred to ever apply again. Of course, Hong Kong's different. It's China. I had a work visa there before. It's different. But the point is, that's obviously documented. But the reason why, like terrorist watch list, those are from inside channels and they're not allowed, because Singapore, their government policy is too, if you're denied, they don't have to tell you the reason why. But when you're permanently barred, it means criminal activity, something. My friend, you don't get permanently barred for work visa in Singapore just because you don't have good grades or you didn't graduate a good college. It doesn't work. If you're permanently barred, it's of criminal nature, but that's not, of course, they're going to report. But back to your question about the FOIA, the only FOIA we'll report is the Department of Homeland Security issues with me. No, nothing with the FBI.
David, did you say that you were not able to come back, or they prevented you from coming back to the stateside?
Yeah, so I want to be clear on that. I said I'm not welcome back in America, and I don't know what will happen. But when you are again, I get treated better in foreign countries, but in America, I'm what's called detained, search, interrogated. I'm under covert surveillance. I've described it physically assaulted by the FBI. This is all documented, humiliated and deceived. I don't know if you do the report, but I was in Chicago. I was under covert surveillance. Now that, of course, is going to be only from my side of the story. The FBI, of course, won't report it, but they're not saying their side. But again, the reason I make it clear is like I am not welcome back in America. And I think anyone, if you went on vacation to a country where you're detained, searched, interrogated, humiliated, deceived, physically assaulted, stuff like that, you'd probably say that's not a country you're going to go back to, let alone your own country that you're a military veteran. And it's time for the American government to answer the specific question: why? Why was that done? I think every American, if you underwent what I did in America, you would say why. Just a simple question: why was that done? And it's complete silence.
David, do you
David,
know who Steve? Do you know who Steve? Hold on one second. Do you know who Steve Friend is? The FBI
I
whistleblower.
Yeah, I do, and it was weird. The reactions with the other FBI whistleblowers were just mixed in some way. So I didn't know about them. They joined the FBI after me. I don't know, like 2013. And when they were there, they reached out to me. Now I did an episode about them in a negative nature. This is my thought. Now I've reached out to them. They know about me. And in fact, I think there might be a guy, Ken Sorson, who's listening on here. He knows the background story too. The difference between why they got publicity and I didn't was when they went out, they hooked on to the Republican Party, Dan Bongino, during an election year. If you've seen how I talk, I'm not really pro Republican. I'm not pro Democrat. I'm not pro media. And I'm not pro corporations per se, meaning I'm not a very good sound piece where they got out and they were utilized by the Republicans to get Donald Trump elected. And then I think they were dumped. They got it and they were dumped. They didn't contact or they refused to communicate with me. You want to know? I think they were ordered by Dan because they were getting money. They were getting money from Cash Patel and Dan Bongino because they were unemployed and they needed help. And I guarantee, they were ordered to stay away from David Baumblatt because the behavior from him was very strange. Because as soon as I heard, because when I first heard there was FBI whistleblowers, I was like, this is phenomenal. Because there were three reasons I never went public in 2007. One, you don't go against the FBI. It's just that letter I sent to Senator Chuck Grassley was just whatever. It's to him. He didn't respond to me. I was like, whatever. But going against the FBI is not good. The second, it's not my personality. It's the same reason I never want to go on social media. But also, number three is I don't think anyone would believe me. In 2007, the war on terror, the FBI was important. No one would believe me. So when I first heard there was other FBI whistleblowers, I was like, this is perfect. I said, I can't believe this. This is great. I reached out to all of them. They know who I am, and they refused to respond to me or say anything. In fact, some of them said negative things about me. It's odd. I can't explain it except what I just said. They were utilized by the Republicans to get Trump elected. But if you know me, there's a lot of stuff that I say. I'm not really good to be utilized from one way or another to get someone elected because I'm basically because I come out, I say the number one enemy to Americans is the globalist government, the globalist corporations. Well,
David, my
that's not a good
question
thing.
was, thanks. I appreciate the background info. My question is completely different. So, Steve Friend, he's made the rounds in the past few years, going on various media tours, explaining, basically, blowing the whistle on the FBI and everything that was going on. In one episode, he said something, and it's a very short clip. I want to play it for you. It's a few seconds long. I wanted to get your thoughts on what he says and how the veracity of what he says. Bear with me
Okay,
just.
sure.
Is what I like to call the playbook that the FBI has been running the last 2.5 decades, particularly since 9/11, where essentially what they do to justify their existence of bureaucracy is a public and
It came in a little broken. If you could just tell me what they said or what Steve said.
Oh, hold on. I think I know what's going on. Bear with me. I'll fix it. It's better if I.
Yeah.
You have to put the wide spectrum microphone.
This is what I like to call the playbook that the FBI has been running the last 2.5 decades, particularly since 9/11, where essentially what they do to justify their existence as a bureaucracy is a self-lifting ice cream cone. They will identify a vulnerable person, an emotionally disturbed, maybe someone with radical intentions, but not capable of carrying forward an actual attack without the involvement of the FBI. They'll identify them, use confidential human sources, use undercovers, and then groom them for as long as it takes to engage or at least agree to engage in an activity that can be labeled as terrorism, and then they will arrest them. And the added wrinkle here was that they imported this Pakistani through the border. They sponsored him arriving. The FBI Dallas office actually was the signee on him arriving. And it wasn't just to slap the cuffs on him. They followed him and orchestrated this plot that could never have happened without the involvement of the government for 3 months, and then justify their existence with this big dismantlement staff, which is also tied to their quotas. This is just the FBI version of Fast and Furious, but except with the exception of being done with the ATF, we are now running terrorists so we can justify our existence as an agency.
Sure.
So he was supposed to leave right after he had set something up before the assassination. So did they? Because I don't even know if I've read what they had busted other than him. Did they actually bust something up?
The plot is completely absurd, Glenn. I've read through the affidavit. This is an individual who was essentially indigent, didn't have the finances, and we're led to believe from the FBI that he arrived here and then just happened. The first person that he had a conversation with was an informant from the government about soliciting hitmen to carry forward not only assassinations, but he wanted dozens of people to have protests that were going to be covered while they did reconnaissance. He wanted to get people that were going to steal documents and thumb drives from government figures, and all for the low, low price of $5,000, which he didn't actually have. And he was doing things like asking the informant to put his phone in a drawer. This is
Sorry about that. So, for those of you who don't know, he's speaking about this guy called Asif Merchant, who was apprehended like 2 days before the shooting, um, the assassination attempt on President Trump in Pennsylvania. So he's basically explaining the fallacy of the whole case and how it was what some people would call as like manufactured. And Asif Merchant was supposedly paid by the Iranians to come in and pursue this assassination attack on Trump. So in any case, you could see where things are going. I'm just curious, when you were there in between 2004 and 2007, in light of what he's saying, where could there have been cases like this or situations like this? And I don't want to put you in a position where you further alienate the FBI against you, but I'm just curious to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, well, first I would agree with Steve Friend. He's speaking truth to that. One thing that people may not be aware of the FBI, because I mentioned before that FBI agents, like government, they make sort of the same paycheck. Doesn't matter if they help you or not. But there's another element of intelligence community where money is on the line and it relates to your case. So in the FBI, these three vocabulary words all mean the same thing. So in the FBI criminal branch, they're called informants. In the FBI national security, they're called assets. In the CIA, they're called agents. So you recruit agents, you recruit assets, you recruit informants. Same sort of thing. These agents, informants, and assets, they make money. And they make money depending on the amount of information they can have. So how does this relate to these cases? So these could be manufactured cases both from the FBI and the CIA themselves, or also from their agents. So let's use common sense. I'm working an asset for a couple of years now because he's got information. But all of a sudden, I ask him, I do my meeting with him maybe every month, every 3 months, and I say, all right, what do you have for me? And he's like, nothing. I got nothing for you. well, then I'm not going to give you any money. And then, whatever, maybe our relationship ends. Maybe we sort of stay in contact. I'll see you another year. But what if this person lies and says, hey, man, I think this person's this, person's that, person this. And so not only does the FBI have at least an incentive to manufacture cases, maybe not for a paycheck, but there's pressure on management because you have to validate the FBI, the security complex. But the paid informants, assets, and agents, do they have a monetary incentive to keep the case going, to keep it going, to give information that could be false, that could be not validated? 100%. Because some of these people, they make a lot of money. Like if you're a solid informant for the FBI, you could easily make $100,000 a year. If you're a solid asset, this would be national security, you could easily make up to $1 million a year. And so, is there an incentive to keep the ball rolling where maybe sometimes the truth is, okay, that's all I got and that's it? Well, they know that if that's what they say, then I'm going to say, all right, then I guess that's no more payments for you. We'll keep in touch. But so you have to look at it from that side too. So anyway, we call them these manufactured cases. In that case, no, I'm a 100% agreement on that.
Thank you so much. And my last question to you is as follows. I'm when I look, as hard as it may be, sometimes I do look at what Laura Loomer posts, and every other week she posts about some catastrophe that's going to happen, and she's not the only one. There's also this other lady, supposedly former CIA. Her name is Sarah Adams, and they go into these intricate details that we've got 10,000 sleeper cells in the country,
I'll
and
explain that.
they've got these unique bombs, and they explain all the details of how they're going to pull this off. And I question myself, why the fuck are you not going and telling this to the FBI or the other agents? Why are you going around and basically letting them know that, you know, letting the terrorists know that if they're real, that we know all your intricate plans. You're basically alerting them if that's the case. So my worry is that then then I start thinking, I'm like, okay, is there going to be a false flag, especially with the World Cup in a few weeks coming around? Are we going to have basically another potential false flag where we're going to be dragged into another endless Middle East forever wars? I just wanted your thoughts regarding what the Laura Loomer and the Sarah Adams of the world are
Yeah.
constantly saying, that this great catastrophe is going to happen because there's thousands of sleeper cells in America with these unique bombs that they got that are undetectable. These bombs are undetectable. They go through stadiums and you can't scan it. Just your thoughts on that. Thanks.
Yeah, and without going into detail to dissect, I'll just do an overview on that. But the U.S. Army Special Forces Green Berets, they have a great motto. It's called the quiet professional. Not like they're living up to it, but anyway, it goes to this point. When you start seeing former intelligence people, even stay about, like for instance, in me, I've said many times, I feel like sometimes an ass clown being on social media. I never wanted to come on here. I went to the politicians. I really thought they were going to work this out and we were going to do this quietly, but there was no ambition to write a book and to go on social media, meaning the quiet professional. So when I start seeing a lot of these former or current or whatever intelligence and they're doing this and it's almost like you say, hey sir, I want to join Delta Force so later on I can make millions being a podcaster. So I do have my first thing when I see a lot of these former intel, like what are you doing? Some of them, like I do. I mentioned John Karayorki. He was put in jail. I mean, he got screwed, and he's trying to make a living. I get that. There are some issues, but Sarah Adams, I don't know her personally, but I've seen her a couple times. I just question, what are they doing that they're kind of staying relevant and still working in some way, shape, or form for the intelligence community because the active duty agents are not able to be a direct front to the public where they're using conduits to push the propaganda. Because remember, no threat, no budget. Always remember that. There always needs to be a threat. Whether it's a war, Iran, and maybe the open borders was more terrorists. Whether these are real or perceived, it doesn't matter. But fear is a great way to mobilize the money. And that money means the budget for these people. But are these podcasters like Laura Loomer, are they genuine, or they just, I just find it odd. I just, now that I'm on social media, it just, again, I go back to that saying, the Green Beret, the quiet professional. Yeah, we've really jumped off the bandwagon with that whole concept of the private professional. And now people are just on there either for an individualistic incentive for them to make money, to get clicks, or still having connections with the intelligence community to be that conduit to the public for propaganda to keep the budget going. So either way, I still take it with a grain of salt, because think about it. We've been on this war on terror for 20 years now, or even more. Still never goes away, never goes away. Still the next threat's bigger than ever. So it's a never-ending cycle of threats and budget.
And it keeps the forever war going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, David. I apologize for the long-windedness
Yep, no problem.
questions, but those are the questions I had, and I appreciate you answering them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up, Dr. Strange. All right. Lucky for me. Welcome. Go for it.
Oh my God! I thought you guys couldn't see me. Thanks, Joanne. Thanks, Ian. I love these spaces. You guys are always bringing really solid information with receipts, as they say. Not that it seems to matter anymore. I think we've are effectively seized as a nation, and unfortunately, some of my questions to David are related to that. So, David, I think I'm in your generation as well. I'm a little older, and I think, like you, I saw the writing in the wall, but of course, they were too busy crying about anti Semitism. So here we are. Now they've taken over. And now we're looking at merging militaries. And I don't know if you've seen or heard Tucker Carlson's interview with, I forgot who he interviewed, but it sounded like a military guy. Um, and essentially, he gives everybody a warning that if we don't do something now, we're pretty much toast. I kind of think it's already too late, but so here I have several questions, but I don't want to hog up all the time here. So I wanted to be very pointed with my questions. So if you don't mind entertaining me for a second, do you have any property here in the U.S. by any chance?
I don't. So that was one. And I did that before I left. Before I left, all my assets have been no bank accounts, nothing.
Okay. And can I ask you, I know you said you're overseas, I think maybe China or Taiwan, I heard.
Yeah, it's Hong Kong, but you call it China, it's fine. But Hong Kong.
Got it. And so can you, if you, it sounds like you're also interested in coming back, but yet I heard you say over and over, hey, the empire's collapsing, it's time to exit. So why would you be interested in coming back?
Yeah, well, I guess I should emphasize, what do I mean by back? Do I have plans or a desire to re-immigrate back to America and live in America? No. Do I
Okay.
want the right to go back? There could be a business trip. Last year my father died, go to a funeral, but I am an American citizen. So yeah, it should be a right for me to go back to America if I want, for think of a business trip or a visit. But do I want to resettle back to America? And again, I'm not rubbing it in. I still think America is a great country, this and that, but I actually don't miss it. I mean, when you live overseas, there's a lot of great places overseas. So no, I don't have plans to resettle back to America, but I'd like to be able to visit America if I need to.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And now I guess I'll limit myself to three questions. So I guess the last question I would like to ask you, and I guess this I'm going to try and pull it off as successfully as Ian does. He is just a master with words and the way he navigates these conversations. But really, there's a message within a message here. It does appear like we are rather sheepish and follow along. We are clear in this empire collapse. Uh, the imperialism has kind of overextended itself. The military is overstretched. We're putting trillions of dollars in the budget. Most of it seems to go to friends of friends who end up also being senators and our president. There's a serious internal decay. overpopulation with immigration. It's like there are no borders. Everybody and anybody's here. Clearly, we're collapsing. So, from your point of view, and you did say earlier that you actually have studied the phases of empire collapse with
Hmm.
your expertise, with everything you know, where do you think we are in those phases, and what do you think it will take for Americans to actually understand the gravity of what's happening,
Yeah.
and how the hell do we get it back? Do you think there's hope? Because it seems to me, and I'll just interject this real quickly, it seems to me, at least in the last 55 years that I've kind of seen this shit show, it's been a gradual takeover, right?
Yeah.
And it's
Absolutely.
at every level. And now we're talking about merging militaries, handing over our we can't even say no to Satan Yahoo right now. And now we're just going to give him the keys to Pentagon and all of our military and go, yeah, yeah, okay, that's fine. You can do whatever the hell you want. And you know it's not going to stop there. It's going to go with the data. And then eventually we will be the Palestinians. Like, what the hell are my fellow Americans? What's it going to take?
Yeah, I'm also amazed when I see pictures of inside Congress when they constantly have flags, the Israeli flag in there. And
Right.
I think the same way if it was a Canadian or German flag. It's just very weird. Our politicians. So I think at the end, I've said this many times, I believe America is a corporation, not just in structure, but in our mentality. Notice how they keep saying that China or Russia is trying to use propaganda to control us, but I think we're controlled a lot by the corporations. And I really think it's money, that money is the really one that makes us tick by. It's sort of like if you're working in a corporation, nobody really is friends with either one. We're just in there for the money. And if you get fired, you leave, but we're just in there for the money. So I think the first stage will be economic, but there is a danger, and it's called universal basic income, because I do believe the government knows that I am predicting some type of economic collapse. But if the economic collapse comes, violence will come. But if it can be supplicated with universal basic income, which is still a drop in the bucket for a lot of these government controlled, maybe that will supplicate the population to passively and peacefully dwindle off into submission. But I think the key indicator will be money. It's the only one because, again, I don't believe we're a Christian nation anymore. We're not a European nation anymore. I mean, think about it. What brings people together? I just really think it's a money. I mean, that's why people immigrate to America. Most of them, they just want money. I think Americans just want money. So I think it's the economics that is going to be the linchpin to really see how this thing is going. And that's why I think this universal basic income could be the wolf in sheep's clothing, where it could be enough money to pacify the masses into the control, where they know if they don't give it, then there's going to be some type of revolution. So again, I would focus on that, and because it's the only thing that I really think keeps us together. I mean, I look at Donald Trump less as a president and more as a CEO. He's running the country like a business, meaning it's all about the money. What is in the best interest, and of course not to the regular American people. He's looking out. Same thing with a corporation. The management gets record bonuses, and then the employees get laid off. That same mentality. He's looking out for his oligarch groups, his people. So I really think that's the only thing. The same thing. It's like, hey, we're all working for Coca-Cola. Do we really like this corporation? Most of us don't even like drinking Coca-Cola. What are we doing here for a paycheck? And if the paycheck doesn't come, we're gone. So I think that's the only thing that's really holding America together. So follow the money, but be very worried about universal basic income because it's
Yeah.
similar to the free COVID. Anything free, you got to question.
So you know what? I'm just going to push back a little bit here.
Mhm.
I agree with you 100% that seems to be maybe potentially a psyop of sorts. But the problem with that is that if you think about us Americans, we've generally been very lax. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken over the way they have. Right? We're watching a live genocide, and no one here, except for the ex folks, obviously, who are very enlightened, and a few other folks that they're connected to out in the world. But by and large, people are just carrying on with their day to day activities. Like, we haven't seen baby eaters taking over the country. So if they provide that universal basic income, I actually see them becoming more complacent and thinking, great, I don't have to go do anything. I can just kick back and go whatever, shoot
Yeah.
animals or, this is the American mentality. Let's do more Netflix. Let's drink more beer. Like,
Yeah.
oh my God, what the fuck is happening?
I I think another issue, and I talk about this leadership. I grew up in the city in New York, but then I moved upstate to the country. I grew up on a farm with 4 horses, and I remember talking to my dad about what a gelding is. And everyone knows that's basically a stallion that's castrated. They take the testicles off.
Yeah.
And when my father told me that, I thought it was shocking to me. I was like, why would you do that? He's like, 'cause stallions. He goes, there's so much testosterone. They're hard to control, so you cut the balls off and you make them geldings, and they're more passive. Does anyone not think that today's American men were the same thing of our founding fathers or revolution? I don't know. There's something, the plastics in our food, sperm counts.
Yeah.
We are not the same men. That I believe. And if you want a very passive society that's controlled, you get rid of those stallions. You don't want stallions. You want geldings. So I don't believe that the typical American man now is like our revolutionary forefathers. I mean, like I said, um, I'll be very sensitive when I say this, but just remember, America was formed by criminals. Our founding forefathers were traitors, criminals, men with guns. They used violence to form America. But I just when I hear people like talk about violence, just remember, America. We export violence, we do violence, everything, but we definitely want the American man to be very submissive. I guess you call it toxic masculinity. But there could be a time, particularly American women, will regret that. And they'll look around and say, whoa, where are these toxic masculine men when I need them? But I do think it's one of the reasons. I don't think today's American men, testosterone, whatever you want to call it, are the same as decades ago for many things, drugs, prescription drugs, plastics, food, GMOs, and the way culture is teaching men to be.
Right.
But we're
And
coming at a
who owns that culture? If you think about it, it's all owned by the same entity that's controlling us. They effeminize the
yes.
men to a point where it's like, I feel like as a woman, I can do more than some of these guys that I come in contact with that are younger than I am. It's
Well,
just
and I've seen it in China, where in China, it's all run by Chinese men. I mean, it's just like in China, they do everything they can to put the Chinese man on a pedestal, put this, and strong. But in America, I mean, if you're in America where, the white man's evil, down with the white man, I mean, you
right.
just see where this formula is going. But it's not like in China. They want strong Chinese men, and the government is doing everything they can to push a strong Chinese man. So, I think at the end of the day, there's going to be a time where you're going to need these strong men, and strong men sometimes do violent things. Violence could be good or bad. It depends. It's like a gun. A gun can be used for good or it could be used for bad. This is that sense of the neutrality on it. But there's going to be a call. I think it's that. Remember that famous saying, "Strong men make good times, and good times make weak times," and stuff like that. I
Yeah.
think we're in that phase of history.
Thank you. I appreciate the hope that you're providing, but I swear to God, the more I think about these things and the more I read and the more I'm understanding this, and remember over a period of time, it just feels like this is it. So I'm kind of with you. Maybe it's time to start looking at an exit plan. I don't see the men coming forward. I think if the men actually do step up, and especially white men, if they step up, I think they will be squashed because there's this clear, uh, you know, what I think is pre-planned, structured combat being set up between white men and everybody else. I just, it's no matter how you look at this, they have planned it out beautifully. I mean, I got to give them credit for that, but these fuckers are just evil. And we cannot let them seize us. We're a really great society. We're losing our values. We're losing this battle. And the only way, honestly, is 1776 type of revolution. And I'm just not seeing anything. I just see complacency all around me.
Well, and
People don't.
I got to jump in, just given the references Just have
Yeah,
to advocate, of course. And look,
no violence.
1776, exactly. I just want to be very specific
Yeah.
on that front, and I really do think that that's the appropriate course of action. It's not just because of the terms of service of acts and all those things, but it's the right move is this kind of righteous, intellectual and spiritual opposition to this. And at least for the time being, the best thing that we can do is to just peacefully, kind of bring a greater and greater awareness to these realities, because the fact of the matter is, if you don't know who the enemy is, you can't do anything about it. And there's a lot of people on here that, regardless of the fact that there's very few people that have put this together, and it's growing very, very rapidly. So that's the white pill, right? Is that we're moving at light speed. And really quickly, the thing that I'd add to that, David, I put this up into the nest, and I know that you're not as frequent with spaces, but this is going to be above the speakers panel, because you were talking about this idea of the gilded animals, right? The horses, the cattle,
Yeah.
etc.
Yep.
Um, I don't know if you've seen this, but of all people, Albert Bourla, who happens to also come from that group of people, who was the CEO of Pfizer, prior to that, literally was the head of the animal health division of Pfizer, which they eventually spun off. But prior to it being its own thing, it was Pfizer Animal Health. And Improvac was one of the primary big success stories that took place under the express leadership of Albert Bourla, which was an immunocastration vaccine for pigs and other mammals that not only basically sterilized them, but also drastically lowered testosterone for the specific purposes that you were talking about. And that very same person is the one that, lo and behold, gets hoisted, despite the fact that, again, he was a veterinary specialist. He ends up running Pfizer throughout the entirety of the COVID vaccine, which is pretty concerning. So I'm not sure if you've seen that, but just to your comments there, it's a wild little set of coincidences.
Yeah, like I said, I think whether it's the drugs, the GMOs, the foods or whatever, the plastics, we're not, I mean, there's studies on sperm counts right now. So you look at low testosterone men versus high testosterone men, they have a totally different view of culture and the way it is. So yeah, if you want to control a population, first thing you do is you either kill the men or you feminize the men, you weaken them, and this is one of the things. But yeah, I do think that strong men today are lacking. We're not the same men we were 200, 100 years ago.
No, absolutely. And great. Lucky, if you wanted to wrap up there.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ian. I appreciate that. I keep forgetting that I'm on X, and I do understand that we can't do certain things. But Jesus Christ, that's what it's going to take, you know. Nonetheless, yes, I am very much about peace and harmony and holding hands and, kumbaya to the fucking Jews. Um, Thank you for entertaining my questions, David.
Yep.
I really appreciate hearing from you, and I really appreciate the optimism and the practicality of what you're saying. I mean, you're being very practical in your approach, and it gives me hope and maybe an example of what I need to do. I wish I was one of those camping girls, but that's just not me. So I'm going to have to look at an exit overseas somewhere. Um, Thank you, Ian, as always, and Joanne. Love you very much. And of course, Rayad, also for being here. Have a
Hi,
good
Thank
much
you.
much love, Lucky. And just really quick, on Thursday there's going to be a space on moralizations of whites, and this is why it's so important to keep very like a lot of healthy people with. I don't know. I'm just like very inspired by what Ian and Truth and our little community are doing, because they are trying to moralize people and to keep everybody inspired and healthy and point out to the problem and trying to fix it. So yeah, guys, I posted it in the purple pill so that you guys come, because it's gonna be a really, really cool space. David, go for it. If you want to add
Oh
anything, if
no,
not, we can.
no. Thank you very much. And like I said, that issue of more and more Americans leaving has changed. Again, when I left in 2010, I think it was more for adventure or just dissatisfaction in America. Now it's not dissatisfaction. They literally think it's time to leave. The ship is sinking. So in the 16 years that I've left America, it's different. And to go back to your question, like I said, I just want to have my constitutional right to go back to America if I need to visit, stuff like that. but I don't really have any plans or desires to resettle back in America. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
I think the pendulum is going to swing back. I see a lot of people noticing all of the madness and trying to resist it, and more people join. So I'm just really thankful for you guys, and thank you so much, David. All right, Dito. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, but you've been waiting for a long time, so go for it, sir. Welcome.
Joanne, thank you so much. I only raised my hand because I thought I can't stay on this space for much longer, but I have an Android. My phone started to glitch and I'm having like blank spaces. So I'm just going to keep this as short and concise as possible. So, Ian, first off, thank you so much for bringing David up on the space. I actually found him as a potential spam because obviously you know Brock Pearson and so do I, and we have an understanding of how the algorithm works. Like in my case, obviously I have multiple interests, so I don't have a specific niche, so it confuses the algo. But I don't care for that. So I just wanted to say thank you for bringing up David and giving him a voice. Um, so right now I'm just in the World Cup fever. So however, I do look look at a bit of everything, whether it's geopolitics, crypto, sports, and the culture of what's going on. I myself, similar to David, I don't lean towards the left or towards the right. But I do see a massive understanding and a bit of division amongst boomers, Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z. The media pretty much has now changed from how it was when I was growing up as a 90s kid. Because we used to check books and articles for evidences. But now we are in a generation where, in predominantly the Gen Z, we now are overly dependent on the use of AI, which can be easily manipulated, similar to what we have seen with Grok being temporarily suspended of how it should issue its information about Gaza. And obviously Google changing its map from Palestine to Israel as well. And it kind of reminded me of what Shamat Paliatia, I can't even say his name properly, sorry, where he said that there was a handful of elites that are controlling everything. So my question to David and to Ian is the current narrative around global division and migration, is it a manufactured script? Was it planned by secret services using predictive movies like Civil War and the likes of, Citizen Vigilante to get into their psyches to cause a division amongst one another? Because I could see how Elon is also amplifying Gad Sad to push his agenda and his overview amongst the people. So that's my question.
Ian, did you want to take that? And Ditto, great to see you here. We've connected back and forth, so great to see you here.
Yeah, and what I would say is, I always give kudos where they are due, and Elon does let me talk about some pretty controversial issues, so I've got to give him credit for that. But I also will call the balls when I see them, as in the balls and the strikes, right? And when it comes to Elon, I can't help but notice that essentially everything that he touches is fueled by very shadowy kind of government contracts. You can talk about, of course, everything's doing with SpaceX, but the PayPal mafia, right? A lot of that has tons of connections to the intel agencies. So you go from digital currencies and digital payments, which obviously is a benefit for oversight. You go from there to things like Tesla, which, I would look at that and I would say, okay, so you're going to have a self-driving electric car. Well, that'd be wonderful if you are a centralized authority and you want to be able to say in a future space, hey, you get your 15-minute city. And if you want to go outside of that, you've got to ask for approvals. And perhaps in a not so distant future thereafter, well, just the complete removal of all personal ownership of transportation, right? You now have a grid that's owned by the government. And you have to get your little ticket to go ride on the government approved Tesla. And I know that a lot of this probably sounds very far fetched, but you then look at the tunnels that he's doing underground that are almost entirely connected to the governments for purposes that we don't exactly know. You look at the chips that he wants to put in people's heads and the robots, right? So you connect all these dots plus X and SpaceX, and you've got a guy that's basically at the center of big brother, right? He's at the center of the technocracy in every single sense of the word. And then you look at what he does, right? And the best way to understand a machine is sometimes not by examining the machine or trying to label it, but just watching its behavior, right? And Elon Musk will comment on all of the things that we would say are problems that are downstream from this centralized power structure. And he'll talk about, let's say, race riots. He'll talk about mass migration. He'll talk about the demoralization of society, the degeneracy, the birth rates. He'll talk about the fact that whites are being replaced and are clearly being mocked. But he'll note that he'll never ever look at the common denominator behind them, right? He'll never ask who's funding the mass migration. He'll never look for example when it comes to the speech lockdowns in the UK, right? When they were cracking down on individuals saying, "Hey, I stand in opposition to mass migration." Well, what was the commonality behind the Keir Starmer operation, right? And so we note this exact same pattern with basically everything that he does, where again he's pointing to the symptoms and he's saying, "Get upset about that." Right? Go watch Citizen Vigilante and get really angry at the Muslims or at the grooming gangs and all these. And look, I will go to town talking about how mass migration is awful, how anybody that's assaulting children is awful. But isn't it weird that while Elon might have made some comments on Jeffrey Epstein, he just never noted the unusual connection to Israel and to the Maxwell family and all these other things, right? So if you then look at just what he is doing, right, especially with this new movie that came out that he was hopping up, along with, for what it's worth, not just the mainstream media, but almost every right wing influencer, right? Even Russell Brand, for example, right? A guy who was talking all kinds of truths about COVID, but then he just wants to throw this movie out there and say, "What are your thoughts on Citizen Vigilante?" Right? To get that into the zeitgeist. And so, what do those people look like they're doing? They're trying to stir up infighting. They want the Americans basically fighting illegal migrants. If that's not going to work, they want the whites going at the blacks, right? Over in Europe, they want the Christians and everybody's essentially to go after the Muslims. The thing that they don't want you noting is who is it that brought all these people here? Who is it that's fueling all the anger via the media, via technology, via X, Y, and Z? And it's very obvious, unfortunately, when you triangulate it. And we could say that it's the commercial operations, right? And it's big business and it's commerce and it's all these things. But then we look atop all of those organizations and we kind of notice a similar pattern, right? No different than Albert Bourla and Pfizer and the vaccine. And so you look at all of these things, and that is the common denominator that I cannot overlook with Elon and all of these other folks. And it's worth noting because you mentioned Gad Saad. The guy he literally, and maybe it was a troll, but he was talking about how he's a Mossad agent. And if he's not, he's still directly, obviously connected to Israel, right? And so you've got Elon constantly resharing these people, right? And he'll constantly share all kinds of voices, Russell Brand being one of them. The people that you never, ever, ever see him resharing are people that talk about that one issue that we point fingers at, right? So again, what does it look like Elon is doing? He's trying to amplify all the things that are of benefit to this technocracy. And it doesn't mean that Wall Street is always aligned with Silicon Valley, is always aligned with all the world leaders. Obviously, there's going to be some differences here and there. The problem is the government's going to tell you, well, we're going back and forth deciding if we want Anthropic or OpenAI or Google, right? We can't figure out who we want to go with. And the people in these groups that we're in, we look at it, we say, I noticed a pattern across all three of those, right? And so that's the thing Elon won't touch. It's very obvious why that is. You look at the head of product of this app, what do you know? It's the same pattern, right? And so no, I do think, and I'm curious, David, for your thoughts. I do think that Elon and all of these other folks, they are playing. We let off this space with the idea that the world's a stage and Shakespeare's reference, right? Elon is just another character on the stage, and he's playing a different role. And so it's not left-right dynamics of let's say Bill Clinton versus George Bush or Donald Trump. It's rather technocrat Musk versus the machine. And they want to make Musk look like he's not part of it when he's, again, just another extension of it. But David, I'm curious for your read, if it's a line, maybe totally different. But either way, I also wanted to welcome Mr. Diligent Dennison. I know he was doing a marathon space earlier on the Tyler Robinson shooting. But I sent him a note, David, because I thought he's been doing a lot of deep dives into the intel agencies and the big tech companies.
Mhm.
And I thought he'd be very interested in some of the work that you've been doing. So I want to give him a big shout out. And then, David, get your thoughts on anything I just shared.
Sure. So I'll do 3 comments on that. So first is, I've said many times, Elon Musk is about 50-50, but when he's supposedly the world's richest man, it's very difficult not to tie him into whatever was going on in the world. When you're the richest person in the world, whether it's some form of a responsibility, when you're in the know, or it's very difficult for him to play any type of victim status, like I'm the good guy. Well, if you're not the good guy, you're the bad guy. I mean, when you're the richest person in the world, it's hard for you to obfuscate from any type of responsibility what's going on. So that's number one. In terms of the immigration, what's going on, I'll take that in 2 parts. China has radically changed my life, and for one of the couple reasons. So we'll do one on China and immigration. So in China, most white people in America have never lived as a racial minority. In China, there is less than 0.02%, so not 2%, 0.02% of the Chinese population are foreigners. Most of them are of Asian descent, like a Chinese American, a Canadian American. The amount of non-Asian foreigners in China is unbelievably small. So that's number one. So we're talking about, how does China do immigration? The second thing is, it doesn't matter if you're born in China, marry a Chinese one, you'll never become a Chinese citizen. Unless you're ethnically Chinese, you will never become a Chinese citizen for the rest of your life. So what I'm trying to say is, China doesn't have any problems with immigration. No one's coming to China. Like even when I got my work visa, you got to do medical checks. I mean, it is a rigorous process, even for Hong Kong. So China doesn't seem to have any immigration problems. So now we look at the West. And in the West, it's hard for me to look at one factor. Is it the clergy plan? Is it economic immigration from the corporations? It just seems to be so many players could be at play. Maybe it's not one entity, but the West is being flooded with foreigners. And at the end of the day, what makes a country? It makes your people. Who are your people? And if you go to China, it's a very homogenous country and it's very easy to see who they are. So I do believe that the West is obviously, it's being flooded by immigrants. Who is doing this? Is it for diversity? Is it for economic? This is where Donald Trump, as much as he's against illegal immigration, he likes legal immigration from an economic standpoint. Is it a Jewish conspiracy? Either way, it could be a combination, but we are losing who we are, because one of the things that makes a country is the people, and we're losing that. And China, along with a lot of other non-Western countries, they don't have a problem. So if we're so strong and developed and everything, why is it that we have a problem with securing our borders or having an immigration policy that's just for the people? But all these other countries like China doesn't. So there's obviously a problem. And if this continues to go in that direction in the West, it's going to fall. It's not going to work. And maybe that's one of the reasons why China has lasted as a civilization for thousands of years. Because for them, if you're not Chinese, then this country, China, does not belong to you. They're very clear on that. So it's just food for thought.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. And that's the thing, right? And I appreciate that, because the one thing, David, I always find strange is when people are saying that those things that you just described are not happening, right? I've been in spaces where people will suggest, "What are you talking about? There's no mass migration issue. There's no triangulation where the media is clearly, let's say, antagonistic towards one group of people. That's a weird conspiracy." And then you turn on the television, and every single commercial pushes racial pairings that are clearly antagonistic towards, let's just say loosely, the white people of the West. And so it's very frustrating, right? It's no different than, since you're in China, it's no different than if I went there and I magically just got control of all the media and I just decided, you know what, from now on, all of the commercials have to feature a white guy with all the Asian women. And if there's an Asian guy in the commercial, he has to be doing something embarrassing. Like, everyone would obviously throw me out of the country if that was the case. And yet in the West, not only is it happening, but you're not even allowed to comment on it, or you're somehow the bigot, not because you're producing
Well,
it, but because you're noticing it.
and it's with other countries too, even developed countries like Japan, which is a phenomenal country. Same thing. The Japan belongs to the Japanese. or I find it interesting, and I don't have a problem with this, but in Israel, that country belongs to the Jews. But God forbid if you said that with other countries in the West, then they'll throw racism. But it just seems to be, except for Western countries, that they have their own national identity with their people, whether it's Saudi Arabia or whatever. But when it comes to the West, it belongs to everyone. And that type of mentality, sooner or later, we're going to lose it. We're going to lose the people. But the Japanese are very cultured. I love Japan. It's a great country. But don't fool yourself. If you're not Japanese, you will never fully belong in Japan. That country belongs to the Japanese. Is that racist? Yeah, it is. But you come up with a new feeling, a definition of racism. What other people call racism can be considered patriotism, the love of your people. So what you call patriotism, what you call racism, other people call patriotism.
David, I want to just very quickly, because this is an important point, and this goes back to the tragedy of the commons. What is being done is that it's being asserted that places like America, Britain, Sweden, these countries are being redefined as the commons. Japan and China are not commons. Israel is not part of the commons. Those are reserved for certain classes of people and their exclusive use. But America, England, France, Spain, those are now the commons. And what do we know about the cultures that have moved forward and the cultures that have not? The cultures that have moved forward are the cultures that can be trusted not to abuse the commons. The reason why America became the way it is in England is because people learned, sometimes through trial and error, but we learned you don't throw your trash in the next available river. You don't dump your garbage into a public park. You don't go around eating swans. You don't go around catching random stray dogs and eating them, or dogs that belong to people either, right? You don't roam the earth as if it was one big jungle waiting for you to pick food out of it, right? And that's the problem, because not only are we being redefined as part of the commons, we're inviting people that have done nothing but abuse the commons for millions of years into our countries, and then we're surprised at what happens.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like I said, I think what's happened is, and we talked about the weakness of men, that it's sometimes in the West, the biggest weakness is not how big your muscles are, it's just being able to speak. And it's almost like your biggest fear is being called a racist in the West. Where, like I said, when you travel to these non-Western countries, the racism, which again, you look at racism differently. Many times it's a form of patriotism, but it's on another level, and that is they would never even closely accept the amount of tolerance and liberalism and basically destruction that's happening in the West. And I think, and our founding fathers in America would have never allowed it either. So say what you want, but I've said many times, after living in the non-Western worlds, which are great, I've reevaluated how America treats women, racial minorities, and immigrants. We treat them very good because there's very few other countries. Like I said, even in China, I'm a white man. But if you're not, we'll say you're a black man in China, you will have a totally different experience. And like I said, if you're not of the Chinese ethnicity, there is a zero path for citizenship for you. Zero. Doesn't matter if you were born in China. So it has changed me how I view nationalism, and I view how our liberal policies in the West, not just from liberals too, these global corporations as well, liberalize this for economic reasons, that if we continue on that path, it's over for us in the West.
David, I just found it funny. I'll never forget the the articles on the bomb that was the live action version of The Little Mermaid by Disney. And there was a article that was written on how the Chinese market was not going to let's say react to it rather favorably. It was one of the biggest box office
Oh,
disasters in China because yes, they do not like black people there, and a black Little Mermaid was very unpopular. So I
did,
thought it was kind of a funny
Ian,
example there.
did you see the difference between the movie posters for the seventh Star Wars movie in
And
China
they
and
just
everywhere else?
removed the black character.
They just took the black guy out. It was like, like oh no, don't worry, kids. There's no black people in this movie. Come see
Rabbi,
it.
can you imagine when they get into the theater and then a quarter of the way in, that character comes up on screen? They're like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
But
Well, I think Chinese people, I mean, obviously, I don't think racism is cool, but I think that they have a more reality-based like look, onto races, and they see themselves very favorably, um, and they see other races less favorably, which is par for the course for everyone except for whites. But like, it's you can understand because they see what goes on in our country with these people. You see, like, I mean, you look at the rates. Look at this. Like, if you take the top 20 cities in America for violent crime and homicide, and the top 20 cities for percentage black, 14 of those are the same city, right? This is not like racism to point this out. This is a problem that the black community needs to address, but has failed to even acknowledge that it exists for at least 100 years.
Well, and that's the thing that similarly along the lines of this intel agency, right? And all the things that are being done within the FBI, the CIA, that people have not been willing to call out just because it's it's very unpopular to do so, right? And David so much so run outside of his own country merely for trying to bring attention to it. But that's what we're trying to do, right? And David, I know some of these can be spicy topics, but whether it's migration or some of let's just call it race realism, or when it comes to who owns what and is controlling what for what purposes, all we're ever trying to do is just speak truth, not to hate on or be disparaging of anybody based on any of those things, rather just looking at the world and saying I see what is, and I want to discuss that because things are not going particularly well, especially for the Western world right now. But I know we got a lot of other hands.
Oh,
Let's continue through,
I'm sorry. Yeah, go
and
ahead.
let's check in with Mr. Rob, and then we'll go down to, if I'm not mistaken, I think longevity is up after that.
Yeah, amazing space. Thanks to Ian and Joanne and David here to kind of give some exposure on the kind of global intelligence infrastructure that's now controlling the planet. Just echoing what he's saying, I do believe that essentially it's the intelligence agencies which now control the world via proxy. All of these different intelligence agencies, the FBI, CIA, ASIO, they're all just become subordinate, essentially proxies of this large entity, which we see ideally in Mossad. I just want to say, like with China, it's really ground zero for this authoritarian surveillance state technology. Yes, it may seem free, but living there is quite different from the perspective of citizens that speak out against, the authoritarian communist dictatorship living there. So they are trying to make it seem like these communist nations are ideal, while they push the Western nations towards communist power structures. It's happening here in Australia. It's happening in America, where this kind of new digital Bolshevik revolution pushes us all towards these kind of totalitarian communist style power structures. And we're seeing it happen now. And just with this whole topic here, it reminds me of a book I read, and it's called The Conspiratorial Hierarchy and the Story of the Committee of 300. And that was written by a former CIA agent, John Coleman. And he predicts the kind of post-industrial world controlled by global technocrats. This was back in 1992. And just as we watched the world kind of going down this route, I think there's something which needs to be talked about, which is the digital twin. The world is now kind of overlaid with this vast digital layer. There's billions to trillions of sensors now, cameras, smartphones, these technology, like the Internet of Things, which is kind of feeding back into these AI systems that kind of map and they kind of track us and predict our human behavior in real time. And now they can use AI models to predict our behavior and control the outcomes. So I think that we're really stepping into a really murky water. And with this whole digital twin and reliance on these kind of modern military control systems, which are being targeted at us now, we really need to take back our agency before it's totally gone. There's a whole bunch happening with biodigital convergence now. Back in 2013, you had all these talks about nanotechnology that's now advanced so vehemently that it's in fact, the battle is now inside our bodies. They can read our thoughts. Facebook bought a company back in 2019 that can effectively read your thoughts, which was CTRL Labs, and we really have this problem now where we're losing agency to these intelligence agencies who are taking over the planet. I don't want to keep going on. Maybe I just want to ask maybe some direct questions to David. who do you think did 9/11, and what would your position being on other intelligence agencies on the planet being captured institutions,
Yeah.
possibly?
So similar to what I said about World War II, I don't believe we know the truth about World War II. 9/11's obviously different because it's more modern. It happened on American soil with more technology. What I can say is this is how much we've sort of just in terms of mind control, fed the stream. So when I was in the FBI, I didn't work counterterrorism, but in the office above me, the FBI space, that was the counterterrorism team. And I worked in a major regional office, and the FBI is the lead agency for counterterrorism. I knew a guy there. He was an older West Point grad. He spent 6 years in the Ranger Regiment, and he was a 5 year FBI agent, which makes him a journeyman agent, and he worked counterterrorism. And I keep saying one of the things in leadership is always ask why, which is what you're saying. Who did it? Why? Who, what, when, where, why? And again, I'm not a Middle East expert, so I decided to just go up to him because I didn't know why they did this, why they attacked us. So I wanted to get, and probably this person is one of the best experts to talk about it, FBI counterterrorism, this West Point Army Ranger guy. And I went there and I said, hey, why did they do this? And you don't have to get into the details if it's classified. Why? And the answer that he gave me back then, I still remember I was definitely unimpressed and I was a little shocked, but I took it and I said, okay. But looking back, and he says, well, David, they did it because they hate our freedom. They hate our way of life. Almost something like mimicking what President George Bush probably says with the Republicans. And even back then, I was thinking, I was hoping for a better answer than that. And it always seems to be, whether World War II hatred, they do it because they hate. They hate. We got to define this. Almost like white supremacists, they all hate people. I haven't really met people that really, really hate other people. So anyway, to answer your question shortly, 9/11. One, I go right back to World War II. I don't believe in the party line of this or that others. Obviously, there's conspiracy theories with Israel doing it, and I will simply say, well, I'm not going to confirm or deny that, meaning I'm not going to debate that, we'll say. But I truly believe we don't know the truth, and it's happening more and more in our government. But to also answer your quickly, not answer it, but the comment, because I think your accent, you're from Australia and you mentioned China. You're in a very particular point, Australia. Your country is being overtaken not just by China, but by America too. And it goes back to kind of the issue with NATO that a lot of these European countries, to include Australia, I believe you should be a great ally to America because we share a lot of our history and our culture. But make no doubt about it, if you think we're partners, you're wrong. We're the boss. So you've got America who's colonized your country, and you've got China colonizing too. So Australia's in a very difficult position right there. But anyway, to answer your question, 9/11, obviously I don't know the truth, but I definitely don't believe in the party line. And that West Point FBI guy, that answer that he gave me was very unimpressive, almost like he was reading off a script. So again, that's the best answer I have for you.
Okay, thanks for your time. Yeah, it does seem like, Australia it itself is part of the Agenda 2030 protocol, which, 193 countries are part of, and they're working us towards this kind of technocratic one world government. But either way, I appreciate your responses, even though they may not be the ones I wanted. So I was just asking if maybe you think the FBI, CIA are captured institutions, and now they're kind of a
Absolutely.
proxy. Yeah.
Oh
Okay. All
yeah,
right. Great.
no, that's absolutely like I said. I mean, if you think and I think it's the bigger picture. If you think, well, it's probably the same thing in Australia. Our government, meaning the FBI, does not serve the American people. They serve the state, meaning America. They serve to keep the regime in place, and they'll do whatever they have to do to keep it in place. Are they being also, it's interesting when people ask me about other intelligence agencies. Yeah, like we've had some cases working with the Australian. It's a similar with NATO. We run the show when it comes to Australian intelligence. But if there's one agency that's not, it is Mossad. We don't push Mossad around. If there's an agency, or they're what's called Shin Bet. Shin Bet is their version of the FBI. So the Shin Bet and the Mossad, there's no way America pushes them around. But to the Europeans, Britain's a little different. I would say if there was any type of a peer relationship, MI5 and MI6, but Australia, no way. We run the show. So I would say is before you look at China as an adversary, which I'm not going to argue with that, also you probably want to redefine the relationship with America and redefine what this big brother status is.
100%. I'll end just here. I would just rather say that this whole East versus West dichotomy in itself is a psyop. The world is now controlled by this globalist entity which controls both sides, communist, capitalist. They make it seem like China is the enemy, so they can justify this arms race mentality that gives them the justification to build these bioweapons, these genetic weapons, and to coerce us towards socioeconomic collapse. So I think that this whole China is the enemy and America's the good guys is just this kind of Masonic kind of theater piece, when in fact they're controlling both sides, and they're just trying to get this kind of thesis synthesis and the controlled outcome. So either way, thank you for your time.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Rob. That was awesome. And guys, please repost this space. And if you guys go to it, I will also repost it and follow Ian and Raed and David and everybody in the panel are just
And
absolute
just a quick
superstars.
shout out, we're going to be doing, it'll be, I think, the third, if I'm not mistaken, health focus space with a medical guru. I can't call him doctor because that would be a violation of all kinds of things, but a medical guru, Mr. Rob, to bring us some health and wellness tips and advice. So we'll be announcing that, sharing it on the timeline. Make sure to bring your questions for the good doctor in spirit, not in profession. I just got to call that out. He is not a medical professional. But David certainly was in terms of being a intelligence professional. So very humbled to have him here with us. And know we got a lot of other hands. So Joanne, let's continue through those.
All right. Longevity. Welcome.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect.
Hey guys, I just really want to quickly thank Ian Malcolm, and he's not here right now, but I want to thank David Nietzsche, for all your guys' hard work. I appreciate it. People do notice it, right? Um, I just had a quick comment into a question for all of you and the speaker, David, for all the hosts. I had kind of an unorthodox comment question about as far as us as consumers in the West and North America, and specifically about big tech. Um, I just want to know what you guys think that we can do as far as, native born American Caucasian consumers, because there, as you guys can see on those uh, viral posts of like more and more and more of big tech is literally Indian CEOs, and more of the board is Indian, doing complete racial preference in-house hiring, and there is no diversity. There's not even diversity. You don't have a white CEO, you don't have an East Asian CEO, you don't have a black CEO. Everyone's Indian. And just to wrap it up, all these entities are Vanguard, BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, Israeli pro-Zionist Israel organizations. And obviously the CEOs are put in there by Zionists and literally bow at their feet and kiss their feet, right? So my question is, what can we do as consumers? Because I'm not talking about Microsoft, which is headquartered in Washington, Reading, Washington State, but the majority of all big tech is in Silicon Valley, between San Jose and San Francisco. So what do you guys think that we can do as far as Americans and Caucasian people? Because these are obviously blatantly anti-white organizations. Should we, use Firefox, Linux, use our own products? My last sentence is, I'm still researching eBay. As you guys know, the collectibles market is kind of hot right now. eBay is going through its second renaissance. So surprisingly, the CEO of eBay is Jamie Lalone, and I'm just researching their company. I don't think he is Jewish, and thank you guys.
Do you want?
No, don't use the soundboard. Oh my God.
I just removed him.
Okay, good.
Do you want me to take that question?
Of
Longevity?
course. Yeah, go for it.
Sure. So a couple things is, one, buying American now is very complicated. One, is an American company? Are they American workers, like you said, meaning white European is the boss? Even companies that are American, for instance, Apple. I worked on Apple products or Apple projects in China. This is via the Foxconn. So what's an American company anymore? So that's the first difficult question that I think he's answering is how can you even support, I guess you would say, native, maybe European American companies? Good luck with that. The only thing I could think of is sooner or later, and this is where creativity, ingenuity, and also supply and demand come into play. And that is, like I said, sooner or later, I think most Americans are going to lose faith at the federal government level, and it's going to go more into state politics. And with that, hopefully, you're going to see maybe like a person like Massey, more of these native born Americans come up with their own companies that are going to redefine what is an American company, what does made in America mean, and maybe it is going to cost a little bit more money, but the patriots in America will say, I will support that. The problem is if you're an American right now and said, I want to support an American company, what is it? Well, where is it? It's probably built in China. The CEO is probably not American. The workers are not. So we can't even really find an American company. But I think how this momentum is going to go, it's going to happen, but it'll be more at the grassroots state level where there'll be some person quits Google and says, hey, I'm starting my own company. But I think supply and demand will eventually come to that area where, again, patriots want to support. But we're not at that level right now because, like I said, I can't even define what an American company is or even American citizen and stuff like that. So I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. And then you're going to have those options on the table. But until then, like I said, I believe that the future of politics is to support those state politics level, that more local grassroots, where you could get a more homogenous society that supports you.
Excellent, David. Thank you. Longevity, do you want to reply or should I go to the next hand?
Yeah, I was listening to David, and as you guys know, I can't name them all by heart, but the CEO of Microsoft is Indian, and the CEO of Google is Indian, right? So I'm just asking you guys quickly. I mean, I don't constantly buy computers, and isn't everyone abandoning the new Microsoft Windows? Because Microsoft obviously is getting worse now, right? And my last comment is, yeah, it's hard to avoid Google because, like, literally, Google is like a super monopoly. It's intertwined. It's intertwined with the military, hospitals, the government. Yeah, it's very hard. I can't blame anyone here. You know, who wants to use Google, an Indian Zionist CEO puppet? But it's really hard to avoid a product like that.
I mean, Yandex is pretty well. I use Yandex. Also, Brave is pretty good. Apparently, I haven't used Brave though. Have you
And
tried
don't forget, for
Yandex?
what it's worth, despite the CEO choices there, isn't it curious that Unit 8200, former vet, or well, I guess let's say 8200 vets, right? The former personnel from 8200, depending on how you want to phrase that. But either way, those individuals littering all of these American tech companies, Microsoft being the one they are most prominent within, with over 250 known 8200 vets that are within the walls of Microsoft, right? And so yeah, the influence there is very, very strong, as it is throughout Google and Facebook and on and on and on and on and on. But longevity, that's why it becomes very difficult to try and figure out, well, what are the other options, right? How do we boycott something when they control almost everything? And probably the first answer to that is to only use those if they are your only choices, right? And so try to minimize, I suppose, the reliance upon those types of things, although that can be difficult because if you use, let's say, GPS, use it for getting around town, you've basically got, you've got Google Maps, you've got Waze, which is ironically owned by Google, and then you got, perhaps Apple, if you're, or Apple apps or whatever they would call it, or Samsung apps, right? So very limited options, and it's almost all universally controlled by you know what. And so that's why we're going to try and unweave this web that we find ourselves in as best that we can. But wonderful questions there, Mr. Longevity. Let's continue on and let's check in with Mr. Amiru.
Yo, Ian, Joanne, Raed, Rabbi, everybody in the space, man, I'm tired, man. But you guys are going strong, and it's good to know that you guys are, keeping up the fight. And I hope David's okay. I haven't seen him in a while, but I have two questions for David. But before I go into that, just to comment on something that was mentioned earlier, just because Chinese people are acting racist, I don't think we should emulate that. Like, that to me is third world, and I don't want to emulate that, and I don't think it's correct to say that only white people don't show racial preference. I don't show racial preference, and I know a lot of smart people that don't do that. But so my question, David, is: do you feel like when you were working with the FBI that they were kind of aware of this Jewish takeover of the country? Is that kind of like the elephant in the room, or the undertone, or was it not like that back then?
No way. It was a very sensitive topic. I think that's what I mentioned. It was known though that we would never call them our ally, what they were doing to us, but it was kept within ourselves, and even it was very politically incorrect, for lack of a better word. And remember, when I was in, it was 2004 to 2007, so Muslims, radical Islamic terrorism. The war on terror was in full get go. So focusing on the Muslim community, but that was a very sensitive topic, and yeah, it was weird. It just wasn't spoken about, but you knew it, and you would never designate them as, again, I think we call it the what is it, that homosexual, you're the confused. You can't call them an ally, but you can't call them your enemy. So it was just this ambiguous relationship that we had with Israel that was very difficult to explain, and it wasn't at the level now that I think it's more mainstream now that Americans are scratching their head. But back then it wasn't mainstream, and even in the intelligence community, it just wasn't spoken about, but you kind of knew it.
I see. So you think the conversations that would be happening right now would be vastly different, right? More
I would
aware.
be very exact, because it's right in the face. I mean, even American citizens are seeing this. Like, for instance, when we went into Afghanistan or Iraq, this would be, yeah, I guess the second Iraq and Afghanistan, there was never something like, we're doing this because of Israel. Where now, mainstream, people are asking, why are we fighting Iran? Well, what does this have to do with America? This is Israel. So how are they working out the hallways of the FBI or the CIA to answer those questions? I don't know. But when I was in, it wasn't mainstream. So we didn't really have to talk about it, but you kind of knew about it. That, again, they weren't our ally, but you would never say they're our enemy. And it was just ambiguous. That's the best way
I
to
I
describe it.
see. And what's interesting about what you said, I never really thought about this before, but this whole kind of like scapegoating the Muslims, I think mainly I think about it as kind of a useful tool for spinning the narratives, but it also must have redirected resources like for the FBI and other government agencies focusing on Muslim terrorism, let's say, instead of the Jewish problem, right?
Well, yeah, and I mentioned too about follow your principles, and I said back then, yesterday it was Muslims, tomorrow it could be Christians. But back then, the war on terror, if you were a Muslim, we're talking an American citizen Muslim, and they just even have a suspicion. Again, we're not talking evidence. Oh, you're under surveillance investigation. Why? Especially back then, the war on terror, even, but that's also something different too. You got to remember, the reputation of the FBI was much better there. I mean, people believed it. We're at war. Trust the FBI. This is it. So that's also different now. But back then, Muslim Americans, I would say, would be the number one category of American citizens being spied upon because of the whole war on terror.
Yeah, and thanks for taking my questions, and thanks Ian and Joanne for having me. You guys host great spaces, always consistent, always high quality, always good guests. And my last question to you, David, you were talking about multipolarity, and you were talking about how a lot of people are seeing America as a sinking ship, and that's partly why you're keeping distance and staying in China. I mean, I know you can't come back, but you want the ability to. But even when you get that ability, you're still going to be in China. So I'm thinking, with America being in this critical situation, do you have any interest in helping and fighting back,
I
in the homeland, let's say?
Yeah, absolutely, but not at the federal level, unless someone could convince me otherwise. I mean, my background is leadership, and I believe it's going to be at the state level. But you show me, because we have to have someone, because I think we all agree now the Democrats and the Republicans are not that much different. I did think Trump was going to be a little different. So my support politically would probably be someone at the state level, and they would say, this is the political agenda, and if it's with the federal government, we'll do it. If not, well, then we'll figure it out. Not do any hints. But I would not throw my hat into any new, it's going to be Marco Rubio, it's going to be JD Vance, or it's going to be Gavin Newsom. I'm not interested in wasting my time. It has to be at the state level.
I understand. Thanks for taking my
Yep.
questions, and
Thanks.
appreciate it, man.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up, Amiro. I think Rabbi wanted to reply to you as well. Rabbi?
Oh, I wanted to. Amiro said something that was egregiously incorrect, and so I wanted to, but it's not. It's gone now. I guess what I wanted to ask David is, so seeing as we're in now, and I mean, you work for the API, and you said in China right now, right?
Yep.
What do you think are, because how can I put this? Americans, we are, as soon as it becomes legislated, we are obliged, under punishment of jail time, to avoid the countries that America decides are quote unquote enemies, right? We can't cooperate anymore. Right now, I think China is not designated that. What do you think are the chances of Americans at the grassroots level reaching out and forming, you know, political partnerships with countries like China, but also, I mean, Russia right now is currently under sanctions, so you can't do that legally, right? So you'd have to skip Russia. Iran, I don't know. Technically, we're at war, but we declared the war, so I don't know if that's illegal either, but probably. But these countries were essentially, the United States has decided that we're not allowed to support them, right? What do you think of the chances of us undoing that by creating some kind of partnership that is technically legal that builds, some bridge
Yeah.
between America and these countries?
So I answer that in two ways. One, I found it interesting. Who is today's Americans' ally or enemy? Like when I was in the military, Ukraine would not be considered our ally, but I guess they're our ally now, and Russia's the enemy. Or China, I guess, is the enemy. But have you seen how many American I mean, did you see Trump going to China and Beijing? And I mean, basically, grifting off Beijing and Xi Jinping. So people like China's the enemy. Have you seen the amount of American corporations who love to work in China? So I do find it nebulous. Our enemy today, our friend tomorrow. It all. I guess it all depends on if we're making money or not. So that the second phase is a normal pattern in history in the world when regimes change. When it gets to that level, it's going to get very dangerous. And what do I mean by that? You are going, and it happens all throughout the world. You're going to start seeing, think about our American Revolution, where if it wasn't for France, many times we probably wouldn't win, meaning we always have to reach overseas for allies. You're going to sooner or later see that federal politics is not working. And you're going to start seeing at the state level, which happens. I mean, in Gavin Newsom as the mayor of California going to China, but state politics is going to start coming more and more in a front forward direction. With that, the governors of these states, who are almost looking at their own entity, are going to be looking overseas to see who can help them out. And when they start forming these alliances, those alliances at the state level may be contrary to what Washington, D.C. wants. And then we get back into the FBI sense of subversion, a sense of uh, sedition and whatever we could get in there. But that's going to happen because you're not going to do this alone. You're going to have to look to overseas. And people are like, that's strange. No, it's exactly what happened. Even in the Civil War, people don't realize. But sooner or later, the federal politics is not going to work. You're going to look to state politics. And these governors are going to realize, and some of it could be legit, but just not politically correct, meaning legit where a state governor will say, I'm going to reach out to Canada. I'm going to reach out to Germany, which should be considered our allies, but relationships change. I mean, look at our relationship with Denmark or what happened in Greenland. Is anyone not shocked with that? What should have been our ally? So either way, it's going to get in that direction at the state level, and it's going to get very nebulous, just like it is now. Because if you did a poll of not just American citizens, but even our government, who's our enemy, who's our ally? I don't know what would take the flavor of the month, what it's going to be. Meaning these things change, and it's not like they're posted on the front page of the New York Times, our enemies now. But I go back when I was in the military, Ukraine was not our ally, but I guess they're our ally now, and we're supposed to support them. So I guess the only one would be Israel. That would probably be one that's probably stayed in line that people would know. But other than that, these allies and alliances change. Hopefully that answered your question, the part one and two.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, Israel, obviously, Israel is the one holding the leash, so they're not going to
Yeah.
go anywhere. But yeah, no, it's because I never agree with this. When the Afghanistan war started, I remember being absolutely horrified and saying, the excuses they're making, it's not just that they're wrong, it's that they make no logical sense. They can't be true. And the only way that this could be happening right now is if, people are just going along with the lie, and I could never go along with the lie. But what are you going to do? It's like you're a citizen, and so you're subject to the laws that are being set by these maniacs in Washington. So there's literally no way you can try and mitigate the situation. But if shit goes south, you're on the hook for the acts of your government.
And this is, like I said, I have seen an increase in Americans wanting to leave. They're not paying their taxes anymore. I mean, they just don't want to be a part of it. And that's not the answer in itself, but it is increasing. Or like I talk about state politics, but I think at the end of the day, if you're looking at an empire falling, which we are, this is going to be rocky times no matter what. It's just going to be very difficult because this is what happens. This empire will go down. I've known it since 2005. So people are trying to figure out the best answer, but I think there's going to be more hard answers than easy answers, or people just gonna leave by themselves. But it's definitely going to be difficult. But I even go back to the China thing. I mean, even Trump's visit to China with all his family, and we're honored. Do we really know anymore? In fact, I say it all the time. The reason why China is treated much better by the United States government and not Russia is because the United States government, meaning our corporations and our government, don't really make
Are
money
you
off
there?
Russia. China's different. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
back. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so it's about money. So again, Rabbi, I think what you're going to see is as an empire declines, the dangerous times are coming. And I think a lot of people who are too confused and don't know what to do, they're just saying, I'm out of here, I'm gone. And that's what I did. But if you stay, you just need to get prepared. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Rabbi, do you want to answer, or should I go to the next hands?
No, go to the next instance. That was
All
wonderful.
right.
Thank you very much, David.
Awesome. Panayoti, welcome. Go for it. Hello, hello, David.
Hi.
I was a federal informant for Field Office Newark.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, since 1998. A lot of what the things you're saying are true. The agency is compromised. Um, I know you mentioned doing things at the state level. Actually, initially, I was dealing with something with the state of New York, the city of New York, involving public corruption. And then it wound up to being involvement with terrorism, threats to national security, and the Israeli lobby. You were right about Israel. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to investigate anything. Um, we have a problem in this country, from what I've seen, and that is, since the 90s, the Cold War ended, and it was just a different battleground that I don't think they were prepared for. A lot of these lobbies, foreign lobbies, whether they were Russian, Israeli, Greek, uh, really got their hands in with our politicians. And we can do things at the state level, but this is what I encountered, because initially I got involved with public contracts, and that's how things got bad. But you can't sue the state. With the 11th Amendment, I know people are saying, well, at the state level, but it's just as corrupt. Because if I could have sued the city of New York, I mean, a lot of what I've known could have been out there. I mean, I've been arrested a bunch of times, and these court cases disappear because they don't want people to know what I know and what I've seen. I knew about the spying in 2002. There was stuff on 9/11 that they lied to people about. There was stuff about Benghazi they lied about, because all that is tied in with these foreign lobbies. This garbage came to in our backyard, and that started happening a lot in the 90s. And people just wouldn't notice it. And if you try to get people to notice it, I go to the media, everybody, they were like, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a nutcase. And some knew what I was talking about, but they weren't going to run the story. I mean, that would be against the Israeli lobby. But we have a serious problem, and I've been saying it to a lot of people here. We have a parallel state here. We have a state running things, a parallel state, a foreign parallel state, and it's happened in other countries. And I've said it many times here on Ian's spaces. In order to defeat that, you have to create your own parallel state. People have to get organized, and you get organized with lawyers, attorneys, friends, people covering for you, having your back. We're not doing that as Americans. We're just arrogant. We're being arrogant, and we got to stop being arrogant, stop being politicized. Start saying, look, we got one issue and one issue only right now in America, and that is our national security. Forget about abortion, all that other stuff, guns, or whatever it is. That is meaningless if we don't have a country anymore, and that's what's happening. We don't have a country right now. We have foreign actors, foreign and you know, people like to point the finger at one group. It's a lot of them. It's the Qataris, it's the Russians, it's everybody. I think it's less of the Chinese because they're so you know, for them it's just about business and security in their region. They don't really meddle too much in it. I mean, they spy a lot here, but it's a different kind of spying. It's that old-fashioned intel where we want to get that information and that tech. The other people, they want to control us. I mean, the Israelis, other lobbies, they came here to control because they know the strength, military strength of America. So, like Ian, we talked about Franco. The kid finally got some help. And I talked to some of those people. And how is he fighting back? That person got him an attorney. And now his story is going to go to courts, and we're going to know more about what's going on with actually it's somebody that's pissed off with Palantir. So that's how we fight the fight, exchanging information. And you know, David, what's the FBI about? And it was in the mob also. It's information gathering.
Yeah.
You gather that information, you assess that information, and you use it. You use it. What do you think Epstein did? He gathered information, he took advantage of people, and he used it against them. We have to do the same thing. We're not organized. We're not organized locally. Hey, if anybody ever wants to talk to me out here in Jersey, I don't mind. I even DM'd my information to you, David. If you want ever to call, that's fine.
Yep.
But you know, sorry.
No, absolutely. Keep going if you're not finished.
No, I'll finish up because you know when a lot of stuff comes back to my mind. I mean, I spent 26 years of pain and suffering and abuse, and you know, when you keep getting obstructed, when you have information on terrorism, and when I should have been before two committees. Benghazi was one of them. 9/11 was another one. I mean, and you get obstructed because they don't want to talk about these foreign lobbies, and especially in New Jersey, we're multicultural here, and everybody talked about our identity. Yes, I agree with that. If my parents were immigrants, I'm not totally against no immigration. I'm sympathetic to immigration, but hey, not this mass immigration, not this a bunch of foreign lobbies and foreign actors coming in here trying to take over this country. This we can't let America down. It's the pillar of democracy. And if this country fails, it fails all over the world. It fails in Europe.
Yeah, a couple points. Thank you for your comments. But that is also, there are so many foreign entities that are also through monetary means taking a piece of the pie of America, and their loyalty, which there's nothing wrong with it, their loyalty is to their own country, whether this could be Middle East or whatnot, and they look at America as one big corporation, and so a lot of times I see our government, there is the Christian Zionist, that there's an ideology of what they're supporting Israel. But the rest of them, it's all about money. They'll work for Israel one day and they'll work for another foreign government the other day. It doesn't matter because these people, our politicians, are in to make money, and to the highest bidder they serve. That's it. That's what we've become.
Yes, because even with my experience, it was contracts, public contracts in the city with bridge painting, and there was 3 of us that had patents for scaffolding, and that meant monopolizing on all the work, which meant hundreds of millions of dollars. So in the Adams case, there was a person named Erdogan Arkan. He was with the Turkish lobby, but they only talked about the Turks. But the Jewish lobby was also involved. Erdogan Arkan should have been investigated back in the late 90s and wasn't. It was all covered up. Even now, he got a slap on the wrist. And then Trump dismisses the case, which that case should have went through. I think it was Williams, the attorney, the federal attorney. Forget his first name, but he was doing a good job. And actually, I was surprised that the FBI was really pushing to find out what was getting on. They actually said this is more than public corruption; it's a national security threat, and I knew exactly what they meant. But you see, Trump comes in, dismisses the case, and then they say, well, it was a quid pro quo. And all the Jewish senators and congressmen, you know, were like, oh, yeah, that's what it was. No, it wasn't. It wasn't about home and ICE. It was so they can hide all of this truth that the American people are just now starting to find out what we've been seeing for decades, that these foreign lobbies have control. We don't have control.
Yeah.
And our politicians have sold themselves like whores, like prostitutes. They are prostitutes. You know,
Sure.
and this is what we need to get out. And like you said, vote for these people that aren't involved in that, like Massey, like Ro Khanna, and all these other politicians that are coming out now. And APAC trackers, it's a wonderful thing because we get to see what's going on. And little by little, if we do that, if we organize, share that information, start getting some group, some lobby at least, where people can say, hey, I'm directly involved here. I need some attorneys, or I need some person in the media to talk to. Have our own media. It's not about boycotting. We need our own media, somebody who we can trust. We can say, hey, this happened to somebody. Talk to them. Get it out there. Information is key. And unless we're left in the dark, we're done. We're finished. So that's what I'm trying to work on now. And thankfully, because of what happened to this kid, I'm starting to actually have talks with some people, and we're starting to, and I'll have more on that later on as it goes, but it's just something now that just happened a couple of weeks, and I'm happy about it.
Thanks for your comments. A couple comments to kind of counter it. First is, in terms of state politics, New York is done, meaning New York is a very large state. I think it's about 20 million population, whereas a state like Wyoming, 500,000. So, our ancestors left Europe to come to America, and people are leaving blue states to red states. So migration is part of the human history, the human path. But state politics in the future, I'm looking at a small state like South Dakota, Wyoming, because New York's too big. It's too big. It's too influenced. You're not changing anything in New York or even a place like California.
Well, in New York, or anywhere else, let's say something happens. Let's say there is some corruption. The only way you can get at it is to sue. But you look at state rights isn't the problem. That's what I thought. I was blind and stupid, and that's what I thought. Oh, it's state rights, and it's so Confederate. No, that's not the problem. The problem is the 11th Amendment. Because the people that wanted to control, believe me, we had people even when they were writing the Declaration of the Constitution, were saying, you know what, I still want my power here. I'm a slave owner. I got my business here. I still want my power. So what they do? They put the 11th Amendment, which was highly debated back then, whether you could sue the state or not. So even a small place, if you can't sue that state, I think we have to look at Americans. This one flaw in our Constitution was you cannot sue the state unless the state allows you to. Mm-hmm. So that's why when we had the patents in New York, and we couldn't do anything, and because we couldn't sue the state. We could sue the company, but lawyers would say, hey, the company could go out of business. I get nothing. But if we could sue the state, and that was a big case in the late 90s, right before I got my patent, where somebody sued a university, and I was surprised. All these pro-business conservative judges like Scalia and Thomas, everybody decided for the school and said, yeah, they could take your intellectual property. There's nothing you could do because you can't sue the state. So that's why the politicians started targeting us. They're saying, well, wait a second, we can monopolize on this. So let's get these guys. And I paid a heavy price for saying no. I'm not going to go along with what you're doing. It's hurting my fellow Americans. It's the wrong thing to do. It's treasonous.
Yeah, the thing about the state is it's got to get to the level, and this can only work in the smaller states. Again, think of like a Wyoming, where you're going to have to flood these states where the governor, the congressmen, the senators, the state senators, the National Guard, where it is going to be much more homogenous to push it. Once you get the political leadership, there'll be leverage, but it's got to be flooded. And that's why a state like California or New York, it's too big, it's too diverse, it's never going to
Yeah,
work.
and what you're talking about right now is a parallel state.
Yeah, and that's
Exactly.
how it's going to be. Here's something else.
And that's the way it has to be, a parallel state. Like you look at the Gulen movement, the parallel state was done in Turkey. That's how they, Gulen and Erdogan. Huh?
It's going to happen. Give it time as the system. People are going to, because like I said, the history of mankind, people are willing to immigrate. People are willing to move, from one state to another, from one country to another. You're going to start seeing these small red states, particularly. It could be blue states too. I don't mind, do a blue state and take off. But either way, state politics will be the future, and they're going to get flooded. But I think California, New York, maybe even Texas, too big, too diverse. It's because you got to get the power structure aligned where you've got all the people in place where it's kind of what we say in the military, you'll flood the zone, where you're going to flood that state, because that's why it's got to be a small state. You start doing that, people are doing, I mean, it's happening already. People are leaving blue states, going to red states. It's just going to accelerate that process, or they're going to leave America. More people are going to either leave America or they're going to start going there. And when they go there, they're going to be more politically charged. In terms of the FBI, this is going back again to J. Edgar Hoover, where everyone thought it was corrupt. But I could tell you something. He wasn't intimidated by presidents. I mean, now the FBI, it's a service. I mean, everyone else. Kash Patel does the orders of the President Trump. It is what it is. They're compromised. Whatever President Trump wants, they do it. Where before J. Edgar Hoover, corrupt, not going to say that, but I'll tell you, he was a nationalist. He was not intimidated by any president, and he will push his might. We don't have that FBI anymore. This FBI will toe the line of the administration, and whatever President Trump wants, Kash Patel will do. So I would not be looking at the FBI to bring any justice. I just think, like I said, that people are either going to leave America or they're going to start flooding some of these smaller red states. And that's what I say. And I even say, don't even get in arguments with the liberals. I tell them, flood the blue states. Take your blue state, flood it, because at the end of the day, I tell people all the time, people think that these liberal, homosexuals or these liberal feminists, they're running the show now. Or then the liberals think that these white supremacists are running the show now. A lot of these white supremacists are probably working for McDonald's, meaning the fight isn't between them. So to the liberals, go take your blue states, do what you got to do. Let the conservatives take the red states and realize that our biggest enemy isn't each other. It's probably Washington, D.C. Fight for those state rights. That's where we're going to get our freedom.
This has been such an amazing space. I'm so happy you hosted it, Ian. David, you're brilliant. Thank you. All right. Wealth, welcome, brother. How are you?
Hey, all right. Thanks for the space. It's been really good to listen to. David, I'm going to touch on a few things that might seem that we are in disagreement, but I just want you to know that I'm not trying to catch you in a got you moment. I'm being completely honest about what I'm looking through from my lens. Okay. The first one is obviously what you said about men in China. I'm in China right now. So, I mean, I've been here a few times and I kind of understand the mechanisms that plague men and women here as opposed to what happens in the West. So I would say, I mean, I could talk about a plethora of them, but I don't want to take up the whole space. So maybe we should just pick two. I would say medically, soy has been bad for men. And the other one is that obviously due to this large sort of gambling, this kind of gambling, I don't know what to call it, but gambling's everywhere in China, right? So, online there's this kind of perversion of young women dressed up almost like girls, gambling to young men, and it really puts a superiority class between men and women. And there's a number of other things that I think that are important when it comes to plaguing men and women in China. But the other thing I wanted to quickly ask you, and I'm asking you this honestly,
sure.
What's your views on communism and where it came from?
Sure. Do you speak Chinese by chance? Just curious.
I'm learning Mandarin at the moment,
Okay.
but
N-
I
No
will
problem. You say
just
mom.
stick to English for this space.
No problem. That way it helps your understanding of China. Anyway, if you speak the local language, you understand. So we'd say Maman Xueshi. So a couple things. First, soy. China is a very poor nation, and now it's becoming where meat is. It used to be meat was a luxury. Now it's become a staple. So many times they went with soy and they went vegetarian. They just couldn't afford it. You probably, if I don't know your experience, but in China, but it's very poor around there. So once they got money, meat on the table. They look to the west. They say, "Man, look at these big men. Why are they big? Meat." So don't fool yourself. They're eating soy. A lot of these eating vegetarian because they're poor Chinese. But now they're getting money, and guess what's happening in their diet? They're getting. In fact, you are starting to see fat Chinese, and that's a bad thing. That's another thing. But anyway, a lot has to do with their diet, with their money. Number one, in terms of gambling, so gambling is generally illegal in China. That's why Macau, which is a gambling capital of the world right now, over and I did work in Macau where they're going to Macau. Gambling, it's interesting. I mean, I don't want to get, people are very nervous talking about racism, but sometimes there could be a genetic thing with the Chinese. They are addicted to gambling. They love gambling. But the Chinese government realizes it's a danger, as we all know. I mean, I would also recommend people to probably avoid going to the casinos. So the government clamps down hard on gambling. They're probably doing that though in a black market, but gambling is illegal in China. So they're going to Macau, or even Cambodia now is hosting a lot of the gambling. So maybe that helps out a little bit, meaning I think gambling is generally a vice on society in China. China agrees with that. And then I think you said the last question is about communism. Was that your question?
Yeah, I just wondered if you
Yeah.
thought there was sort
Yeah.
of
So
the grassroots of CCP, or you understood it
Yeah,
to be
so
further.
my view is I'm not a fan of communism, and I generally I've learned more about World War II in China because that topic is taboo. But if you look at Adolf Hitler, his number one enemy was communism. So I'm not a fan of it. So then you might say, what's the deal with China? Well, the topic of Mao Zedong is it's very sensitive. There's no doubt about it, and he ushered in communism for good or for bad. But I look at the real unique leader of China is Deng Xiaoping. And Deng Xiaoping came in after the death, because that's what happens with communist leaders. You got to wait till they die. So when Mao Zedong died, Deng Xiaoping came in and he changed China. I don't consider China communism now. I consider fascism, which is interesting because probably you could sell communism more in the West than fascism. I mean, most in the West, fascism is considered the most evil of the choices, where I would consider communism probably the most evil. So I would consider, you call it in fact, the Chinese say that. They say we're socialists with Chinese characters. What are those Chinese characters? It's nationalism. They're national socialists. Now, does that mean I like everything about the society? I'm not into their, some of their freedoms here and there, but I do believe the transition from communism into fascism was a big help. In fact, Deng Xiaoping went to two specific countries and he said, I like how they work. One was Singapore and the other was Japan. And he said that was the time Deng Xiaoping said, we have to start opening up. It's okay to become rich. It's time to get money. And that, I really believe, was the catalyst to change China. When I first went to China, it was under Hu Jintao. Life was pretty good. Xi Jinping came along and he started cracking down on the rules, which, hey, that's also something else. China's not my country. They'll do what they want with it. But under Xi Jinping, life for foreigners got a little bit worse. And that's why I left to Hong Kong, but it's their show. But to answer your question, I'm not a fan of communism, but I do believe fascism or National Socialism, I think it's generally misunderstood. And again, basically, National Socialism in general is a lot of the forms of government around the non Western world. Look at Israel. If people like, I don't like National Socialism, that's a lot in Israel too. They're not as much of a democracy as you think. So hopefully that answers your question. The first is about soy, has a lot to do with money. You look at Chinese, once they got money, they're eating meat. Gambling, I think it could be a DNA thing, but the government cracks down on it. It is illegal in mainland China, and it is what it is. They'll still gamble. And in terms of communism, not a fan, but I think fascism is a misunderstood political ideology. Hopefully that answered your question, Wealth.
Thanks, David. I hope you don't mind. Just quickly, I just wanted to say
Yeah.
that honestly, I think that we're all heading towards this technocracy. I just think that we are in a different stage in different parts of the world, and our mechanisms are being abused in a different way. I mean, if you read the Communist Manifesto of 1848, it describes history as driven out like a class struggle. So capitalism will collapse under its own contradictions. But communism is actually meant to be the final stage of capitalism. So you have capitalism, socialism, and then into communism. And so what I'm seeing is we're kind of celebrating the idea that there is no driver over there with communism, when in reality we're opening the door to technocracy over there as well, when we talk about no private ownership, a classless society, distribution by need. Now, these are a lot of normalities, I would say, in China, but we need a much harsher transfer, I would say, in the West, which is why we're going through what we are now. I appreciate what you said, man. I don't want to get into the other things I wanted to discuss because there's other people here, but thanks for answering my questions. And it's great to talk to you, man. Thanks.
I'll do one caveat on that. I mean, again, I consider myself a China expert, so only talk about it. People are worried about China. I'm going to give you, I did a video on this. This is very simple. This is why China will never be the world superpower, and this is why America will cease being the world superpower. China is what's called ethno-nationalism. You probably see it right now. I mean, wherever you are, you probably don't see many white people or we'll just say non-Chinese people. The Chinese are not inheriting the British Empire like America did. So we assume that when China gets powerful, they're going to be just like America, but they're going to control the world. Trust me, people like the Chinese. I mean, in general, I'm doing it, but the Chinese are so ethnocentric that, meaning if you're not Chinese, lack of a better word, you're a second-class citizen. Like you'll never fit in. And so, but even the Chinese government and the Chinese people don't want to be a world superpower. They want to keep Chinese. The only area that they'll probably expand is probably Asia, because they look at their other Asian countries as their extended family, Japanese, Vietnamese, Thai, like the extended Asian. But they are so ethnocentric that unless you're Chinese, you're not going to be a part of that. So it's going to put people like me who are not Chinese as, I don't have a problem with them, but I don't want them to be the leader of the world. Where America went so globalism, where they said, hey, who cares about the white man, this man, this man? And we went so globalist where we don't even know who we are, that it went also too far. That's why we're going to collapse. So America went globalism too far, we're going to collapse. Yet Chinese is so ethno-nationalism that they're never, it's just not in their, they can never rule the world, because there'll be so much hatred against the Chinese. So they're going to contain in their Asian community, because even Chinese, they don't like diversity. They don't like immigration. I say many times the Chinese overseas, it's like a fish out of water. They enjoy the safety and comfort of living in a Chinese society. When you take a Chinese and you put them outside, sometimes they could get very uncomfortable. So China will never become the global superpower because they're too ethno-nationalist, and America will cease being the global superpower because we went way too globalism, that we've lost our original national identity. So hopefully I answered a little bit more for you, Wealth, but thank you.
That was an amazing response. Thank you so much, David. All right. Jim Bannon, welcome. Go for it.
Well, first of all, I've missed you all. I used to be QR Done Right, and many of you know me. Joanne, I have to ask a question. Sounds East European. Which country, please?
I'm sorry?
Which country are you native from?
Oh, I was born in Mexico, but my grandparents are from Lebanon and Palestine. But
Palestine, okay.
my parents and I were born here in Mexico.
Okay, wonderful. I have a Mexican sister-in-law. First of all, Ian, I just stumbled on this. I can't believe it. And David, you have the broadest, most accurate background of any human I've met. And there's 8.3 billion of us. So I have 2.5 pages of notes. But let me just pick out 3 that have really stood out. One, I don't hear anybody say what you said is genius, David. State, not federal, state. And I'm here in Arizona, and not being immodest, I got the governor elected. I have lunch with both of the senators, and I'm deeply, deeply involved. I watched every minute of the January 6th hearings, and probably 90% of people in America did not. So I wrote to Adam Kinzinger, and I'm the most persistent SOB you'll ever meet. And so I sit on 3 committees of countryfirst.com. So I believe that Country First on Prejudice, being the only 501(c) and 2 501(c)s, the only nonpartisan candidate training program in America, combined with the state, combined with a focus on education, combined with a focus on collaboration, not communism, collaboration versus competition, is the answer for America. Now, I'm 76 years old. What dumb company would hire a 76-year-old? Well, I got contacted by a $750 million pharmaceutical company out of Japan, and they just hired me. So your worldliness really appeals to me because I believe that 2 people ruined America. And I liked Reagan a lot. Matter of fact, I recommend to everybody go see Dennis Quaid and Reagan. It's one of the best movies ever. But Reagan made one mistake, and don't we all, right? But he came up with this trickle down economics, and for 50 years, it's ruined the country. Now, the next guy that ruined the country was my boss. He was working in the town that I was born in, Pittsfield, Mass. And every member of my family is with General Electric, and he ran the plastic business. And by the time I was, how old? 29, I was national sales manager of General Electric. And Jack Welch, with his shareholder supremacy, flushed this country in the toilet. Now, my hero is Simon Sinek, and I called my celebrity coach, who managed Prince's Paisley Park. And I said, JD, Paul says you're not worth what I'm paying you, so I'm going to challenge you. She said, go ahead. I said, in our last conversation, you said Tony Robbins was in your group. She goes, yes. Gary Vee, she goes, yes. And my hero, Simon Sinek, she goes, yes. I said, who are you, white woman? And she said, didn't I tell you I'm in the top 1% of the top 1% on LinkedIn, and they offered me vice president of marketing. And I said, okay, here's the challenge. I want to meet Simon Sinek. And she goes, done. And I said, what? She says, done. I'll have him on my TV show. I'll have you on my TV show. Done. Now, I am in love with Sinek, and I'm now binging on Bob Chapman, which I also believe is the answer for America. It's William Miller. Anyway, you can look him up. Bob Chapman. And he has had a huge impact on Simon. And I believe he's the answer to what Jack Welch did and raped us. Now, finally, the only time I left GE after 13 years, because I was one of the top 20 that Welch called his high pots, the people who were going to take over GE. And I was contacted by a headhunter. Now, my upbringing, you don't talk to a competitor, never. But this guy says, this guy really wants to talk to you. I said, well, who is he? Well, he founded Phillips Lighting. And I said, well, I'm impressed. So we went through a long discussion, and I hear one of the guys is in New Jersey. And that's where I was. I was the 3rd largest importer into Port Elizabeth with over 1,000 containers a year, because I did join that company. And it's the first time in the history of the United States that communist capital came in to form a U.S. corporation. And I was 32 years old. So I had 100 countries with 100% market share. And I had my visa hand delivered by the Commercial Council. And I flew over on Air Malov. And when I got off in Budapest, and most people don't realize it's 2 cities, Buda and Pest, divided by the Danube, I showed my visa, and this guy with an AK-14 over his shoulder, I thought he was going to salute me when he saw the Tungsram logo. And then I get in my Volga, which is what Putin drives, and I went by Lake Palaton, which is where the billionaires live. and my driver was KGB. He doesn't speak Hungarian, and all I can do is say Egészségedre. And I was told not to take pictures. So we drive by the train station that many of you seen in the World War II movies, and they call Budapest the Paris of the East. And he nods and lets me take a picture. And then we go to the chain bridge, with all the padlocks. And if you know the story, it's pretty moving. And so he nodded. And then we went by, maybe a 12-story building, and it had this red hammer and sickle. I raised my hand, my camera, and he took his finger across his throat in the universal signal that maybe I shouldn't do that. But I walk into the boardroom, and I'm only traveling with one guy. He was my vice president of OEM, Bob Meyer. And I do have a reputation of putting my foot in my mouth with the most powerful people on earth. I could tell you stories forever. So anyway, she says, Jim, what's it like being, this is 1982, and even Reagan couldn't get into the country. He said, what's it like being in a communist country for the first time? And I said, well, it's pretty scary. Bob and I are in downtown Pest, and they all start laughing. I turned to Bob and I said, Bob, what did I do this time? And finally, she stops laughing and she said, Jim, we're not laughing at you, but you've never been that safe in your life. We have no crime. We have no drunk driving because everybody's a designated driver and they drink like mad. If you drink, oh God, it tastes like varnish. But they drink a lot. And there's always a designated driver because if you get caught drunk driving, it's 6 months jail time.
Jim,
But
please land it soon. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Oh, please land it soon.
The team is in anticipation for your question, Jim. They're on their tiptoes waiting.
Okay. Well, I think we need to save America. I am hiring democracyforward.com. I advise you to look them up. 150 of the top attorneys in the United States, and somebody said change begins with attorneys. And I think the difference between an attorney and a catfish is one's a scum-sucking bottom dweller and the other's an innocent little fish, and I eat both of them for dinner. But I am hiring them because they've got an 85% win rate against the Orange Buffoon, and I'm bringing a $10 million lawsuit here to Ela County in Arizona because they put my ass in jail. I should have been gone in an hour. And it was 72 days, maximum security, solitary confinement, 23 and a half hours a day, no phone call to a lawyer, no phone call to a bail bondsman, physically abused, all caught on video camera. And I happen to believe that change is possible. I have put together a board of directors of 22 of the world leaders. I make myself and my company available to anybody. And by the way, I love the Chinese because I am the world's expert in QR codes, which is Japanese, actually. Toyota created it. I hold the only license in all of North America. Google's our #1 account, Macy's, Kohl's. And we're trying to change America by improving excellence in communication and customer service. And thank you for letting me babble. I am doing what I can to help the world.
Thank you so much for your comment, Jim. I loved everything. All right, Tom, go for it. Welcome.
Hey, Joanne. Good night. How's it going? Ian, Riot. Hope you're all doing well. So yeah, I was listening to the conversation, and a couple of things that I heard made me want to jump in just for a moment here. And Panagote, I believe it was, said that we need our own media, resources, etc. And I couldn't agree more. The good thing about what Ian's doing here is that this is as good as it's going to get for now. I suggest you guys back and support Ian as much as you can, because the amount of talent that Ian brings to the table and the kind of guests that he gets to come in make this the best form of media that we have available to us now. And I think that this could evolve over time. In fact, I'm sure it will with the right support. And this could be the future Fox News. Why not? The Ian Malcolm Network. But anyways, getting back to what I was saying earlier, or what I wanted to touch on that was being talked about earlier. There's Jim Bannon also mentioned the two men that destroyed America. I would argue that there's one man that contributed more than anybody else to the globalization and destruction of America and the outsourcing of our industry. And that would be that nappy-headed Henry Kissinger character. He did a hell of a lot of damage to our country. And so the question I have for David is this: David, what do you believe we can expect to see in places like Peru, Colombia, and other parts of South America, Latin America, where China's invested billions to secure long-term contracts and where China has invested in dual-use sites that could eventually serve military purposes, with the expectation that this investment would lead to lasting commercial and possible military buildups around ports and other sites that they clearly have a tremendous interest in ensuring remains friendly territory for them well into the future. How do you think they're going to react to the fact that Trump and his administration are basically now trying to lock China out of the region? Any knowledge on that? I'd be very interested in hearing about that. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, and I think we could relate that into the One Belt, One Road. It's called the Idai Ilu. And so there's no doubt when I said China doesn't want to be a global superpower. China, though, their history are merchants. They're very mercantile people. In fact, since we're on the Jewish topic, they're considered the Jews of Asia. They'll go down to other Asian countries, and you'll find that the richest, say in Thailand and Indonesia, they'll be the Chinese. That's where they'll control the money, and they'll stick with themselves. So they have a high level of intelligence and very business savvy, and they have a unique bond that helps each other. So there's no doubt about it. The globe is their marketplace, and they're going to do the best they can, which there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, we do it. Every country wants to do that, and they'll build their power. And it's probably in better interest to go to foreign countries and send your business people versus your soldier. You know, if you go around like America and you start bombing countries, that's not very good for the economy. That wastes our taxpayer money and that kills our soft power. And what's that? But China does go full bore into the one belt, one road. So is there anything wrong with that? I mean, I don't know. What are we going to do? Tell them you can't do it? They're going to go around. They're going to do business. And we've done the same too in America, but it seems like we're using more warfare first. Is that going to build up both their soft power and their economic status? Absolutely. What are we going to do in America? I don't know. The point is the first thing we've got to do is fix a lot of problems with ourselves and maybe not doing the war. So to strategically answer your question quickly, is China doing that? 100%. Is America trying to push them out? We are. We're almost using warfare in a way, specifically like Venezuela and Cuba. I guess we could do it. You know, we're using the stick instead of the carrot to push them out, maybe the Panama Canal. But this is where I also find it interesting when you hear about America, we're not into violence. I mean, we're constantly using violence. So who do I think is going to win out in the end? It's probably going to be China. Once we're finished with these wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, they go in there, send their business people, and they make great deals. Also, remember, too, the difference between China doing business and America doing business is, don't fool yourself, and this is fascism. The Chinese companies, their allegiance is to the Chinese government. Their profits, their success is tied to the Chinese government. And the Chinese government, believe it or not, yes, it's a brutal regime, but they actually care about their people in one way or the other. Trust me, they care more about the Chinese people than foreigners, that's for sure. American corporations go abroad. These are multinational stakeholders. Some of these people may not even be American citizens. So when America sends, just like when, remember, think about great examples, NVIDIA. This is Jensen Huang, who's from Taiwan. And in fact, there was videos I put about him saying how much he loves China. This is his home. These are his people. So when America sends their corporations abroad and those corporations make money, is it in the best interest for America and the American people? Who knows? When Chinese companies go out, absolutely. If those companies are not adding value to the Chinese government and the Chinese country and the people, then they're gone. And so I say this many times, one of the differences between America and China is, and you look at it good or bad, it's your choice. But in America, the corporations have the power. They have the power. In China, the government has the power. Doesn't matter how rich you are in China. If you step out of lines with the government in China, you're in trouble. And people say, well, that's bad. Well, I don't know. I mean, we're trying to figure out what the perfect system, and it's hard. But in America, these globalist corporations with globalist passports, globalist allegiances, well, they're the ones controlling us. I mean, we got this guy, Elon Musk. This guy wasn't even born and raised in America. Who is this guy? And this is our platform. So I know I did a bit of a tangent on you, but the first is, what do I think about China going around and do business? I don't know. It's a free world. What are you going to do? I mean, this is also the part about when America says communism doesn't work, socialism doesn't work, fascism doesn't work. Then why do they consider China to be a threat? There's something that must be working in the system in China. Otherwise, it can't become powerful, right? There's something, meaning if communism, and again, I'm not a fan of communism. I think it's more the National Socialism, the fascism of China, but something must be working with China. Otherwise, why are they a threat? Why are they getting powerful? Them doing business overseas, it's a free world. Hopefully, let them do it. Better than making wars like America. But most important, those corporations, their allegiance is to the Chinese government. And the Chinese government, believe it or not, they actually care about the Chinese people. In China, it's 100%. If you're, I don't know, we've got Wealth on here if he wants to comment, but if you're in China like me, it's not negative, but you're a second class citizen. You're not part of it. In America, who do these corporations serve? Do they really care about American citizens? I mean, I just give you the example of Boeing, which should be the most patriotic company around, military industrial complex. They sold me out for China. So hopefully answer that some of your questions, but if I didn't, just let me know.
Yeah, I appreciate it, David. One thing that I just wanted to add to the question is, how do you see the fight for Latin American resources or for political and corporate influence in the region playing out, being that it's pretty clear that the Trump administration and a lot of other influences that are known to be adjacent to Trump are very, very
Sure.
seemingly interested in pushing
Sure.
China out of the Latin American region, all of Latin America, as I understand it. How do you see that playing out? Do you see China
Okay.
as accepting that and just letting
So,
it happen because they're not
yep.
particularly interested in fighting that fight? Or do you see this becoming a contentious region in which we could see a lot of instability as a result of this power struggle?
Yeah. I think you're going to see instability in many areas, but first, make it known. China is intimidated with America's might. America, as much as I talk about a falling empire, it is still we in America have built the strongest military the world has ever seen. I mean, we are the Roman Empire. We know how to destroy countries. So China is not. Don't even think about it. They do not want to get in any type of military war with America. That's why their support for Iran, and they were supporting Iran, was very much subtle. So make it known, China is intimidated, which most countries are intimidated by America's military. Now the question is basically Donald Trump, the commander in chief, how far is this Monroe Doctrine? Is it going to spread all the way, I guess, to the south of Argentina? And is he willing, which he showed before, to use military force? If he really is, and push comes to shove, China will be intimidated and back off. But what the world is also seeing, however strong Americans' military is, it's not as effective as people think. Look at the Iran war. Trump is going to spin this as a win. It's a failure. Afghanistan was a failure. And I want people to make sure there's a difference between a special forces operation. Think about when we took out Osama bin Laden or the president Maduro in Venezuela, where you could say it was a success, mission accomplished, versus conventional wars. We don't have a good track record all the way back to Vietnam. That's probably why we always celebrate World War II. In some ways, it could be the last war that we actually won. So make it known, though, that America's military might, which is costing the American taxpayers more and more money, is draining, and our military is in decline. But at least currently, there is no way China wants to mess with America, along with most countries. But they also know that America, the American people, the American taxpayers, the economy, you want to start these wars. Eventually, it's going to break from within. So, put it short, if Trump pushes the spectrum and says South America is ours, you go in, it's a war, China will back out. Today, you don't know where it's going to be in 10 years because I do believe that China's military is growing and I believe America is declining. Does that answer your question, Tom?
Yeah, David, appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I was posting. Ian asked Rock a couple of things about what would happen if all your taxes didn't go to all these wars and to Iran, to Israel, and it's really interesting answers. Ian, do you want to go through them like
Joanne,
really quick?
did you go through? So you're referring to the infographic or the back and forth with
I saw
Grok?
both, but I posted the infographic.
Yeah, it is, and I'll just read through this because this is wild. And it's up. Joanne's going to put that up there for everybody if you want to look at it. But so these are basically the outputs of a back and forth that I had with Grok, where I basically said, "Hey, you told me that it costs roughly $8.5 trillion. What the United States has done in the Middle East for the last 25 years. That's the Brown, I think, University is the one that did the study that number came from. So I said, what could be done with $8.5 trillion over the last 25 years if the United States had been just completely nationalistic? And it basically said that everyone could have a house, it could have health insurance, it could have a complete end to homelessness, to essentially poverty, because everybody could be in the position to have a job of some varietal. And you could have a quality of life that would basically, I don't want to say provide you everything, but that you could get educated, you could have a job, you could be able to afford a home, that you would probably live something like 3 years longer, it said, oh, by the way, and all these other statistics. And that would all be for the price tag of what was done the last 25 years in the Middle East. And so to build up the greater Israel project, Americans have basically lost all their prosperity. It's basically just been handed over. And again, you can go back and forth through the conversation with Grok, and again, it's got the infographic there, which is the output. But you can you can just clear as day. You can walk through the entire back and forth. I don't know how many questions it is. It's probably like 20 deep or so that I went. But everything, again, your healthy food, your education, your health care, all of that could be essentially completely covered if again the United States had just cared for its people, which it unfortunately doesn't. And so that's a wonderful one to call out, Joanne. Really appreciate that. And before we close everything down, because I know Mr. Truth Teller is going to be opening his space, certainly want to be able to support that. But we do have a hand up for the always wonderful Mr. Raed. So what I would love to do, let's go to Raed, get some thoughts and commentary. What we'll then do is go back to Mr. David for any closing remarks that he might have on the conversation, on anything that was shared. And then we'll go up to Miss Joanne for some closing remarks and a prayer.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Yeah, I really enjoyed the conversation. I really loved the very intelligent questions that were asked, and David, I respect your view of the dynamics that are taking place in the world, and I think but it's beautiful to see someone explaining China the way it really is in terms of its influence around the world, its modus operandi, its Confucianist understanding of a win-win, and that it's not playing empire the way the British Empire or the American Empire. But like I said, I am Lebanese who lives in Lebanon, and I've visited the United States many times during my life. But here's my view of when I've done that research of the real powers that move and have influence around the world. And the thing is, when you describe what would Trump want as foreign policy or how to approach things, it's very clear to me, and especially in the West, that there is the government that we know, but there is also, you alluded to it a couple of times, that deep state, right? That that layer that yields, sometimes one would feel, more influence than the Oval Office, than the White House. And through my research, the last couple of decades, it was very clear to me in my face that there is an organized group that works not only for
Did
profits,
he cut
it's not
out?
only for money. Did I
Oh,
cut
I don't
out?
know. Maybe it's me. I'm glitching.
Uh,
No, go for it, Ryan. You're
no,
back
I
For
still see
now.
you
some
there.
reason, yeah. So for me, maybe because I'm not part of the American information sphere that was very, in many ways, conditioning. There's a lot of conditioning about not to mention that certain group and the influence they yield. I don't know. It's surprised. It still baffles me that some people don't see it. But what I'm trying to say is that it was clear to me I started my research in 2004, like who did 9/11. I never believed the whole story, and from there, looking at the last at least 150 years and who were the main, movers and shakers, let's say, and it was very clear to me that what I call today, if you will, global organized Jewry. I feel like talking about nations. Like, yeah, I believe in National Socialism 100%. I am very ethnocentric when it comes to the Levantine people, and I believe this is the healthy thing, and this is how the world should be, right? And then we can trade and cooperate together without diluting any race or any descent, whether European in the United States or the Europeans themselves. But this organized power that works. And again, it's not only for money. There is an ideology. It is very clear to me that global organized Jewry, that no matter if you're an American Jew or a French Jew or a German Jew or an Ethiopian Jew, there is like this sort of supranationalist, if you will, supranationalist loyalty to the tribe, and that tribe is healthy and working and operating. And I think that it is that tribe that changed the nature of what the United States was supposed to be. I think it is that tribe that made the United States the negative influence around the world, because I know in the 50s it wasn't like that. Uh, so using that sort of leeching on the 1.5 trillion dollars of Pentagon budget to achieve an agenda not to bring anything good for the American people or America in general, but to bring advantage to that tribe. And this is the problem that I see. And I think nothing is going to, Donald Trump is not going to be able to change the direction or the policy, because it's not, he's not there is this deep state, and within the deep state, if you organize people in that deep state, whether in the intelligence community or whoever, in a hierarchy, at the top of that deep state is going to be organized, Jewish organized, if you will, crime syndicate. So I'm just saying, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not. I don't want you to say, yeah, I agree or disagree. But I think if we, as a global humanity that have so much shared values, that we want to prosper in peace, and raise our children and have a good world, see the supranationalist tribe, Talmudic tribe operating, I think it is time to start calling it for what it is. That's just the way I see it. Maybe I'm motivated a bit more because Israel is actually destroying my land and killing my people. But yeah, I just wanted to put this out there. And if you have any comments, I would be appreciative. Thank you.
Yeah, so growing up and just like every race is, there's different types. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself the typical Jew growing up in New York, but I didn't realize growing up that there was this, I guess it's called the Jewish question, stuff like that. But as I've grown up in life, there's something going on. And especially in China, this is where I said these topics are absolutely free to talk about, where it's obvious that as much as we say freedom of speech in America, we are not allowed to talk of this stuff in America. You'll get in some way, shape, or form censored, or who knows, you might get sent to jail. But I think if we just use logically, and if you took out Israel and you placed it with another country, we would all think generally the same thing. I mentioned before about Brian Mast wearing an IDF uniform. What if he was wearing a French military uniform? Very similar. It's just very strange if there's another country occupying or influencing in the realms of our government, our intelligence. We would all agree that's not right. It almost doesn't matter what country it is. And I think now that's what I mentioned about when I was in the FBI, it was not mainstream, but it was known in the bureau, but you didn't talk about it. I'd be curious how it is now, or I'd be curious what normal American citizens think now, because I feel like it's gone mainstream now. especially when I was involved in the I guess it'd be the second Iraq War and Afghanistan. I don't remember mainstream about Israel, but with Iran, it's getting more mainstream. Like, why are we with Iran? What is this war? Is it about Israel? The Epstein files, Donald Trump, that people are starting to question more and more. And I really think, and I was a supporter of Donald Trump. Technically, I'd say I still am, just because I can't think of anyone better. But I view him, like I said, like a CEO. And let's put it in perspective. Every CEO of a corporation, they do want their corporation to prosper and they do want their employees to make more money. But at the end of the day, the big bucks are going to go to them. If they have to lay you off, they will, and they're not going to share in all the profits. And that's kind of how I view Donald Trump as America, as the president, how he looks at this stuff, where he is going to, at the end of the day, make good with him, his family, and his cronies, that they're going to make money. And if it's at the expense of especially Americans, it is what it is. And his relationship with Israel is also going to be, probably with similar former American presidents, just very strange, to the point of, are we America first? Or are we Israel first? But I think it's just going to take time with Americans. And I go back to the thing, what I've said, and that is, what do you do? Well, like I said, more Americans are leaving, number one. They're not paying taxes into this. But I still say it's probably going to be state politics, probably at a smaller state. And one of the agendas for that state is also to decouple yourself from Washington, D.C., because it just doesn't seem Washington, D.C. is putting America first. But in terms of this whole Jewish question, it's so I don't know. I don't know what to answer. Like, how has this gotten there? Like I said, I do think there are two categories, though, because the one category I'm very familiar with, and that's China, and that is some of the American government has been co-opted by Israel. It's purely money, and they don't care. It could be Israel today, it could be China tomorrow, it could be someone else. They don't really care. But then there is Christian Zionism, that is not about the money. And I think you're just going to have talks with these Christians to kind of understand, why do they feel that way? Because again, even when I was living in Beirut, I was living with the Christians and they were treating me very nice. I mean, it was very, many ways, it was a nice European. I felt very European. It was very, the freedoms that we had there. There were Jews too that were living with the Christians. So maybe the question more is with Christian Zionism, what's going on? Because in terms of the money, well, I told you, we're a corporation. So China today, or Israel today, China tomorrow, or whoever the highest bidder is, they don't care. They'll go to any which one. But it is kind of this strange thing with Israel, and I try to tell people that you could still be proud of your people, but there is a Zionism, a political ideology that is different. And I would just say, in terms of the American people, and it's co-opted all the way to West Point, our military, that it's just strange. It's all the way up to our generals, that they feel that our job is to go there and fight for Israel and our tax money. And I don't get it. It's just something where, like I said, it's got to be a combination of Christian Zionism and just purely money, where our politicians are on the take. And I just don't think it's going to get better until it gets worse, where Americans are like, we're tired of paying. I mean, think about it. Even though I'm just one person, I am making a difference. I don't pay my taxes. I don't pay my U.S. taxes. I mean, it's something that even Americans would be worried not to do. So I think it's going to come to that, where Americans say either state politics or leaving the country or living off the grid, but it all is the similar thing, and that is they want to detach themselves, even financially, tax wise, from Washington, D.C. But we'll see how it goes. But like I said, I still predict it's probably going to get worse before it gets better.
It's really well stated there, David. And one of the things I wanted to just comment on, it's why, I mean, this issue, it's so curious, because to Rod's comment, this idea of the Jewish question, or what we've loosely just referred to as Jewish supremacy, right? It is that reality that Americans are looking around and they're watching, it's their tax dollars, and this goes back to the comment on the $8.5 trillion that was cumulatively spent on direct aid and kind of military conquest of the Middle East over the last 2.5 decades, and the American citizenry have basically gotten nothing for that, right? They've sent their money. They've sent their children, in many cases, over to fight a war that they get nothing out of, and that opposition of is essentially labeled as anti-Semitism. It's like, what? Wait, what is going on here? And that is the thing that it has to be called out. And I just want to, specifically mention that as a result, I mean, I'd stand up here with anybody. I don't care if they're black, white, male, female, straight, gay, Jew, Gentile, right? If they'll speak out against this machine that is clearly prioritizing this certain set of interests for a certain set of people, most of which happen to be part of a certain religious or cultural or ethnic club, but doesn't mean that all of them are, right? There's obviously other people that are involved in this ruse that are not Jewish, and so we always try to call that out as we can, and to align with anybody that's willing to call it out, because at the end of the day, nothing else really matters unless we get rid of this one essentially cancer. And when I say get rid of, I mean intellectually and spiritually speaking, of course, right? But if it's going to flood everybody's borders to stir up chaos and animus so that we fight one another rather than noting the common problem, right? Like this is a really big issue, and so I'll band together with anybody. And David, wherever you have been in the world, wherever you might have come from to get here, whether it was genetically or your kind of spiritual past or your lived experiences. I'm just humbled and honored that you're in the room with us, sharing all of your brilliance, all the experiences that you directly had within the intelligence agencies, and the fact that you've been pushing back against this system for, at this point, decades, right? So you're a hero in that regard. And I just want to thank you for it. Thank you for the space. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everybody that listened in. I know we certainly went a good long while, but if you're interested in additional discourse, Mr. Truth Teller has opened his room. I know that Joanne put that up into the nest. I'll certainly be popping in there afterwards to listen in. Always recommend people support the incomparable Mr. Truth Teller. And David would love it. I know you're new to Spaces. Would love it if you are able to come around more often where you can. Would love always your input on these subjects. And I do believe that if we just band together, again, whether it is via religion, whether it's ethos, whether it is whatever it is that is bringing us to these conversations just to explore the truth, that's how we ultimately make a better world for everybody. And that's where we're trying to go with it. Before we go to Miss Joanne for that kind of final prayer, I wanted to, as always, say to everybody, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, wherever you might be in the world. I know certainly David coming entirely from the other side of the planet from some of our regular listeners, right? But wherever you are out there, certainly God bless for everything you are, Godspeed for everything that we're doing. We're going to continue these conversations past and present, trying to understand these challenges. We will be holding that conversation tomorrow. We're going to continue on course. Got a whole bunch of additional spaces for this week. I'm very excited for. David was absolutely incomparable. So really want to thank him again. We will go to Joanne for that closing prayer. But before we do, let's check in really quickly with Mr. Rob, and then we'll go to Joanne for those parting words.
Thanks very much. All respect to David for an amazing space, and Ian and Joanne for always hosting these important topics that need to be talked about. Just bookending what David said, we have the Judeo-Christian movement in America being taken over. The large assassination of Charlie Kirk currently going through trial, and obviously we see the fingerprints of the intelligence agencies, and obviously that's something we all need to be aware of. But just something I wanted to talk about is just we have to be hesitant to let them sell us that America is an empire in collapse. This is just their intentions if nothing's done. There's a quote by Henry Kissinger that's been scrubbed from the internet now, and he's saying the only thing stopping the New World Order is a strong America. The thing is, we're currently going through this kind of collective awakening. The collective consciousness of humanity is waking up to the truth, the reality of the systemic corruption and control, and sometimes, we're overwhelmed by the concepts of power that these institutions have. But then again, we're waking up to the power that every individual has as a righteous being on this planet. They're racing to build this kind of totalitarian digital surveillance state because they know we're waking up. So they're using socioeconomic weapons, they're using genetic weapons, weaponized food, weaponized water, fifth generation warfare tactics to stop what they know is coming. And a lot of power comes with awareness, and that we are waking up, and that the problem is if we collectively think the US is declining and will collapse, then the US will collapse. If we take back our agency and take back our civil liberties and our power to have governments beholden to people, things will actually change for the better. We can collectively manifest the future we want. There's a lot of power in the collective consciousness, and obviously what quantum mechanics is proving to be true, but I won't go down that road. Just to quickly end, we can start demanding our governments use the technological control devices that they're pushing on us. We can demand that they start using CBDCs so we can track government spending and corruption and end it. We can take back the banking industry that prints endless amounts of dollars, debasing our currencies, and gives endless resources to these private entities that want us all dead. We can demand that our elected representatives be surveilled, just like Palantir is surveilling us. We must enforce the weapons of control be turned back on these people that used to wish it on us. Because they've game theoried the collapse of our society, and right now they need us squabbling over these small issues while they build the digital prison around us. It'll take a few years before we deal with the weaponized immigration that's in all of our nations right now, many years. But will only take 1 or 2 years before they build the global digital prison around us that's so technologically complete we can't fight back. So we face an unprecedented danger with the total subversion of the collective consciousness of humanity. But to back up what David's saying, we need to support the states and these parallel systems. It's the states that are fighting back against the technocracy. A handful of states have banned chemtrails, geoengineering, they've banned mRNA technology, they've pushed back against the data centers and mass surveillance centers. They've also started pushing back against the flock cameras just this week that have seen them being illegal and unconstitutional. So we have to create these analogs of power now. We have to support our leaders. And these conversations are happening here, are perfect exemplified by these spaces and everything that Ian's posting, because you've got to start connecting the dots. And the collective awakening is happening. And we all know that truth and love will win in the end, but we have to start participating. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Rob. I loved everything you said. And yeah, I'm so bad at the prayers. I don't know
Oh, you're gonna
any
do
in English.
wonderfully.
No, and also like I always get super shy because Ian runs are just absolutely brilliant. It's like some amazing singer that I like blacked out and amazing singers right now. I don't know, Pavarotti, and then being like, okay, now it's your turn to sing. And I'm like, no, I don't want to. So, no, thank you so much, Ian, for hosting and Raed for co-hosting and David. It was such a brilliant space. I hope everybody listens to the recording because if you guys know his story, he kept going to these places and then finding corruption and exposing it over and over, and it's just absolutely inspiring. I wish there was more people like you, David. And it's we just need more people like the people in this community, right? And I'm just so inspired by you guys and so grateful. And I really hope that you come to more of our spaces. And yeah, no, I'm just so thankful for you, and obviously thanks to God for everything, that for giving me the strength to continue this every single day. And thank you guys. That's about it. So God bless you all.
Thank you
Absolutely.
very much, Ian and Joanne. Thank you and to the group. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And everybody, make sure to give David a big follow here on the platform. Hopefully, he will be able to stay here as long as he can, being nuked over and over and over again. But you can also check out all of his content on his page. And certainly, let's lean in, support as we can. David, we will look forward to seeing you in future conversations. Anytime you want to come back, there's always going to be a microphone waiting for you. And if there's any additional topics that you'd ever like to cover in longer formats, I am always wide open and open ears, my friends. So lots of love to absolutely everybody out there. We will see you in the next spaces. We have, actually, like I was saying, we've got a whole bunch that are scheduled for the rest of this week, including 2 days out from now, where we are going to be talking about the prospective Jewish influence within the American Revolution, which should be rather interesting. And we will be connecting a little bit later, depending on where you are in the world, for a conversation roughly, what would that be, about maybe let's call it 20-ish hours from now on the technocracy and some of the technologies that are being used to implement that. So look forward to hopefully seeing you in there. I will certainly, like I said, be moving over to Mr. Truth Teller's room. I look forward to holding you in there if you can join. And otherwise, we will see you in that next space. So God bless, Godspeed. We'll see you guys at the next conversation.